The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines, and Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Because we have 3 matches waiting for you. 2 formal Kings of Sea, 3 M World Series Championship title holders, and 3 teams who are eagerly proving themselves this season are waiting to play today. But before we get a taste of those exciting matches, let's catch up muna with some regional MLBB happenings sa Smart All Access kasama sina Hans, Raptor, and OSX. Insiders, pasok!
What's up, y'all? Welcome once again sa Smart All Access. Kaya na nabanggit ni Mara. Here's the 3 of us once again para ibigay sa inyo ang lahat ng bagay na nangyayari all over the MPL world. At ang kailangan nyo rin saksihan while all of this is happening is, of course, none other than our official hashtag. Okay, guys? Pinag-practice na natin to.
Okay.
What's the official hashtag for today?
Sabay-sabay ba natin sasabihin?
Sige. 1, 2, 3. Hashtag MPL-PH S12. Okay, isa pa.
Bakit sabay-sabay dapat?
Sabay. It's my requirement eh. 1, 2, 3. Hashtag MPL-PH S12 Super Showdown. Okay, ganun na. Showdown. Pero pwede na.
Kayo na lang yung pinagsabi ko, wala na.
Guys, gamitin nyo na yung hashtag. Okay, gamitin nyo yung hashtag, baka gamitin pa ng iba. Sa lahat ng mga ganap natin for today's broadcast. And also, para sa lahat ng mga gusto nyo pang makita for all the MPL matches that we're about to have today. Kasi it's a 4-game series. I mean, it's a 4-series matchup, right? All 8 teams makikita natin today.
We're going back to, parang season 8 in a way, na merong tuloy-tuloy yung lakbakbakan. Pero in a 4-day match, Ito yung habulan ng points, Renmar.
Yeah.
Na from yesterday, naka-recover ka, pero kailangan mong pagdaanan yung Saturday and Sunday. And it's just the second day of week number 3, kung saan nakita namin yung teams yesterday who had made promises kung paano nga makabawi even from the best of the best.
Yeah, and it's a perfect way to end the first half of the season and later on, the regular season. Kasi again, yung week 3 schedule natin, yun din yung schedule para sa week number 6. And at least, nandito lahat. No one's gonna feel left out because everyone's here.
You know what?
4.
Ang swerte ng lahat ng tao nang bumili ng whole day passes. Ng day passes for today. Because I'm very excited. They're gonna see all of the teams. Wala silang palalagpasing action. And I'm very excited for what's about to happen. Because all 8 teams, gaya na nabanggit ng aking mga co-panelists, will be presented and will be playing for today. So speaking of playing, Renmar has mentioned a while ago that we've reached the halfway point.
Yep.
Right? Pero sa ibang mga regions, specifically all over in Malaysia, parang konti na lang, malalaman na nila kung sino yung mabubuo sa playoff run ng MPL-MY, right?
Yeah, actually in Malaysia, if I'm not mistaken, kasi medyo ang taas ng gap ng mga points from the lower portion of the standings to the upper portions. Top 3 teams, top 4 teams, parang 20 points, tas tatlo nakatay sa 17. At saka yung iba medyo malayo na. So yes, in just a bit malalaman na natin sa Malaysia kung sino pupunta sa playoffs.
Oo. I mean, I wanna see kung sino ba yung mga teams na yun.
Well,
Right?
madami pag-uusapan natin mamaya yung naka-expressway dahil ngayon pag-uusapan natin kung paano nga ba ang isang episode
Ayun
ay
na.
pwede nating i-feature right on our screens. Coach Arcadia
Uy.
sa episode ng Suman,
Ano yan?
available on YouTube, MPL, and Spotify.
Yan.
Binahagi niya kung sinong teams na naka-expressway, na traffic at hindi makakasama. Ito ang fearless forecast ni Coach Arcadia.
Grabe naman yung mga ano dito ni terminologies ni Coach Arca. By the way, kung nakalimutan niya, Coach Arcadia, dating coach ng, well, at some point, Sun Sparks, Echo din, nung S9.
Yup.
So, Filipino coach. So, feeling ko yung expressway, yun yung parang sure ball na.
Oo.
Gets na gets niya. So,
Oo.
you do Red Giants, RSG Malaysia, at saka Team SMG. Na, no surprise, sila, yung may Pilipino doon.
Oh,
Ito
Pero yung, alala sila.
You've mentioned Coach Arcadia na nanggaling sa iba't ibang teams. Na-realize ko lang,
Okay.
si Coach Arc, lagi siya napupunta sa isang situation na kailangan niyang i-pull off ang isang pressure
Yeah.
na team. Lagi napupunta sa situation na paano ko mapupull off to. You said Sun Sparks. One thing also, he was also part of the coaching management ng Echo kung saan nabuo ang super team. At ngayon yung Yudo Red Giants kung saan nandun din si Super Red. And mind you, that time, he wanted Super Red talaga to be part of Echo kasi iba yung team dynamics na ginahanapan ng Echo back then. But when he played sa Blacks International, he saw some good things about this guy and now he's shining in that region.
Okay, so OSX has already said his piece. I'm gonna ask you, Renmar, what's one thing that's super common with all 3 teams na nakapasok na ng playoffs ng MPL-MY?
Like I mentioned, the Filipinos, man. RSG Malaysia, nandun sino jungler nila? Demon Kite.
Yeah.
That's
You do
one.
Red Giants, of course. We got Pancake in the Rome. You also got Super na minention ni OSX.
Gold
And sa
lane.
Team SMG, si Saksha at si Miko nandun.
Okay, so we already have the 3 teams na merong Filipino imports na nakapasok na sa MPL-MY and are secured. Let's now take a look at the other 3 teams from another region. Talking about MPL Indonesia this time around dahil pasok na ang ONIC ID, RRQ Hoshi, and Geek Fam ID. And my oh my! Ano pa nga ba ang common thing about them? They all have Filipino imports.
Iba talaga yung naging impact. Na-share din to ni Coach Arcadia na the importance of having Filipino imports. It's a mix. It's a hybrid kind of way na ito yung kaya na lang i-pull off for their own metacon from Indonesia and the Philippines. It's good to see na ito yung nakikita natin kalaban. We're seeing El Clasico matches and with the same teams as well.
No, Geek Fam ID, nandyan si Baloyski, nandyan si Marky. Then of course for ONIC, we know sila Coach Yeb, si Kyrie nandun. But we also have to watch out for today kasi may chance na pa yung Geek Fam Indonesia na ang pumunta sa upper bracket ng MPL Indonesia. Kailangan lang nila manalo sa laban nila ngayon kontra sa Rebellion, tas sa huling laban ng MPL ID, kailangan matalo ang RRQ sa Dewa United.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness. I can't wait to see what that matchup is gonna look like kasi sobrang heavy ang bearing ng
Sobra.
mga matches na mangyayari for later. But of course, dito na rin kayo. Dito muna tayo, right? Ang dami natin kailangan abangan for the matchups that we have for today. And especially for our online or on-site audience, dahil nandito na sila mismo sa MPL Arena, we're gonna be asking you for our daily routine, which is the trivia game. So we're gonna be asking a couple of members coming in from our audience kung ano ba yung kanilang mga magiging sagot sa mga tanong na meron tayo. So, have you guys found any? Meron
May
na ba
naririnig na ako dito
nakita?
sa gilid ko eh.
Actually, may
sige.
na-scout na ako eh.
Oh, sige.
Sino
Sige.
ba
Kunin
pwede?
mo na
Nagtuturoan
muna.
eh. Ayun!
Sorry. Wait, no, I feel bad. I
Bakit mo
almost
ginulat?
crushed this dude, so feel ko...
Let me put you right
Boss, ikaw
here,
na,
alright?
pasensya po.
Pagpasensya
I feel
mo na
bad,
sila.
I feel
Oh,
bad.
sige.
Okay.
You go ahead. Okay,
My
OSX.
bad, okay, we
Roll
got
mo
it.
to. You're the one who's gonna ask.
Okay. Okay, ito ah.
Good job.
Ito yung question natin for the day.
Ano yun?
Ready ka na?
Wait
Feeling
lang.
ko ready naman
Ano
ako.
munang name mo?
Okay, ako nga pala si John Marie.
Alright, John Marie is in the building right now. Sino sinusuportahan mong team?
Siyempre, solid RGC tayo.
Sino
Raider.
Sigaw mo yan.
RSG!
Mamaya, dadating
Papunta
na
pa
yung
lang,
drums nila.
papunta pa lang.
Okay, papunta pa lang yung drums nila. Okay, alam mo ba yung question?
Ito ka, kung solid siyang RSG, may umaano sa akin 3 letra eh.
Oo, di ba? RSG. Going up against Omega ngayon. So, back then, RSG, building upon OSX statement, meron 3 letters siyang naaalala, which is MSC. Okay? So, RSG last year, nanalo sila ng MSC, of course, 2022 championship. Buuin mo ngayon yung 5 players na kasama doon sa championship lineup ng RSG nung nanalo sila ng MSC.
Nung na-sweep.
Oo.
4-0.
Okay.
Walang isang score
Okay,
yung RRQ.
linawin lang
Kahit
natin
isa,
yun.
wala.
Na
Sweep!
Okay. So, sige, Jo Marie,
Kaya mo yan.
your timer, wala naman timer. Joke.
Okay,
Sige,
so-
starts now.
I'll start with Eman.
Okay.
Alright.
Check.
Then, Light.
Check.
Okay, let's start
Long hair
with...
pa nun.
Then, Nuts.
Check.
Okay. Then, as for the jungler, it's Demon Kite.
Check.
Tama.
Okay. Eto, medyo dito ako na medyo nalilito eh. So,
Okay.
as for the mid lane, I think it's still Aqua.
Tama ba?
Congratulations, Jo Marie.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
For participating. You're gonna get this one. Any message? Shoutout mo na lahat ng gusto mo yung shoutout since dito.
Ayun, so shoutout sa lahat ng mga raiders dyan. Let's support the RSG team. And ayun, thank you very much.
And maraming
Okay,
salamat. Once
meron
again,
lang
Jo
ako
Marie.
request na
Okay.
mabilis. Since Raider
Sige.
ka pre.
O, sige.
Yes.
Kopyahin mo yung post ni Nuts nung tinaas niya yung trophy ng MSC.
Shit, paano ba yun?
Ay, turuan kita.
Pwede bang paturo? Parang medyo...
Yung ganun, yung nakaganon siya eh. Nakaganito siya
Oo.
eh. Di ba tinaas na ganun?
Naganon
Yung
yung
alam mo
tinaas
na-
lang. Tinaas
Okay,
lang.
okay. Parang, sige.
Sige.
Ginawa.
Kapin mo.
Sige.
Tinawakan mo.
Sige.
Sipa mo yan yung trophy mo.
1, 2, 3.
2, 3, go.
Yeah!
Okay. Epas. Maraming salamat, Jo Marie. Sige, makakaupo ka na. Okay guys, napalaban si Jo Marie doon, napalaban din tayo doon. Pero I feel like it's also time na kayo naman yatang magbigay ng...
Okay, sige. Tayo naman magtanong.
Maghanap tayo
Sama
na
mo na lang
pa.
kayo maghanap.
Sige,
Okay,
sige.
Sama kayo maghanap. Wait lang. Pero may nahanap na ba kayo?
Meron ako suggestion.
Oh.
Meron akong pangalan
Okay.
na nasa isip ko.
Okay.
So, kung sino man dito, yun yung pangalan nila, sila na yung representative.
Oh, sige.
Sige.
Okay.
Sige.
Meron ba tayong Kurt,
Kurt?
sa crowd? Taas kamay kung pangalan mo, Kurt.
Ayun na.
Ayun, may
Ayun.
Kurt. Sakto, nasa harap pala natin.
Grabe ka naman.
Grabe.
Meron talagang Kurt sa
What a
isang audience.
coincidence.
Ang galing.
Kurt, meet
Kalain mo yun, may
Renmar sa
statistics
COSX.
na may Kurt.
Okay. Kurt, meet Renmar and OSX. So, ikaw na ang host ngayon sa panel. Okay?
Nakakaba.
So, ikaw nang bahala. Ako, babounce muna ako.
Kaya mo na yan.
Alam mo na yung tanong, ha? Alam mo na yung tanong.
Oo.
Okay, sige. Ang tanong na, sino ba sinusuportahan mong team, Kurt?
Omega po, Omega.
Omega.
Ah,
Oh,
Omega.
perfect.
Omega tayo,
Question.
Omega!
Okay.
Woo! One shot! Mega!
Solid.
Kaya pala naka-hoodie tsaka naka-bonnet.
Oo,
Mga ganyan.
Omega vibes dito
Ayan,
si
ito.
Kuya Kurt eh. Okay, Kuya Kurt. Nalala mo ba yung tanong?
Ito yung kung pinag-uusapan natin ng MSC.
Okay, MSC.
Ala to, dahil Omega naman.
Alright, okay. Sa lahat ng miyembro ng Omega ngayon, or at least players, sino na sa mga players ang nakapanalo na ng MSC title? Sa lahat ng players sa Omega ngayon.
Sa gold lane po si Kelra.
Okay.
Sa...
Hindi yung lineup nila ng MSC
MSC
pero
to,
yung, sino yung mga players na meron ng MSC Championship yun?
Si Kelra.
Okay.
Si Chaknu.
Okay.
Si Etomax.
Okay. May isa pa. May isa pa.
Rencio. Ay, sa
Si
lineup
Renzo
na.
nasa ibang bansa eh.
Ah.
Pero yung nasa lineup na yon.
Na-import na
May isa
siya.
pa, may isa pa.
May isa
MSC
pa.
champion.
Isa pa.
Sipin mo lahat ng
Sa
player.
ano po ba? Nasa 5. O kahit yung ano po.
Kahit yung mga nasa
Kahit-
subs.
Si Doc Ribo po.
Yun!
Yun!
Nakuha!
4 na players from MPL Philippines back to the MSC who got the title. Congratulations!
Thank you po.
Congrats. Okay, meron ka ba gusto i-shoutout? Tignan mo yung camera. Look at the camera.
Shoutout sa pamilya ko at sa mga taga-Sarmiento dyan. Woo! One shot, Omega!
Alright!
Ayan.
Congratulations, Kuya Kurt.
Love the energy.
I love the energy and of course, very energetic ang araw natin ngayon kasi 4 na matches makita natin. Tignan natin yung schedules up on your screens. Who are gonna be the matches for today? Tutulong mo sa drum roll, pre. Yeah, there you have it. For the first 2 matches of the day, you get RSG versus Omega and then Echo versus APBR.
We have Blacklist International versus TNC Pro Team. And of course, let's settle this. Sabi nga sa ating page, ONIC versus MNNE today.
And we're gonna be starting things off with RSG versus Omega. I-check naman natin yung mood ng crowd. Sino-sino dito ang mga supporters ng RSG? GG! Okay, isa pa. Feeling ko, isa pa. GG! Alright, ikaw na. Hanapin mo yung mga Omega.
Yung mga Omega dyan, yung mga fans ng barangay. Ayan. Alam niyo na gagawin, ha? Alam niyo na gagawin. One shot! Parang kulang. Isang sigaw, isa pa. One shot!
One more time. One last time.
One shot! Buhay na buhay yung mga kampo natin, Kuya Renmar.
We are spoiled. 4 matches today para sa MPL Philippines S12 Super Showdown. Huwag kalimutan ang hashtag and of course, don't forget to have some fun and support your favorite teams. Oras na. OSX. Feeling ko gawin natin yung intro ni Mara sabay-sabay. Okay?
Tara.
Casters,
Pasok.
Two former Kings of C clash on this fateful day. Only one walks away with their head held high. Welcome to Mabuhay at your service. My name is Leo. Here is Chantel and Midnight.
And we are the We Bear Bros.
Bro.
Bro.
We Bear Bros.
I'm a bro.
All right.
I'm a bro.
We are the We Bear Bros, you know?
I'll allow it. How are we doing today?
I mean, I'm excited today because this is what it feels like to be part of the We Bear Bros.
English desk.
English desk. I'm
That's
not
what
part.
she was looking forward to.
Yeah, I was really excited for this moment. But yeah, for this games, we have 4 matches today. I'm really excited, knowing that it's RSG and Omega.
Yep, we're opening up with quite the slam dunk here. A lot of people are looking for this rivalry, how it evolves year after year, season after season. Midnight, you and I, we've seen how these two teams have grown. They've changed some names, changed some faces. What are we expecting in this best of 3?
I mean, I'm expecting 3 matches, 3 games, and maybe 20 minutes apiece.
Ooh, 20
Minimum.
minutes.
Minimum.
That's long.
Well, before we head on to our match discussion, let's first give a shout out to our official telco partner, Smart.
Smart is still the Philippines' best mobile network, having the fastest network and nationwide coverage in the country. As awarded by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data for Speed and Coverage Q1 to Q2 2023.
And you can enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smrt.ph/switch to Smart to know more.
With that being said, these teams have taken home, that's a word, right? Taken home some accolades for us. Again, we mentioned that they're former Kings of C. And what exactly does that mean? We'll tell you in just a bit. With Smart's Power All 99, you have the power to do what you want. With 8 gigs for all sites and apps, you can power your play or watch, stream, and share everything.
You also get a free Giga Arena ticket so you can unleash the inner gamer in you. This also comes with only TikTok, only text to all networks, all that power for 7 days for just 99 pesos. Load now.
the recently concluded MSC earlier this year in Cambodia didn't go so well. So these two are the last Filipino MSC champions we've had. And for them to face off here on home soil in Makati City, this is the closest we can get to celebrating those wins.
Yeah, and actually, if we talk about RSG and Omega, it's as if the pieces are falling into their rightful place. We haven't seen them play, and just like what you've said, these are the teams, the last Filipino teams that are hailed as the MSC champions. So to see them play today again, but of course, different players, it's really exciting.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to look at the rivalry here because it's not just about the story and the achievements of these teams. RSG, actually, they might just want to reassemble the task force because, you know, up against Omega, Omega did defend their title. RSG won it, but they didn't get it to the next MSC. Yeah. Omega is still one up ahead versus RSG, right?
Technically speaking, yes. And now that we're
showed up to 2 MSCs.
Now that we're bringing this all up, it's very nostalgic. It brings back memories, and that is the perfect lead up to our story here today. They are two former Kings of Sea looking to revive and reclaim their glory. All right, it's a long ways away from 2021, 2022, and now here, current day 2023. You'll see here exactly what their stats look like right now.
Yep, RSG definitely have more success on their side. They have won more games. But Smart Omega, again, the magic is still there. You know, it's very hard to like quantify what Omega can do and perform in a game because at the end of the day, we are looking at those Omega timers, and we've seen that yesterday actually. And to pull it off against RSG, one of the most fundamental team in the Philippines, I think that's an exciting match to see.
And actually, look at the players for both Smart Omega and RSG here in our graphics. It's a bit nostalgic because we could see Rebo now as a part of Smart Omega, and it is a mixture of a veteran play and at the same time the international experience for these players. And let's all not forget that it was RSG that actually stopped the chance of Smart Omega to do back-to-back as MSC champs.
It was bittersweet. Folks, the handsome gentlemen flanking your screens are the MSC champions that are present on both sides, all right? You're wondering why we put Rebo there. For those of you who don't know, he actually won MSC 2018 under the then Either Main, eventually known as Bren Esports banner, right, in Indonesia. And then it's these four gentlemen who won it via Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia in 2022. Now, with that said, the jungler from both sides are the X factors, right? You have Andoryu and you have Irad. Something tells me they might be that secret ingredient they both are looking for.
Probably yes, because for Andoryu and Irad, specifically for Irad, actually for RSG, there are differences in terms of how he plays. For RSG, we might say that they have the same hero pool for Demon Kai, but at the same time, you also have to consider that if you are a jungler that plays the assassin role, you have a different type of a judgment, if you might say. So probably the younger ones are the more aggressive ones.
Yeah, and I think you have to also consider the fact that, you know, Andoryu is the rookie here, and we all saw RSG pull out Irad in MPLI, and we all know how he performed rare. He was literally like idolized by a lot of the foreign and local players, and I think that is what is happening with Andoryu right now. Omega definitely is showing up with a very, very promising jungler here in the form of Andoryu. We've seen him, like, again, pull off amazing plays in front of veterans, and I think it's a great factor that Omega is able to do this because now you are sort of like rebuilding the brand of Omega while maintaining that venom within the team.
Yep, seeing their huddles and how they're preparing as a group, as a team in their own dugouts, I'm liking their energy. It looks like this isn't as high stakes for them as it is, but I guess that's just how Kings of Sea roll. They're just chill about it because what are we gonna do, man? We're big teams. We're strong. We know that this rivalry is important. We just put on a good show.
Probably the only problem that they could face right now is they woke up early today, but because of maybe the adrenaline rush, we could see them really start or knock things off with a very, very dominating performance.
Or maybe it's just RSG saying we are the recent Kings of Sea,
The
and Omega
more
saying
recent.
we were the original Kings
of Sea.
So
exactly.
What are we
That's a
scared of,
statement.
right?
Oh yeah, no, that explains the quiet confidence.
Yeah.
That explains why they're both just all right, you know what? This is just business as usual. We just need to get points. And that's interesting because they're both coming from those spots. They're both coming from the mid of our leaderboards.
And speaking of leaderboards, it's really nice to see for Omega that they were able to defeat APBR. It's really a boost of morale for the
Momentum.
team. And yeah, momentum. And at the same time for RSG, it's an inspiration for them, motivation to do better today.
Yep, we're looking for that consistency in them. Let's welcome them to the arena. It's RSG and OMG.
Sige. Ito. Yan. Yan.
All in Kuala Lumpur, repping Raiders International. This is RSG Philippines. Straight out of Marikina City, repping the 1802, the OG Kings of C. It's OMG, Barangay Smart Omega. Coach Panda and Coach Stronger. RSG-PH going up against Smart Omega. What an opener. Here's the most recent Kings of Seas lineup for today. It's Eman, Irad, Aqua, Nats, and Light.
Actually, for RSG Philippines, we saw them. We saw the glimpses of glory for this lineup. It's all up to Light, of course, in terms of the initiation of the setups, and at the same time, with the consistency that Nats has been doing for the rest of MPL Season 12, it will definitely give a boost to Eman, Irad, and the rest of the squad. We might see some changes on Irad's heroes. We might see a fan in this time around. Who else would know? It's going to be RSG again surprising us with those type of heroes, probably.
Yesterday, Smart Omega put on quite a show. The question is, can they do it twice in a row? They're fielding Kelra, Andoryu, Etomax, Ryota, and Chakno.
Yep, again, the original Kings of C on the side of Smart Omega. Really interesting to see here the dynamics of the new junglers. Andoryu is going up against Ira that has proven himself to be a mechanical prowess machine. I mean, a mechanic monster for the side of RSG. But again, the promise has been there. The main question here for Smart Omega is how further can Chakno really flex the roam position, because we have seen him utilize the Angela, which he himself said that it's quite boring to play. But the question is, will you go back to the original tank position versus Light, or do you actually adjust for the team?
Well, we'll see here a little bit of their stats and what the numbers say about RSG and OMG's performance so far in Season 12. Again, I'm not so sure if these have been affected. Yes, they have been from yesterday, because we're seeing a little bit more supports.
Yep, and we've established already that Irad flexes those assassins still. You know, Chantel mentioned that we might see Fanny today, but then again, the supports are now becoming a thing for both sides. But you really have to consider here that OMG will have to either play late game or contest the objective-taking capabilities of RSG, which has not been good for the for the majority of the games that RSG has been playing for the first 2 weeks. So we see a struggle here on the side of the Raiders, which Omega could actually capitalize lies, but it's all gonna be it all has to come down to how you execute these early game rotations versus RSG.
Actually, for the statistics of RSG, it was almost the same with Omega yesterday, but we saw a difference on Omega. So probably we could say that the playstyle of these teams are basically the same in terms of a team fight. A very high, around 60% for both. So this is gonna be a heavy team fight. So I don't know, maybe Light and Chakno will go again for those hard tanks.
That's right, and I think between these two tanks, what it really affects is, as we saw yesterday, the XP laner. The goal is to overload Nats or Ryota if you're on the opposite side. You understand what I'm saying, right?
Yep.
So if all of these pieces come into play, and if they all fall into place for your team, then Bob's your uncle. You win, right? Speaking of, let's go to our keys to victory, brought to you by Infinix. Here we go, Midnight. Bring it away.
Well, let's see if the meta change will affect how they win in this game. So we're going to be seeing the keys to victory here for both sides. Brought to us by Infinix. Infinix Note Series, ultra-fast gameplay. Now, for RSG, force Etumax to play non-Nook mages. We saw how Smart Omega played yesterday with the Novaria. You know, Nook-type mages are his specialty, the likes of the Savior, the Farsa, the Novaria, and we've seen the impact. Yesterday, he himself has stolen the Lord away from APBR and in turn stolen the game. The series altogether away from APBR, and that is going to come into a factor here for RSG's entire gameplay versus Smart Omega. Now, for the Barangay, they need to be able to contest Light's comfort picks, even though we have said that it has been the support meta who's been reigning supreme here, like the Angelas, the Mathildas, even the Rafaelas. We are still yet to see if Light is going to pull out those tank roamers or the setup, like the Cho, the Franco, the Grox, even the Kufra that RSG has come to love. Now, both sides, the better the late game execution, they definitely win. I would say this is mostly for Smart Omega, but RSG needs to be able to address this as well. Because the thing is, it's already the identity of the Barangay, and RSG, even with the fundamental approach, they still need to take care of how you play the late game, because the comeback factor is still going to be there for Smart Omega. Those are, again, the keys to victory here, brought to us by Infinix.
Robert, what's really amplified here, what's magnified in the way you laid out our keys to victory is, again, the difference between John, Dari, Tuazon, also known as Irad, and the young Andoryu from
the mechanic.
Barangay Mega.
The mechanic.
Yes, the mechanic. Because here, they both have two exemplary traits. One super great with micro mechanics. One super great when... Who's better at pressing buttons? Irad, right? Yep. But one thing that Andoryu has, and I think you'll agree with me, and Chantel, you've seen him in action the past few weeks, Andoryu has amazing instincts. Andoryu plays like a friggin' veteran.
Yeah, actually, we saw him play with the Lancelot yesterday. Probably the first time we saw him with the Lancelot this season. And there's a potential for this kid, if we might say, that it's a mixture of that killer instinct, and at the same time, he goes for that kind of support type of jungler for the team.
And that's all, again, put on a pedestal when your mid laner is present to help you out. Aqua and Etumax both complement their junglers respectively.
Yeah, dude, talk about veteran. Etumax coming off from a rest season, now delivering some punches. 10.86 KDA, the highest in the league.
Wow.
You can't talk about how old the finger is on this guy. He's just way too good.
And at the same time, if you remember it, yesterday, it was really APBR winning that game. But because of that Lord Steal, it was Etumax damage that the Tagalog broadcast. And all I can say for Etumax, the veteran instinct is there. And for Aqua, it's somehow there as well. But I kind of feel like if he's up against Etumax, we could see the full potential of Aqua.
I hate to say it, but it looks like the junglers mirror the mid laners. Because between the both of them, right, Etumax and Aqua, I think Aqua's technicalities are much better than Etumax.
Yep.
But when it comes to instinct and game IQ and just like, I feel it, I'm going to do it, Etumax trumps him.
Definitely on the latter part of the game.
Late game, like past 20 minutes.
That's
level
why you
100.
Mega Timers. That's why you have Mega Timers, you know?
Past 20 minutes, right? Suddenly, Etumax turns into someone else entirely. What do you call him then?
Wait.
F3 man?
No.
I'll see myself out. Never mind.
It's hard. It's hard.
Etumax plays.
Etumax plays.
Only he knows.
Only he knows.
No, we don't even know. Again, science is nothing Omega, dude.
Numbers don't make sense.
Numbers don't make sense. Analysis don't make sense. I even got tagged in social media pages.
Oh, yeah?
It doesn't make sense. Like, Damage, none.
Oh, yeah.
Team fight, none. Omega, hold my beer.
Even the winning percentage, you don't even know. Sometimes the other team is at 91%, but they win with 9% remaining.
Well, what's the numbers to do the odds, the circumstances when you don't get a good draft in? Here we go. We're about to begin game 1 proper in this best of 3 between RSG and OMG. It's the drafting phase, and it looks like it's Omega on the play. They ban out the Lancelot and the Kaja. RSG with Coach Panda at the lead, taking out the Matilda and the Angela. Good picks, good calls, I'd say, for bans.
No supports on the roam, and maybe just removing one more, the Rafaela, just to make sure that there are no new changes that will come out in this draft. But I feel like Smart Omega is onto something here. Again, they are kind of isolating the hero picks of Light, and they are also setting up for Shaknu, to get his hands on better tank matchups like the Grok, the Kufras. And I would even dare say that they're not even looking at Irad's way. Just the Lancelot ban, it's going to suffice. Because we've seen Irad, he's been banned out for a few matches now. Like 4 heroes, 5 heroes, Irad heroes. Omega, they don't care. It looks like Omega saying, you're not the win condition. Light is.
Any hero aside from a Lancelot, then Irad's not going to be a threat for Omega here. And knowing that this is the trajectory of the bans for Omega, are we to see a Novaria first pick?
An Etomax. Ooh.
An Etomax hero?
Well, there's a lot of things open for Omega. Fredrin. Oh, the Baksha is open, actually.
Yeah, I almost forgot.
Fredrin, Valentina is an option for RSG. Really good in the hands of both Irad and Aqua. Joy is out. So looking at the matchup, I think you could make an argument where they could pick up the Paquito here for Nats. But knowing RSG, they like putting Nats on the second phase, especially the first pick. Not unless they have a flex hero.
Well, we'll see. Fred's still open. Val, I'd expect maybe at least one of those to show up here. I forgot. What? How did and Edith, how do we forget?
None of the heroes that we've mentioned, but this is a nice pick actually for RSG and a surprising one.
It's nice, RSG staying away from their usual draft new ones. Because I reviewed these slots, they don't pick them in these slots. Like the Navaria, it's an anti-Etomax pick. You're not stealing your lords. We want to play objectives. We want to take lord. I don't want Navaria showing up in this game.
Yep, and if anything, this is the perfect foil, or at least a great hero in the hands of Aqua. Because he's able to play with space, able to give vision to the rest of the squad. How does Omega close up their first phase?
Val, Terizla.
I don't know about the Val, though. Maybe the Val might even go through the second phase.
Eve, actually, is a very good option here for Smart Omega. But they go for the Brody.
So is this an early Brody here for Omega, or probably they want to limit as much as possible the possibilities for Emma to take this hero? So are we going to see a Fredrin this time?
I would say...
For it not to be banned?
Oh, yeah, no, Bruno's still open, too.
Yeah, Bruno's open. I think if you're RSG, it's smarter to pick Bruno now, because even if you let go of the jungler, like if Omega bans out Fredrin and Martis, you can just still go for a Fanny on Irad. But I do think that RSG is still considering like not getting the Fanny at all, because it did put him in an awkward position last time they used it. So Coach Panda is going with the a classic jungle matchup like the Baksha and the Fredrin. By the way, still 100% contention rate. Fredrin has showed up in all games.
That's a really nice statistics for this Fredrin. And at the same time, once you see Baksha on the other side, it's 100% that you will see Fredrin on the other side since Lancelot is banned. Knowing that this is the trajectory of the pickings for both teams, I kind of feel like for Omega, it's a good idea for them to ban out MN heroes or limit the remaining heroes that are not yet revealed,
the Bruno,
probably.
The Irithel, even the carry.
Choke out heroes that the Brody can't bully.
Yep.
So that even with the whole range situation, because look, RSG, through the Novaria and the Edith, they automatically win long-range and short-range engagements. So, again, if you can win off the gold lane, do that.
I love this.
Or also,
the respect.
They're forcing Irad to play the Fredrin.
Because, again, RSG has been known to flex Nats, hero pool, especially on second and third pick. Because the way you see it, like if you think that Irad will play the Fredrin, then suddenly they pick up an assassin on the second phase, and then Nats just flexes his fingers on these XP lane type junglers.
Okay. So I'm kind of thinking for RSG, is there's a possibility to put this Novaria as a post 5 and go for another Nuke Mage?
Whoa.
Maybe a Lilia, but that's too fancy
All right.
for a lineup. But there's a possibility, right?
Yeah.
Okay, to be fair, I have to acknowledge the fact that we didn't expect Renegade from Blacklist to do that, but he did. So maybe Light picked up a few tricks, who knows?
But there's an idiot already.
Yeah.
Maybe on Expo lane.
I mean, that's ultra flex. Like, if that is going to be the case.
That's a mad shuffle.
Like, all of these are super, super flexible. I mean, it's viable, but knowing RSG, they will likely put either either the Fredrin or the Edith on Nats, and then probably Aqua is going to be putting up his hands on this Novaria.
Oh.
I like this Ixia pick ban, but I still do think that Bruno is a very, very good pick here for RSG, especially if you couple it up with something like a Yuzong last pick.
Maybe Omega's comfortable with that. Maybe they're willing to deal with the Bruno anyways. Because you can send Andoryu to kind of pressure him. Won't be able to kick those balls freely
Yeah, that's true.
if Andoryu finds his way.
Just presses Tortoise Poison, removes half of the damage that the Bruno deals.
Oh,
But the other teammates, however,
that's the Bruno.
it's a different story.
That's the
yeah.
Bruno, yeah.
No, that's a Baksha. Whoa.
Oh,
That too when he jumps.
when he jumps, the sound effect. Yeah. How about the carry for RSG?
Carry sounds
Oh,
decent.
that works
Yeah.
too.
It's good against Terizla. And it's all, good against Terizla and Baksha.
Read into it.
Not really good in terms of laning matchup against a
Yep.
Brody, but you can live with it.
It's going to struggle, but I guess that's why you have the Novaria, right? You
Exactly.
kind of shrink that whole length between mid lane and gold lane,
Yep.
and then you go from there.
Maybe one reason as to why RSG also prioritized carry instead of Bruno is because they are looking for a very late game
Yeah.
against Omega.
They know.
There you go, the
Oh,
Rafaela.
okay. You mentioned this earlier, Rafaela.
This is dirty, man. This is Blacklist International 2020.
Yeah.
Rafaela, Baksha, and Brody.
Even Terizla actually with this and Lilia. Okay.
Oh, dear Lord.
This is Blacklist.
With this kind of lineup, I don't doubt that you will get two torn apart memories in a single team fight.
Yeah.
Like, that's how long it'll last.
Dude, this is Blacklist MSC when they beat them.
Oh, really?
Exactly. No, not the exact lineup, but the identity. Like when Omega was able to win MSC.
Then execration.
This was then execration. This was the lineup that Blacklist used to run.
Yeah. And to think, Chakno used to struggle with Rafaela. I remember he played it a couple of times in the season that led
Didn't like
up
it.
to that MSC. It was
like
very weird. That was when they were like a 6-series lose streak.
Yeah.
Yup.
Yuzong, there you go. That's a Yuzong.
That's
Yuzong.
what you say. That's right.
Yuzhong.
Okay.
It's an English thing.
All right.
English desk thing.
So who's the Yuzhong trying to hunt down? The Brody, right? That's your
The Brody.
best target.
24/7.
And at the same time, force the Lilia to use the black shoes as early as possible.
All right, looking at the index, there's very little late game for Smart Omega, and I agree. I think their spike actually happens around the 15 to 16 minute mark, and then they dip from there.
Yeah.
As for RSG, though, man, I think the crowd knows. The crowd is aware of the fact that this is a late game matchup, and with that kind of draft, RSG just trumps them.
Yeah.
RSG just wins.
Like all throughout early game, they have amazing team fight. Late game, they have the damage.
All right, folks, I want y'all to watch out for the Smart Power prediction. At some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowersMPL-S12.
One lucky commenter who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye out for the poll.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to walk straight into the land of dawn. And one more quick look at our team's lineups. I'm seeing a couple of wilderness blessings here.
Yep. Very important in the early game when you're planning on invading the jungle. But I'm actually surprised Irad is rocking full tank on the Fredrin. Full tank emblem, tank tier 1 and tier 2 talents, with the exception of the QC. QC is always popping out everywhere.
2 words.
This is an early poke though for RSG. Chakna's almost the first casualty for this game, but again, this is a Rafaela. Sustain's gonna be there.
Yep.
Very, very nice poking for both of our players.
He's fine. Did spend his flicker, but it's not going to be much of an issue. Here's another look at our emblems while Etomax goes 2v1 against Aqua and Light. Anything else that catches our eye?
Oh, okay, never mind. He has firmness actually on the Fredrin.
So firm.
And I think again the Wilderness Blessing is gonna matter for the Lilia and the Rafaela.
Yep.
But that is true as well for like the Navaria. The move speed buff is gonna make sure that Aqua is survivable in clashes. Because if you look at the way Omega works, Like, the only engage that they have is with the penalty zone. And if you're not able to catch this Nabari, she's just going to be able to output more DPS in team fights. And do remember that those DPS, they hurt. Like, they're not like small damages. These are small pockets of burst damages.
But here at the top lane, we can see some pokes here from RNG. And the first blood will go to Irad. Very, very nice rotation from them. There's no going to be trade. But it's going to be those gold plates for Keller at the bottom lane.
Man, I don't know if that works out. If the math checks out, dude, that was a loss for OMG still. I think the fact that Ryota willfully give himself away.
Oh, another casualty and then for RNG. Oh, there. But Eman with that shuriken blades will secure that kill. Very, very nice against a gold laner.
When it rains, it pours.
And right now, we can see the turtle being started. There's no chance for Omega to contest this one. Even the zone out from Naz is very efficient.
Oh my, Omega losing out on the early game. This is the downside of having a Rafaela on the roam that does not roam, stays wherever. And RSG, they're the ones who are dictating the pressure on the map. And I like the fact that RSG went on to XP first. It's kind of the same script that Omega ran yesterday.
Oh, look at how deep Aqua's going.
Ooh.
That's just so much confidence for Eman. Light is also just waiting in the wings. Quick note, y'all talk about Kelra, Oheb, Kelra, Oheb. How about Kelra, Eman? It's happened a whopping 21 times in the past with Eman having one game over the Filipino Savage.
So this might be the possibility for Kelra to tie things up.
Oh, 11 to 11?
11 to 11, maybe. But here at this Riverside, battle zone for the side of Ryota, but Irad is low on life. Might be a casualty for them, but it's going to be a double kill for the jungler of Omega, Andorio with that kill.
Oh, 2 for 2, and they want more!
Oh, Emma's going to be the target. Are they going to be able to get this? What a nice kill! Again, a 3-2 for the score.
Oh my, RSG. I mean, they don't have that good early game. So this is just Omega utilizing their heroes. You know, the Baksha, the Lilia, Ryota with the rotation, the penalty zone that catches RSG off guard. Irad was caught out of position and they were heavily punished. And that's going to reward Omega not just the momentum, but Kelra with tons of gold on the Brody.
Oh, you know what? I think Omega was just waiting for everybody to hit level 4 because I've never seen a rubber band effect happen so quickly and so early in the game.
And if we look at Andorio's KDA, it's now already at 2-0-1. So with the fast rotation of the backside, I kind of feel it for RSG. They have to do something in terms of the counter engages, right?
Yep.
Knowing that there is going to be a turtle objective, which, by the way, RSG is now in position.
They'll try their best to contest this for RSG, but I do think you're happy with, Eman just double waving from bot to mid lane. Omega, actually, they're not contesting.
If I remember it correctly, even yesterday they weren't contesting some. The Dragon 4 again for Nat. Just to give vision for RSG, and RSG in an instant will secure yet another turtle against Omega.
I think what you were trying to say at the Chantel was the fact that, this is
you?
par for the course for OMG. They did this against APBR yesterday.
Yep.
They surrendered 2 turtles, and it's like it didn't matter.
Dude, that was funny when you see the black dragon form come from the corner. Like when Andorio was rotating towards the turtle, that's like, hey, you're not supposed to be there. Come here. You're mine.
No.
Oh.
You can't be near us. This is our territory. It's something, it's a nap thing, in terms of objectives.
Surprisingly, Brody is behind by 500 gold versus Eman. And Eman, again, with the double waves that he has been doing for quite some time now, it puts RSG not in a leading position, not in a certain advantage, but on the pace. Like, they are set on the right path towards that late game.
Yep, so we're just looking towards when these investments, towards when this all adds up so that we'll know who really is in the lead. Man, hunker down. We're expecting another 20-30 minute bout here. Down bottom, Irad cutting the wave right behind the Ryota, and that's going to allow him to just take out all the minions coming in. And there's this big rotation up top. I'm wondering, are they going to take down Nats?
I mean, it's 3-2 right now. Smart Omega, they are forced to kind of just defend the tower as they're not the one making the move because it's RSG.
Edomax will use that black shoes. There's going to be a knock-up here for the side of RSG. Freeze from Eman, and Eman will secure that kill.
Man, Holy Healing can only do so much, especially at 6 minutes in. Etomax used everything to save himself.
And that was an ultra-fast rotation action for RSG. But again, on the middle lane, Ryota is almost low on life. Comes in for that flicker and still alive for this game.
I mean, the thing with Rafael is that she's really strong when you're playing aggressive. When she's defensive, yeah, she can just, make sure that you're able to go back. The insurance is there, that your team survives. But with initiations like that, where RSG just have damage, it's going to be hard for Challenge to sort of like see.
I think for RSG, the play now is to activate Eman as early as possible they're bringing and having Eman be part of the team fight. Another turtle for RSG, no signs of contest for Omega, and all turtles will go to the hands of RSG.
100% 3 for 3, and that's going to give RSG here a solid 1,000 gold lead. All right, for sure. This time around midnight, we can say RSG is leading.
Yeah, RSG is definitely leading 7 minutes in, but Omega, they will have their power spike come soon, especially when they group up with the Brody. But then again, it has like the dynamics of how this game has been, shaping up to be has to change for Omega. It shouldn't be RSG forcing out the fights. It should be Smart Omega looking for pickups like this.
Speaking of pickups, Aqua is to use the flicker. Still alive for this game. Astral Echo for Aqua, and Light is hiding on that little bush. Is there going to be a setup play? Okay, here's the target, but Etamax is going to be doing those shadow energies, poking the players. No casualty and disengage for both teams.
I mean, credit where credit is due. Chakno just did press the button on the HB, right? The Holy Baptism really could have been used to secure the kill on Light, but that's just Light. That's just a roamer.
It was not worth it for Smart Omega. But then again, if you look at RSG, you forced out the flicker on Light, but at the end of the day, Purify has also been exhausted on the Lilia, and it means that Omega, whenever they want to fight next, Edamax is going to be limited.
Probably the target for them, but there's going to be a taunt here against Andorio. And little by little, the HG is bringing it down, but still alive. Here comes the penalty zone. Irad not as well on Dragon form. Petrify against Zelda. We have the Black Shoes for Etamax. A lot of skills have been used, but there's no casualty for both.
Close call. I think RSG's front line came in at the right time, and Omega thought twice about it. Maybe if they got enough stacks on torn bar memory, would have turned around.
I mean, the only way for Omega to survive it was just completely back off. Because again, if you look at the way that they're shaped up to be right now, Etamax was limited at that moment. Like, he does not have Purify. So when they saw that RSG were willing to commit, they backed off. And that just gives a lot of space for RSG to work with. Now, Lord spawning in 5 seconds, 2 seconds actually in RSG. They are already in position to take this one.
I call that a technical knockout. Technically, RSG won that fight. They pushed Omega out of that lane, out of that corridor of the map, which gave them pure priority on this Lord, which gets cancelled. Yeah, no. I just could have sworn Andorio thought that they were going to go in.
Yep, and actually for RSG, I really like the discipline of the team because they could have forced for a kill under the turret earlier because they saw Omega trying to back away, but this is going to be a long one. Again, Andorio and the rest of the players of RSG are here for the Vision. We might see those massive damages from Aqua's pokes, probably from Etamax as well, but it's going to be crucial because he might be forced to use that Black Shoes again.
There is an ice green one, however, on the Lilia, so this is going to change out the team fight for Smart Omega. Slows will be a problem for RSG, but they have just so much HP. Like, Onirad himself, how much is this? 7, 6, 8? I don't know. Maybe around those numbers, but fact of the matter is, he's tanky.
Yeah, RSG just has all the peel in the world, which makes, again, their initiations much safer. Omega's playing with a buffer, they're playing with the Holy Healing, and it just doesn't work the same way. And with this Astral Echo, once again, RSG pushes Omega out of position, giving the Raiders here just prime stands and timing on this Lord. An amazing dance, we're just waiting for this to break out.
Yeah.
And the folks against Chapter, they're really massive here. Riona will use the penalty zone. Andorra comes in, but Eman's gonna be doing some free hits. Light is forced to back away, so there's no possibility again for another Lord fight. But Irad is here. Same with Knox, ready for a backup.
Alright, this is where the advantage of the Rafaela comes in. You are just able to reset skirmishes like that. RSG, if they want to fight, they need to fully commit, which makes this Lord dance really, really awkward for the Raiders.
Awkward, but it's amazing. I'm loving it. We're here for it. Another Astral Echo
all in,
and a Black Uniform.
I think the Raiders are ready to raid the front guys as Irad will secure this Lord. A player is down, but look at Eman with those free hits. Not just zoning off the players, but a kill spree for Andorra here. Flicker in for Kelma, comes in for those pokes. Ryota with another kill, and it's as if it's okay for Omega to not take the Lord, but get the players of RSG.
3 for none, team fight, beautiful!
I mean, classic Omega, right? They just turned the Lord objective into a single team fight. They win that, but then again, you see RSG fully committing on that Lord. That's how you win these Lord dances against the Rafaela, because you have already Aqua countered by the heals coming out from the Rafaela. Essentially a matchup problem, but RNG are providing solutions for it. But Smart Omega, again, when you look at team fights, science and numbers has nothing on this team. They just win fights.
All right, with the way that things have gone so far here in this, 12-minute game, I think we are going to get what we asked for. We're going to get what we expected.
4 more minutes. 4 more minutes.
Oh, Mega timers abound. This is a tier 1 down bottom that's almost going to go down. RSG has their way for it. I wonder what Ryota's thinking.
I mean, Ryota's thinking of initiating on Emma because he is the win condition of RSG. And the thing about RSG is, late game, yeah, you do have like tons of damage, but it's mostly a carry. You have you have insane focus, but Rafael is going to be able to heal it. And in terms of late game, Omega, even though we say that they're not really that good in late game, it's just a matter of taking down the carry. And Brody has decent late game damage, by the way.
Are we saying that the Index doesn't understand how Omega plays? Because I don't understand how Omega plays.
Dude, if Science has nothing on Omega, what more of the Index?
It's an Omega thing, I think.
It's an Omega thing.
Probably the software has to be changed specifically for Omega.
They have their own metrics.
They
it's
have
a universal
their
thing.
metrics. So again,
They're the pyramids of MLBB.
Okay, Adamax uses Black Shoes, Astral Echo for Aqua. It's just gonna be the pokes here for both players. But we see the damage now for Aqua. With those Astral Recalls actually against Omega.
Yep, it's so easy. It's low committal for RSG, except for when they actually say go, because there's a lot of greens that they're using to actually win team fights. Black Dragon Form, the Primal Wrath, and of course, Emman's ult. But here's the thing, right? I think this next Lord might actually be 50-50. This next Lord coming up in about 30 seconds somehow. If OMG actually finds Emman, not just Emman, if they find Aqua first, and they don't have to do what they did in that first Lord fight, which is the turn, then it might be easier.
Might not even reach that point. Omega's looking to fight.
Oh! The dash from here is there. Eto Max, oh my god, he's gonna be the target, but uses the Black Shoes, Black Dragon
Oh, that's
Form.
a good force.
Okay, and
that's a good force.
Zoning out the players of Omega, comes in for those damages. And here we go, the Battle Zone is here. Save goes with Ryota. Almost all life, but not gonna be down. Not this time, as Omega will force back away. And RSG is gonna disengage as well.
This is what we were talking about, right? That one pickoff, OMG got it, but it was on Nats. I wonder if that's enough, because look, Omega, they're pretty low, they need to recover. RSG first to the scene at the Lord!
I mean, RSG, as much as they are in prime position right now, Omega just kind of like broke the system that they're used to playing. If you want to dissect how Omega plays, they just play outside the realm of objectives. They know that Lord was spawning in 20 seconds. Let's force Black Dragon Form.
Battle Zone, Light is gonna be here, Primal Route has been used. Irad will come in for the Appraiser Shaft. Not enough damage against Kelra. Takes in, soaks in the damage. Ryota with a kill. The jungler of RSG is down. Again, Irad is down. Perfect timing for Omega to take this Lord.
Oh, masterful engage from the Mamba. FHB, flicker holy baptism into the Lord!
Dude, you said it yourself earlier. He didn't press it. He was saving up for late game. He was making sure that he saves his energy for the most impactful play. And again, Omega just playing outside the realm of objectives. Let's force Black Dragon Form, the BDF against RSG. We win that team fight, we take out Nats. And when we go to Lord, we're not taking Lord, we're fighting!
We're seeing some WWE action here as Light is going to be down again. Take note that the Lord will march in here at the middle lane, and a lot of pressure coming from the Omega squad.
They just went and ran through that bottom lane tier too like it was nothing. Oh, and now Etomax picks up the Divine Glaive with this Luminous Lord marching through.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
This is, it's gonna do more than hurt. You're gonna feel it. It's scathing.
And talk about the rage for Etomax here. Again, Lord knocking at the middle lane. Forced to back away, it's gonna be Irad. But Inhibitor turret is gonna be secured here by Omega. Is RG gonna be defending their base as the Lord will shrink in terms of HP? Top tier Inhibitor turret is gonna be the target. Ryota takes in the damage from Irad and not enough damage for them. 2 Inhibitor turrets down from Omega, wow.
All right, the discipline here. Omega really could have forced the issue, but they said, you know what, we're happy with the 2 inhibitors, and we'll go from there. Chantel, Midnight, is it just me or is this a huge 3K gold lead?
That is a whopping 3K gold lead. Penalty zone!
That is a huge penalty zone as well for Ryota. But no minion wave
Ouch,
for
ouch.
Omega this time around. They need to back away, and discipline is there for Omega.
Something tells me this 3K is on a very specific 2 or 3 heroes from Omega. Like, it's not across the board.
Oh, FHB. Didn't hit on Aqua.
Close call, close call.
That was close.
All right.
That's why Chapman was saving the energy, you know?
Man, those flicker holy baptisms are coin flips, man.
Yeah. I mean, if it's a coin flip, you know, if it's not gonna work, it's not gonna work. But if it works, it's really gonna give Omega like a boost in terms of momentum. You saw that earlier, like the FHB against RSG, they backed off.
FHBTM.
FHBTM. You will just use it once in a lifetime, but you want to make it remarkable.
Yep. You know what? Now that we say it like this, now that we're talking about it like this, it feels like a Chaknu Tyrant's Revenge Rage combo. You know what I mean? Like, jump in, do it once, everybody follow through, it's over.
Come on, that's the SOP of, you know, of
Okay, a
Smart
lot of
Omega.
acronyms here.
SOP is standard operation procedure.
Okay.
Never
But
enough.
for Omega, it's different.
Acronyms are
Screw
funny.
objectives, please.
Oh, that's
They play outside of objectives, dude. Like you saw earlier, Lord was wanting in 20 seconds. Usually what happens is teams will try
dance.
They dance around the Lord. They wait for the Lord to respawn. They clear the opposite side of the map. But Omega, they said no. 5-man opposite side of the map. Let's look for the dragon. When they saw the dragon, okay, back off.
And they took him down.
Yeah, and Nuts kind of like overextended. And then when he got done, RSG was not in position to actually fight Smart Omega in that area.
Probably a miscommunication as well for RSG. I think Nats thought that they will go for a team fight after that Dragon
Because
Form.
the Dragon Form was used.
Yep. But yeah, we'll see again another Lord dance probably for Omega and RSG. This might be a bait again, but Riolia is at the bush waiting for the perfect time to use that penalty zone.
I mean, at this point, Aqua is just providing vision for RSG. The damage is negligible at this point because Chakno again is just constantly healing the pokes coming out from the bar. That's big though. Black Shoes looking for an Etomax.
Yep. He still has a Purify though. Watch out. Astral Echoes thrown out. 2 spotted. And that's a concealed play from Light. Oh, looking for a bush. No one home. And the Lord, ladies and gentlemen, has been involved.
Okay, Midnight, you said earlier that this is going to be a 20-minute game time probably. We're
2
close
minutes
to that. 2 minutes more. So we'll see again another Lord dance from Irad and Aldoryu. And Etomax is just not backing away on using the black shoes and even the energy.
He has it again. It's on cooldown.
Dude, he's level 15. Again, the patch specifically stated that Lilia, not Etomax.
Not Etomax.
Lilia gets the 5 stacks of Shadow Energy once he hits level 15.
Okay, so there's the taunt against Etomax. Oh, black shoes again for Etomax here. Is this going to be the start of the team fight for both teams?
Light
is forced to flicker away. Immortality has been blocked for both Ryota and Light, but Light's going to be the target here. Black Dragon Form for Nuts. Antonio with that Immortality as well. Nuts with that secure kill, making 2 casualties for the side of Omega.
Wow.
Oh, another one. No one wants to back away.
TB3, Irad.
Oh, Kelra!
Okay, free hit for Kelra. Irad slowly killed by Kelra here. I don't think that the Omega wants to take that Lord. They want to finish this game. Astral Echo for Atlas.
SOP!
For that Immortality. Eman is still alive using the Winter Truncheon. Away and Kelra is down. Despite the defense that RSG needs for this game.
Abort! Abort! Chakno Etomax say we're getting out of here. We overcommitted. Eman is a threat to be reckoned with.
Oh my.
Could have been a win.
It looked like, all right, Chaknu and the gang looked like they were going to be able to end the game. Kelra specifically wanted to take out the carry at that moment, but he got baited by the wind of nature coming up from the carry. By the way, just want to commend Nuts though. The way that he split that fight against Omega, Emma was able to take out 2 heroes before Omega started winning that team fight. But if that didn't happen, RSG would have been, you know, wiping their tears right now because they just could have just lost to Omega.
Would have been over, but then again, he's not just any man, he's Airman.
Okay.
Oh,
look at Etomax here. That's going to be the target free hit from Airman. Here comes Nats with the Black Dragon form. Comes in, finds Sandoryu. And a nice petrify 3-man knockout from the Dragon. And that is a nice kill actually for RSG. There's no jungler for Omega right now.
Yep, it looks like RSG now back in the driver's seat, in control of this Lord, despite having lost 2 inhibitors. They seem to be in control. Oh, Chantel, man, I gotta ask you guys, did Omega get a little impatient? Like that last sequence into this recent blunder with Andorio dying. Is this sign of Omega getting a little impatient?
I mean, it looks like it right now. Omega, they just lost a Lord versus RSG. And do keep in mind that the Raiders, they are the ones who are better in terms of late game here, especially with the damage coming out from the carry. And of course, the way that RSG treats this team fight. Nuts is just there to split it for Omega so that RSG can just freely hit with the carry. And now with this Lord, RSG might have the opportunity to crack the base open for Omega.
Okay.
Off
Okay.
Omega, sorry.
That was close. So that was close for Riota. Again, for RSG at the same time, we could see Light already with the Blade Armor. He saw the potential of Omega to actually force a kill against him. Okay. If you're Etomax, you're a bit disarrayed on that moment. But yeah, RSG with the pressure as well. Continuously diving into the jungle of Omega.
It looks like RG is looking to equalize, make the map a little more red this time around as they send waves through top, mid, and bottom. A big black dragon man down bot, and this Lord up top. All right.
Okay.
This gives us some time to digest and understand what's going on. I think the bigger questions lay on the barangay, right? Like, what's going on? What are they to do now? Because it looks like when they force something, it's clear it's not going to work. RSG, not the kind of team you can do this with.
I mean, somebody has to jump really on the carry. Like, it could be just the the Terizla or maybe even the Baksha of Andoryu. But the main problem has been the Yuzong, because that's a Yuzong. But those aside, Nats just splits the team fight for Smart Omega, and they cannot fight into the Dragon when he's just flying around because the way the Yuzong works. And when Omega cannot really fight into the back line, Carry is just gonna be able to free hit whoever is left in front of Smart Omega. And usually the case is Ryota is just left behind the enemy lines because the Brody needs his teammates to peel for him. And again, Yuzong, the Yuzong alone they cannot deal with.
Yeah, and at the same time, if you compare the vision that Yuzong can give as compared to Terizla, it's as if Omega's just forced to go in for that initiation against Light, the front runners of RSG, because the range is very different from Yuzong. So with that being said, after the team fight or after the initiation from Ryota, it's a go signal for Emma to actually move forward and do the free hit.
Again, Nats is just dividing the sea.
Split the way.
Split, he was splitting the Kings of Sea.
Yeah.
And isn't that beautiful? He split. I get it. Moses. All right.
Thanks.
So it's very difficult because think about it this way. Already. Yeah! All
yeah!
right.
It's mandatory. Sorry, guys.
RSG. Yeah. All right. So back to the topic at hand. Already, even in the first phase of the draft, RSG already won when it comes to range and initiation coverage, right?
Oh, yeah.
They have the Edith and they have the Navaria. Yeah. I'm sorry, we don't make the rules. So, plus the whole Yuzong situation in the last phase.
That's a Yuzong.
Now, talking about what we mentioned already. Hey, this is the barangay side right here. This is great. Talking about the barangay side, they have so many things to deal with. And what this looks like and what this equates to is Ryota getting overloaded, man. Yeah. Ryota's trying to do too much.
Yup, definitely the attacker here for the side of Omega. You see right now the Lord at the top of the base of Omega. Inhibitor turret is down, so probably this is going to be a fast defense for Omega. As easy because they have...
Oh, look at the prep pumps. Oh my goodness.
Enomax is ready for the defense.
Yeah, he's prepping.
Okay, he's prepping for that initiation from RSG.
Like techies.
So probably we might see another Lord, right?
Yeah. It's gonna happen. I mean, a minute and a half until RSG can actually make a play for another inhibitor push, another penetration here. But just like that, 6K ahead. All right, in contrary to what I said earlier, this is like a small 6K.
There you go.
Now,
Okay. Here
Split
comes
the
the
sea.
dragon again from
Split the
Nats.
sea.
Okay, splitting the sea comes out of the map, by the way, but the inhibitor turret is down at the bottom lane.
Fundamental objective take, the FOT.
Whoa.
But Omega, SOP against crew objectives, please. They want to fight, but RSG, they're not giving them the chance.
Oh, man. Okay, I take it back. This is a very significant 6K gold lead. Omega just defended. They had a damn turret, and they still were at half health right after the defense.
No. 6K in this moment, it doesn't matter. Because you've already hit 60K on both sides. Meaning almost all of them have their items locked in. And maybe some items are getting swapped out, but the point is, they are in peak condition in terms of itemization.
Okay, speaking of itemization, actually, We can see immortality for Andori here. But Irad doesn't have one. So it might be crucial for the next Lord, which is, by the way, 20 seconds before it spawns. So Aqua takes in some of the damage from Etomax. And what's really nice for this Lilia and Novaria matchup is that they are the ones zoning out the other players.
Etomax is having a blast.
Yeah.
Using this, Lilia.
Yeah. I'd like to think that now he's figured out what the actual range is, because Lily is a mid-range hero, and you need to be able to move around to make the most of that, to make it feel like it's more. And now penalty zone!
Here comes the flicker penalty zone from Ryota. Here comes the players of Omega, but take note, the Etomax will use the back with black shoes.
Top lane, top lane!
Kelra, wait, Kelra! Kelra in the top lane. There's a lot happening here in this game. Freeze from Kelra. Naz is just zoning out Kelra.
Eman!
No immortality! And Aqua will secure the kill. Eman will slowly but surely kill down the base, and RSG will win game number 1.
Oh man, it had to come down to this. Between the unmovable object and the unstoppable force stood a backdoor play coming out of Eman.
Oh my goodness, we literally said, or Mida said that Nax was dividing the sea, but the whole RSG divided the game. Literally, top lane from Eman for the backdoor. Nax did a great job. Wow.
That was not splitting the sea, that was splitting the land of Dawn.
Yeah.
They split the entire map.
Yep, Nats distracted them well enough so that they didn't see Eman coming, which in hindsight is what literally happened. That's amazing. I mean, this is one of the more honest backdoor moments we've had in recent memory, right?
Yep.
But it's inevitable. You saw it coming, and Omega can't do nothing about it.
You couldn't even call it a split. Like, RSG were just too focused on taking the objective. Like, RSG, they were not versus Omega. Eman was versus Towers. That was just it. Because he didn't even try to move. Like, if you look at the minimap, he didn't even try to move back towards the team fight. He was just like, what are you doing, guys? I'm in front of the tower.
This is my game plan. Y'all do that. Thank you very much.
Yeah. The only call for RSG is to let Eman do his thing. Let's find Kelra. They are still on that fundamentals that we say, find Kelra and then win the game. They found Kelra, and at the same time, they win the game by having Eman do the backdoor play. Again, RSG surprising us with that type of a shot calling.
I mean, it's not like Omega didn't see it coming too, right? Like, they tried. Chaknu made it to face off with the minions, but it's not the right hero. Maybe if it was Etomax, right? No, not to cry over spilled milk here, but if it was Etomax, maybe.
Maybe prep the bombs before you actually leave the base, or maybe just leave somebody there, because Omega did that yesterday. Like, Chaknu was just, alone inside the base, but the main difference here is he's rocking a Rafaela. You're supposed to be grouping up.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Ina, Robert, here's the thing. RSG forced Omega to forget SOP. They forced him to mind the O. Now, with that said, what did that mean? What did that lead to? Midnight, tell us in your analysis.
Well, again, RSG, they are just too laser focused on the objective here. Even though they have the better late game team fight, they are just looking at the objectives, which is the towers and the base. And the way that RSG raided the base of Omega was enough to actually close out this game number 1 on the back of a backdoor play on the MVP of this game, the carry on Eman. Fantastic performance. Again, this was the late game insurance RSG prepped against Smart Omega. And even though he could have joined the fight, he instead went on straight ahead inside the base of Smart Omega and took it down. And I want to point out here the choice of the battle spell, the Purify versus the Trizda. Again, it makes perfect sense because it paints the picture of how RSG wanted to treat the team fights against Smart Omega. And we're going to be seeing that in the highlights just a bit. But the main story here is that RSG, they weren't really looking to fight into Smart Omega. They weren't even looking to, go up against the hero matches that they have. What they were looking for is farming the resources, taking the objectives, and ending the game. Earlier on the game, we saw Smart Omega kind of like have a hard time against RSG because of the initiations coming out from Light on the Edict. They were just prepping too much pressure on the rivers, and Omega, they were punished, but they were able to clap back. The penalty zone coming out from Ryota was able to punish Irad at some moments in the game because RSG, they weren't really ready to fight as 5 They were just letting MN farm in the early game, while Omega were constantly pushing the boundaries of what their lineup could do, especially with the Rafael on their side. They're able to group up, they're able to kind of like force a team fight against RSG. And when Kelra came online, the Brody provided the needed damage to take out these BP frontliners on the side of RSG. But then again, mid to late game is a different story. Nats on the Yuzong is able to force out the split and team fights, but this was a fantastic play coming out from Omega. Like the force on the Black Dragon form, the SOP, because Lord was spawning in 20 seconds, but they decided to not go for the Lord contest, but instead go for a team fight, which they forced the Black Dragon form, and Nats overcommitted. But after that, Nats corrected the gameplay. RSG, every single time they fight, it's always with the Black Dragon form and the Yuzong splitting the fight of Omega. If you look at the game right now, front line and back line is just separated, literally splitting the Kings of C here. And RSG, they were always ready to peel for Eman, and Eman was just dealing with the front liners as he doesn't need to really think about the Brody in terms of positioning and damage. This was a very good outplay coming up from Eman, using the Wind of Nature at exactly the right time to bait out the torn apart memory, and after that, Eman focused on the objectives and took out game number 1 in the hands of Smart Omega. Even in the face of Omega timers, they were really just keen on taking the objectives. Now we're gonna be looking at some of the emblems here. I really like the choice of Emma to go for the Quantum Charge, and of course with the Marksman emblem alongside the Weapon Master, which does give him more damage in terms of the items that he buys, especially when he bought the Malefic Roar and PHS, and Irad with the Sustain in the front line, even buying the Blade Armor just to make sure that the damage from coming up from Kelra is going to be returned back. And of course, it does give him a lot of physical defense to work with, as he is able to just protect or peel for the carry, as he was a very, very beefy frontliner for RSG that Smart Omega cannot deal with. And of course, Nats with the Dominance Eyes, Immortality, even going for the Oracle and the Queen's Wing just to make sure that he survives the engages of Smart Omega, because he is tanky enough with Antique Keras, but provided with the additional sustain coming out from the Oracle and the Queen's Wings when his HP goes down, that just allows him to, provide for more sustain in for RSG to make sure that he is able to deal with Kelra really, really well in the front line. Shaknu with a 100% kill participation. That just means that Omega was just grouping up. Again, it is sort of like an Ube strategy, but what I wanna see here is again the damage that RSG has been able to put out. Almost 50 or 45% of the damage output came from the Novaria, and even though we said that it gets removed completely by the Rafaela, it did matter in the late game because Omega was actually trying to deal with the Novaria himself, wherein Eman had just the space needed to actually split the map and close out the game by just taking the final objective.
Man, these kinds of games, I could have sworn there were like 4 minutes left in it, 4 or 5 minutes left in it. If only that last gambit didn't work out so easy, so quickly for RSG.
Well, actually, knowing that RSG has that potential, I think for actually Omega does the same kind of strategy. I feel like they have to be prepared for any possibilities come the late game with the backdoors, knowing that it is a carry and it's really fast in terms of doing a backdoor, right? Yeah. So I don't know for the next game what's gonna be the adjustment. Probably an XP lane hero that could actually find and locate a specific hero at the back lane.
You're talking XP. I have another question that I'd like to throw over to Midnight to pick his brains. Something I picked up from his analysis. But real quick, let me tell y'all all about the MDL. Folks, please go ahead and follow and like our official accounts for the MDL Philippines. For Facebook, it's fb.com/mdlph.official, and for YouTube, it's at official MDL Philippines. Now, Midnight, question. You mentioned how Etomax was a key in what happened with Omega here in Game 1, right? And I set it up earlier that maybe it's Ryota was getting overloaded during that quick break. Mm-hmm. What if they prioritize Etomax this time around? What if it's his hero that makes sure that everything works out, and he's put in the first phase? Because here the Lily was picked up in the last phase.
Oh.
All right, the thing is, it does help, like if Etamax is allowed to play for more, like contribute more in the early game. But the main problem is Ryota got overloaded because RSG was just overloading anybody. Like if you saw how RSG moved around the map in the early game, they were not really looking to like just farm for late game. Light and the gang were just too aggressive on the map positioning. They were forcing flickers from Chapnu, they were forcing purifies, and that just meant that whenever RSG made a move on the side lanes, Omega cannot respond.
So was that all RSG? Do you think there's more that Omega can do, or is it just be better than RSG game 2?
Probably, since Andor can play a lot of heroes, I will go to that route that probably they could secure first hero for Etomax because they had an option to get first Novaria instead of Baksha. But it's their thing.
I agree. Hey, let's go throw to Mara Aquino right before we go into game 2.
Feel ko, kailangan i-finalize tong
Know who's gonna
Random.
win. So we're settle this. All right, everybody. Sa aking kaliwa, nandito si Miko Phobia. Sa aking kanan, nandito si Butters. O, respeto. Eto, sila ngayon ay magbabattle para sa kanilang koponan. Sisimulan natin dahil nanalo ang RSG sa panig ni Butters. Butters,
Ako na?
ikaw na, Butters.
Okay. Shooting gallery game? Oh, game. Okay. Alam mo, Miko, hindi ko alam kung bakit ako yung tinarget mo. Nung kinuha ka ng social media correspondent dito, nagmukha silang walang budget, pre. At ngayon, andito na tayo. Bakit ka nga ba kinuha na social media correspondent dito? Alam mo kung anong pareho nyo ng Omega? Pareho kayong hindi gumagana pag walang hito.
Respeto. Okay, isang banat para kay Miko.
Oo, tama ka. Magbumunga nga silang walang budget kasi ito lang ako. Pero hindi mo alam, si Hito yung malas, ako yung swerte, kaya ako yung kinuha nila. Oh, kanina, pasuko na siya. Sabi sa akin, kala ko mananalo na yung Omega. Pero, oo, totoo, kala ko rin eh.
Sagutin ko na. Ayaw ko pa. Oh, no. Alam mo, Miko, kanina sabi ng caster sa puso ko, panalo na ang drop nyo. Ang hindi ko in-expect, darating ka dito. Ayun, nag 1-0. Napasa na ba yung malas ni Hito sa'yo?
Okay, isang banat para kay Miko.
Alam mo, yung 1 point nyo, binigay lang talaga namin. Kasi, igagaya namin kayo sa Bren.
Puro ganyan, puro ganito. Miko, ano mo ba yung sinasabi mo? Miko, di naman sa pagkakaano ha, pero ang lakas talaga ng puso mo.
Yon, sabi mo malakas talaga yung puso ko. Sa sobrang lakas ng puso ko, pag nanalo ang Omega ngayon, ipapastraight ko yung buhok ni Ryota.
Oo nga pala, pre. Siya yung dating teammate mo nung nananalo pa kayo. Kasi hindi na Omega yung papatamaan ko ngayon, Hito. Parang ikaw na. Naalala mo nung season 10, sabi dito, lakas ng Pinas, ginawa niyo lose streak ng Pinas.
Okay. Katahimikan, respeto. Okay, huling banat para kay Miko Phobia.
Oo, low streak ng Pinas nga yung nangyari sa amin nakaraan. Pero pinasa ko na yun sa Minana kasi sila na yung ngayon yung talunan.
Alam mo, Miko,
Okay, huling banat para kay Butters.
alam mo, Miko, wala akong masasabi dyan kasi tinalo kami nung Minana nung nakaraan. Pero Miko, ang masasabi ko sa inyo, trabaho lang to, mahal namin yung parehong team, pero RSG ang mananaig ngayong araw na to.
Okay. We're gonna leave it para sa ating mga hurado. Tignan natin kung sino nga ba ang nanalo. Mag-ingay para kay Mycophobia. Okay. Mag-ingay para kay Butters. Mainit ang ating laban, kaya ngayon, tignan natin kung sino nga ba ang magsisettle sa Land of Dawn. Balikan na natin ang ating casters. Pasok!
Thanks, Mara. Also, thank you so much to Butters and to Mycophobia, both social media correspondents for RSG Philippines and Smart Omega, respectively. Back at the desk at your service, my name is Leo, here with Chantel and Midnight. It's us, the We Bear Bros.
Nice.
PM.
Bros.
Just for those watching internationally, in case you're wondering what just went down, it's basically a cipher. It's a rap battle that draws inspiration from something that's very popular in the Philippines called Flip Top, wherein each party, each side gets a chance to slam the other. And basically they talked about how the other team is better, how Miko used to win a lot under ONIC with Ryota, and how there was just random friendly fire attacking other teams.
Actually, I was a bit nervous when they were dropping other names, other teams, different organization. It's a ceasefire. I mean, they should have ceased fire earlier.
No, there was so many spill damage like going all across the roof.
It's a free hit.
You know, I believe the two teams that we talked about, they're already inside a building.
Oh yeah. No, that may have been what triggered it, right? When you're in the zone, when you're in the moment, you're like, yeah, but Minana. Oh,
you're there. All right,
Yeah, okay.
Minana was.
They have matches later on tonight, so stay tuned for that. But for now, let's reel it back into this best of three. Smack dab right in the middle of the series with RSGPH sitting at match point. Again, there's a lot that both teams can do to fix the draft, and to be fair, in hindsight, looking back at it, it's not like Smart Omega did put up a fight. If anything, they penetrated RSG's base much sooner, with RSG actually finding that backdoor play off of Eman, which just shocked me, witnessing it all right before his eyes. Now we're going into the draft. Game number 2, another chance for the Barangay to pick up the pieces and figure it out. RSG on the play, Omega answering back. There goes the Valentina, there goes the Kacha.
RSG, their first pick. So most likely we'll see either the Matilda or the Fredrin once again in first pick. Omega moving the Kaja. Get the play here still to probably give out supports on Chapel. But then again, it's it's a question of whether RSG would do the same with Light, because we haven't seen RSG like adapt fully to the meta yet. It's still light on initiating heroes like the Edith. Maybe we'll probably see Kufra or Grok again in this game number 2, because it seems to work for them.
Actually, we've been talking about supports lately. Why aren't we seeing Diggy actually? Actually, Diggy is a good option.
Yeah, Diggy. Especially against Omega, right?
Yep, knowing that they are into hard XP laners as well. So knowing that RSG is the priority pick for this one, I am thinking if they are to open both Novaria and Matilda for this game, which hero is gonna be the priority?
Ooh, Baksha is removed. That limits the the trade here for both sides. Again, as you said, Maria, Matilda, even Fredrin is up there. Joy and Fanny is also something to consider. Now, Omega locks in on the Irad ban.
The respect.
With the ban, so the respect is there. Bay, the Fanny is still open, but RSG, they are still not confident in letting that hero through.
I don't know if it's just an Omega RSG matchup thing, but isn't it funny that since the supports got buffed, why is it the junglers that get choked out like this?
I mean,
why is it the jungle that seems to have shrunk?
Maybe they're just, trying to limit the options. Because in the jungle role, like, there's only a handful of reliable junglers, right? Like the Fredrin, the Baksha. It's just 3. To be honest, the Martis, the Baksha, and the Fredrin. Those 3 heroes. They're the most reliable junglers out there.
And the Bane.
And the Bane, the Lancelot.
In my case.
Yeah. I know. I play with you. You like spinning. But
hey.
I mean, those 3 heroes, like the most reliable ones, you choke them out, you limit the draft options.
Yeah. And again, the jungle is the heart of the draft. Like much like it's part of that mid lane. It's a part of that mid lane artery. Like the mid, the roam, the jungle. Like if those don't work, if that gets overloaded, the rest of your rotations suffer. There goes the Joy. Last ban here. So what's left open?
Varia,
Even Fredrin.
Varia. What else is?
Paquito.
Franco.
Oh, Paquito, yeah.
Franco's open, but I don't think we'll see it on first
Not this
phase,
early.
I think.
Not this early.
Maybe third pick. Maybe that's where Franco pops out.
First phase, last pick.
Yeah.
That's right.
Either on both sides.
Have we seen light play Matilda?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
That was season 8 and season 9.
Wait. Angela's open.
Oh!
The Angelite.
There she is.
Okay, so we're left with Novaria and Matilda. Even Edith actually still open for this game.
Yeah.
Actually, a lot of heroes have been open for the draft.
Isn't this just destiny? The metagame now mirrors the metagame that was where RSG and Omega went to the grand final just last year, season 9.
Very familiar territory for both.
Without the assassin.
They went 2-4. That's as good as most of our grand finals these days go.
Beautiful. And Novaria. You're in the hands of Etumax. Alright, Ling maybe popping out in this game. Angeling for RSG.
Why not? It's an Eden hero. With the respect of Lancelot, Omega knows the potential of having Eden use an assassin hero.
Yeah, and Ling is just so damn good against the Irithel and the Novaria. I mean, they could still go for a support Angela and then probably a roam. Maybe even the likes of the Grok.
Is it a nice thing to have Matilda and Angela in? Okay, Matilda has been banned.
So RSG, they definitely have a lot of options here. Eden's still open for light. The flex is still there. Yu Zong might be in consideration here, like pick it early. Might just get banned out. But Fredin is still the choice here for RSG. And then the Bruno, which is nice. Because now you have a winning matchup in the gold lane. You pick up a jungle or XP that can be flexed on second phase, which essentially hides the Yu Zong pick once again.
But what if Omega picks up the Yu Zong though?
That's gonna be a good option.
Right?
If that's the case...
Or there is, oh no, one or the other.
Ryota is a very fantastic Yu Zong player, by the way.
He can pick either.
Yeah. There is the Yu Zong, Martis, Baksha is not open.
Even Khalid is actually an option here for Omega, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, Fanny?
Khalid.
Khalid on the XP. Yeah, you're right.
Right now, yes. But I think good Khalids in this current metagame are better in the second phase when you confirm how much CC they have. All right, this is safer. I guess no Khalid. Sorry.
No Khalid.
Wait, does this confirm no Khalid?
I guess, yeah.
I mean, it could still be flexed on the jungle role.
Does Andoria have a Paquito in the jungle? We don't know yet, right?
I mean...
Never played in season 1.
Yeah, never played, but it's just first season, you know. Just pull out hero picks here and there.
I heard that Terizla.
You saw the index earlier on, like the early game is just better in the side of Omega and RSG. They do have the same early game potential, but with the Angela, they just have more sustain. So it's damage versus sustain.
You know who else can use a Khalid right now? RSG.
Yeah,
That's
that's true.
Because
Same.
unless OMG picks up like 2 solid CCs here in the last 2 picks, the Khalid would be money.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'd still look at the Yu Zong. The threat of a Yu Zong is just too much versus Novaria.
If Omega bans it.
If Omega bans it, then you go Khalid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice. The respect. I like it.
We saw the potential for having Fredrin as well on the XP lane, so just limit and force this Fredrin to be on
That's light.
What
the hands of...
What is Light doing in the crowd? Is he not drafting? Is he not playing right now? Oh, there he is.
Oh, wait, what? How fast does he
Light
travel?
protecting himself.
This is speed of light.
And guiding himself.
He's his #1 fan.
Oh my god, he walks over to the crowd and at the speed of light.
Oh. All right.
One more.
Before this draft gets derailed.
That's the same person, by the way. It's just a different angle.
Literally the same person. All right. Are they going to take out one more roamer? Because Omega has no roamers quite yet. Like, nothing in the hands of Chakno.
Maybe the Grok. Sorry, they already took out the Grok. Gufra, maybe? Or Cho?
Okay. Okay.
The Marquise.
Oh, what does Andoria play then?
The classic.
All right, that's pretty good.
I mean, that's good against Angela, Ferdinand, and Bruno. But again, it doesn't answer like the Yu Zong problem. particularly on Nat's hands for the side of RNG. Like if they could just pick up either Eve Yuzong here, or maybe Cho Yuzong.
Oh yeah, Cho Yuzong with the pokes and the crowd control that RG has. It's
Even the Uranus sounds good.
they can even cancel out the heavy spin from Akai.
Hey,
Hey,
yeah.
RSG, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yuzong.
Yo, people in the back don't mind their view getting blocked, because if this is right in front of me, I let it happen. Hey!
I'd buy a ticket for one.
For sure. I mean, if your team
Oh,
is sitting at 1-0.
Yuzong Eve.
Sure.
Are we getting? Oh, Minotaur.
So that's mid-Angela.
Yeah. We've been talking about the possibility for Cho to stop the heavy spin. With Minotaur, it's a lot higher potential, okay?
How about this? Oh! That's the barangay kaldag right there.
Yeah. Hey! With an additional spice.
All right.
Okay, back to Roamer support. Well, what are the options here? I think Rome. Cooper's not good against Minotaur. Gross not open. Show's not even good. I mean, at this point, you might even consider going Rafaela for Chakno just to provide additional movement speed and sustain for the Urso.
Are they gonna go back to that? Diggy though, what if?
A Diggy.
That's a lot of CC.
They don't have early game though with Diggy.
I am the priestess of primal
Oh,
Edith,
Edith.
the
Alright,
hunter of all the evil gods.
Me not likey against Yuzong and Minotaur.
You not likey?
Me not likey.
And at the same time, for the previous games of Edith, there's no high winner percentage, if I'm not mistaken, for post 5.
Huh, interesting. Late game is equal on both sides. 5.4 on late game. However, early is really, really scary on the side of RSG. Knowing for a fact that they have a Bruno that eats towers for breakfast.
Yeah,
and with insane front lines with the Predator and Yuzong. Add to that sustain on Angela. But again, I want to just say, Omega has SOP.
Yeah, and they have isolation. Like they can pick off the Bruno if somehow Ryota finds the flank, knock out Neymar Jr. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So are we saying that the pressure in terms of early to mid game is in Riota's hands?
I mean, it definitely is on the XP's hands. Like,
Okay.
You mentioned it earlier, XP lane is important here. But I do think that the Paquito will have a fairly hard time against this Minotaur and Angela.
Here we go. Quick look. We'll have another glance at the emblems later on, but let's get into the Land of Dawn now. This is game 2. Once again, match point for RSG, so everything is on the line for the barangay.
It's really difficult actually for the side of RSG and even for Omega to find a perfect rotation, knowing that this is a Minotaur and Edith. In terms of crowd control, I kind of feel like it's light on the upper hand because of the area of effect for the skills. Locked and loaded. Ranked first 34 times for Kelra, and the second is Eman.
That's why we call him the Filipino Savage.
Too close, the stats are too close on both sides. But going back in this game, RSG again rocking the Yuzong, already taking a kill over at Chakno on the Edith.
Yeah, that's what we were saying, man. The early game belongs to the Raiders.
Okay, so a bit crucial in terms of the vision here for both. And it's interesting to see that Chakna is the one being forced to back away for RSG, because most of the time we see him in front of the other players.
That's why I said I don't like this Edith against Minotaur, because it's hard. Like if you have gap closers on your lineup and you're up against a Minotaur, it feels awkward to just jump in, because the punishment would be there. It's kind of like a tanky version of Rafaela, right?
Also, it's negative synergy. When you go for Onward, you put the Minotaur where he wants to be anyways.
Oh yeah.
Like, hey, thanks.
Thanks.
You give me setups. It's like the Franco and Atlas matchup.
Also, it's like the Johe Digrio situation.
Exactly.
Right? Ejector, thanks!
You put them behind the lines. Oh, I see your teammates. Oh my god, I get a set.
The vision that is supposed to be given to your teammates is being used by the other team. So, okay.
Up top, look.
Okay, up top is gonna be Nats. Low on life already, so meaning Nats is gonna be here for the team fight. But no, there's Aqua for that healing. So turtle objective was gonna get this. Irad is here. The vision is there as well for Etomax. So Light is here at the bush, but Retribution.
That was clean.
With just one dash. Went for the Retribution and successfully taking that turtle.
Amazing. No, he weaved the retribution into the dash.
Yeah, that
and
was-
dude, Andoryu just hesitated, but wait, down bottom. Oh.
Okay, at the bottom, the worldie has been procced already by Eman. So Chakna is there as well to support his teammate.
Yeah, Flicker forced out onto the Bruno. Haslo now completed top lane, however.
Okay, here's the boxing arena
Oh,
for both Nats and
1v1,
Riona.
1v1.
There's no Cyclone Eye, and he's forced to move out from that vicinity.
Yeah.
Hard matchups, by the way, for the Paquito. Like all lanes, if you look at all lanes, Angela, Fred, and mid. Minotaur is sitting on the bottom lane. Yu Zong, you literally cannot just touch with with your jabs because he's just gonna be able to reset the HP.
I mean, it's just
back with
logic,
the Sha essence.
right? Who would win, a literal dragon man or an athlete?
Depends if you're Pacquiao.
He's not Pacquiao, dude.
He's
not
Paquito.
using the skin.
He's a smaller version of
boy
Pacquiao.
Pacquiao.
Because it's Paquito.
He's not the presidential candidate, man. Not the senator, no.
Okay.
He's just literally somebody who's good at boxing in the land of Dawn.
Yeah.
Okay, speaking of, we have a footballer here at the bottom lane. Same goes to the other players of Omega. They're ready for a team fight. Aqua is here as well. So probably just a vision, and Omega moves out. But on the top lane, there's going to be a possible kill for the side of RSG. And successfully, with that, Fraser's Wrath, Irad with a kill.
Oh, that collapse on the bottom lane took too long. Irad, be careful with the recalls. We have a statistics with those recalls.
And even the recall is part of a
0% win rate, by the way.
And it was even part of a keys to victory yesterday. But at the bottom lane, the action doesn't stop as Lion is now low on life. Heavy spin has been used by Andoryu. Oh, nasty flicker out.
And Aqua didn't even need to use hard guard. He was just checking and checking and checking. You good? You good? I am, fam. Don't worry.
A lot of the ankles were broken in that moment.
Okay, that's a nice flicker.
Oh, Grand Theft Orange!
Okay,
Oh,
this
no.
is things are looking bad for RSG.
Same thing could be said on the Akai side.
Yeah, but he's trading it for Turtle too. Oh, but wait, Eman.
And out of the bottom lane as well, there's no trade for the side of Omega. But as per Midnight, Andoryu is taking that orange buff as compared to the turtle for the side of RSG and Omega.
I mean, as much as you are putting pressure on the bottom lane, RSG is just getting all the resources that they want. And you're not even stopping like the Bruno from farming.
Nope.
He's up by, I think he was able to finish the Haskell much faster than Kelra. And now RSG, they are not slowed down while Omega is committing a lot of resources. XP lane is getting shut down.
Retribution has been used as well just to slow down the boxer of Omega. Forces back away,
The dragon
uses that bush, but the dragon form, the dragon is here! And a secure kill for Nox.
Took a while longer, but I don't know. It's not going to get away with this. This is the next question.
Okay.
I mean, supposedly not.
Against two players, I think he's not going to be able to make it, and Adoreo will secure that one.
But they force 4 heroes on top lane. Look at bot.
Yeah,
Look at bot.
That's it. Emma's just going to kick them balls right in tier 1 down bottom. And I guess Omega's looking for a trade up top. I guess that's the next best thing.
Yep, definitely. Knowing that there has been a lot of space for Emma, and now has the Berserker's Fury, by the way.
Oh, he's going to go again?
I mean,
all right, nope.
Tower on the bottom lane has damage reduction still, so RSG might consider moving towards mid lane. Now, looking at the items again, look at the Bruno, 500 gold ahead of the Irithel, even though the pressure was insane on the bottom lane. Almost closing out on the, actually not almost closing out on the boots, because he does not have boots.
Barefoot.
Barefoot Bruno. Literally kicking balls with bare feet.
That's how they do.
And we are the Bear Bros.
That's
Just to connect the bear.
TM. TM.
Anyways, it's 3-1, and RSG is really on the lead for this one, and they are just the ones pressuring Omega. It's as if Omega is looking at perfect timing to go for the trades, but not successful yet, since they haven't destroyed any turret yet.
By the way, 6 minutes in, 1.4k on a Bruno, by the way.
Oh, that's huge. And not enough damage actually against Irad.
Oh.
And again, RSG has the timers now.
Oh, retry. Force retry.
That's right. No
Free turtle.
turtle.
No
Yep,
chance.
It's going to be difficult for Omega to contest here. And now, I guess it's in Omega's best interest to actually pick up the pace. Astral Echo thrown out.
Okay, here comes the heavy spin for Andoria under the turret. Light again with another flicker. This is the second time.
He don't even care. He don't even care.
Not even blinked.
Oh my.
And yeah, this is a free turtle. Frida didn't even use the retribution. He can go ahead and wreak havoc elsewhere.
Okay, so RSG is just right over the place of Omega. But we can see Atomax right now with that likewise of Durance against the very sustainable RSG lineup.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't want that item on a Navarius though.
Uh-huh.
You want to be able to ramp up your items. Irad, once again, be careful with recalls. I mean, as much as as much as you are in a winning position to win 4K up, still dangerous. 0% win rate on the recalls. But Ryota again, the XP.
Oh, the battle of the
It's over.
XP later continues.
He's gonna get punched here.
Ryota
He's gonna get knocked out.
is down again.
Oh, ding, ding, ding. What's the score right now? What is that, 2-0?
2-0, yeah. One at the top.
3-0.
3-0.
3-0.
By the way, that's the usual.
That's the usual. Okay, I don't get the joke, but I'll get that later.
It's an
That's the
English
usual.
test
It's
thing.
fine. There's nothing to get. That's the joke.
Oh, okay.
That's the joke. It's just that's a
Interesting joke,
That's a
Yeah.
usual.
by the way.
Yep. I don't know how Midnight made it fly, but he did.
You guys made it fly. You supported me. Thank you.
Yep,
Here
we have
we go.
supportive friends here. Same goes
We're,
with the
we're,
RSG.
we're the We Bear Bros.
with the
Right?
Bear Bros.
That's why. A minute until this Lord spawns the first Lord
There
of
you
the
go,
game.
the flask.
And RSG have just been stepping on the gas. They have picked up the pace, and Omega are left reeling. They are gassed right now.
Yeah.
Not much of what they're doing is paying off. Not a single turret, not a single objective. They were able to trade for some buffs,
Yeah.
but at best, that's what? A wash.
And remember, you are kind of like a mid-game lineup for the side of Omega. You do scale well into the late game. Not the best late game marksman, but in comparison to a Bruno, who deals so much damage, and with a Yuzong to boot, I think RSG is confident in terms of team fighting. But again, you have to consider Omega, those SOPs,
Yeah.
screwing objectives. They just want a team fight. That's where it has to come down to. So RSG, they're always grouping up with with the Yuzong, the Minotaur, provided that the sustain is there. So RSG, they just need to collapse on these objectives and not let any fight go through with the terms of Omega.
Here we see RSG in control of the river. Andoryu has vision. Here comes Nats coming in!
What a nice petrify coming in from Nats. Atomax goes in for the flicker and a heavy spin, and Nats gonna be down. Light is the next target, so one player down for RSG. Perfect time for Omega this time as Ryota will go in for that split pushing. Irad uses that energy eruption. The Lord is already half on life, more than half actually in terms of damage. Chakra with those 3 hit, but Irad secures that Lord.
RSG again, fundamental takes, but the team fight's not done yet. Omega, they want to take more. Ryota is split pushing top lane, which does win them the, I would say, the overall map control.
Yep.
But again, RSG, they get alert. Look at the damage coming out of the Brute.
What a worldie! What a worldie from him. And then the free hit, the basic hit, it's just massive for Killer to sustain that one in the middle lane. Slowly but surely taken down by RSG.
Them balls be hurting, fam. And now RSG, it's not like they got a pick off
4 hits.
earlier on.
Oh, wow.
4
They're
hits on the
back
tower.
at it. Lord up top. And the Yuzhong as well in mid. It's Eman and the rest of them. I smell a penetration. At least one inhibitor going down.
Yeah, Omega, they need to do their best. It's not enough that Ryota is splitting the map right now. They have to deal with the damage up from the Bruno. Problem is, they don't have the items yet, like the blade armor,
Okay.
the mortalities, the nuts.
Here comes Knots again with a dragon form. Heavy spin by Andoryu, zones out none. But the Lord has been defended here
wave.
by Omega. We have the minion wave, both top lane and middle lane.
All right, they
But
gotta go
RSG disengages.
Yep.
No black
wow.
dragon form.
Holy Shield already popped. So that's good. Omega, immaculate defense there. Very well done. Now Aqua versus Ryota, the 1v1.
Okay, Aqua against Ryota, but the other players of
Oh, the
RSG
flicker!
here.
The flicker!
The holy flicker from the holy baptism flicker, whatever that is called. Ryota knocks in, but is down against RSG.
That's a show of dominance. That is full-on committal and confidence because Aqua put on the puppet on the strings, flickered forward to make sure that Ryota would get stunned or misplace him.
Dude, the additional 2 seconds allowed Ira to close the gap
Yeah.
against Paquito. And now you don't have the split pusher on the side of OMG. RSG does not have to deal with the opposite side of the map. And they group up 4-5 heroes on bottom lane while Andoryu and Irad, it's a recall battle.
Yep.
I mean,
The
it's not
recall
just a rap
battle.
We
He
have a
doesn't know
recall
though.
battle.
He doesn't know that Light is joining the fight in that bush. So technically, Irad wins.
2 hits tower. There you go.
Okay. So definitely a recall battle here for both, but for RSG, 4.4 gold lead. So I'm thinking for Omega, what's the perfect thing to do for them this time?
I mean, at this point, they are doing their best to split. with the Paquito and the Irithil, but at some point you have to deal with this insane team fight of RSG. And the way you do it is you replicate what you did in game number 1, wherein when the Lord spawns, prior to that, you take a team fight, force the Black Dragon form, try to get out, and maybe punish Nats along the way. But we saw RSG earlier on, Nats is willing to die for the Lord objective, and that's how fundamental the approach is for RSG, and that's the thing that you need to break here for Smart Omega.
Is the fundamentals, man. The Lord matters more than your life, Nats, and Nats understands that. That's what makes this work. And with that, Lord respawns the upper quarter of the map. Andoryu and the Irad there first.
Oh, Light.
I wonder if Light knows. That's a 4-man coalition from Omega. Oh, he knows. He's just playing with the distance.
Yup, just beating the players of Omega. And thinking about Light and Aqua, what a very sustainable combo.
Yeah.
If Light uses the Heart Guard with a Minotaur that uses the Motivational Roar.
Yeah, I believe Omega ran this as well, like the Chapnu Minotaur, and then Tomas Angela just baiting out some few skirmishes whenever the Minotaur is away from his teammates, but there you go, Nats.
Another Dragon again with the Heart Guard coming in from Aqua. Keller's gonna be the target, swoosh away.
Whoa!
Immobilized as well. Keller's still alive, but not enough damage against this duo. Just running away. And Keller is down as RSG will secure this Lord.
Oh my goodness, Nats versus the world, man.
Yeah, but Ryota, Mission Impossible actually demolishes that inhibitor down bottom. That gives OMG a little bit of breathing room, but I wonder if that's going to be enough to actually get them in a good position to defend, because mind you, man, that's a huge Lord coming out in about 3 seconds. Oh, there it is.
It bought him maybe 80 seconds because Ryota was able to clear 2 waves, and that means 2 waves are needed to be cleared by RSG to kind of push bottom lane. But now they're splitting up the map. They're making sure that 3 waves are gonna enter the base of Omega.
Okay, here comes the slow from Omega. Probably all they need to do is just to clear the minion waves as fast as possible.
Ryota.
But this is the second Lord actually at the top lane, so inhibitor turret is gonna be down for them. And even at the bottom lane, we see another Aqua and Ryota fight.
Yep.
We saw this earlier, we might see it again.
And what's funny is Aqua was actually winning. We left the fight with Ryota at less than half health. And that's going to allow RSG to push in even further. Black Dragon form!
Okay, another Black Dragon form. Aqua's ready for the Heart Guard, but there's no minion wave. Actually, at the bottom lane, for the side of RSG, the slow is there as well. The conceal for Omega. Are they gonna go for a team fight? Nope, not this time. Not this time.
I mean, that Black Dragon form was kind of mistimed from Nats, as the waves were already cleared by Omega, but still. Holding 5k gold right now, I mean leading by 5k gold on the side of RSG, definitely feels great, especially when the Bruno doesn't even need to participate in the fights, because the only thing that you need to worry about for RSG is Kelra, and Nats is doing that himself, like zoning, killing, taking objectives, that's all Nats.
Yep. Speaking of Kelra, that little sequence wherein he almost actually won against Light and Aqua, you could have sworn he was rocking old Haas claws.
Yeah.
With the way he just regened with the whole engage. But now, looking at damage dealt, it's not like Omega's not presenting a threat, right? Etomax and Kelra on top of the charts, they just need to convert that. They just need to make sure that that leads to more than just life bars going down.
Yeah, but the question is how? Because the thing is, those damages, guess who is on the receiving end? It's the Minotaur and the Yuzong. These 2 heroes are sustainable enough, and they can reset themselves, and add to that the layer of shield that Aqua is providing, especially with the Flask of the Oasis.
So you're saying it's not just what you got, it's not just how you use it, it's where you use it.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
MN has been untouched for the majority of this game.
And at the same time, for Nats, as long as he's able to use that Petrify against Kelra. Actually, Kelra is the only target here for RSG for the longest time.
That's the main objective.
That's the main objective,
Petrify on Kelra, be okay.
And everything's gonna be okay. That's
Acronyms
it.
are funny.
Yeah,
Acronyms
I don't know
are
why.
funny.
I don't know why.
Here we go. Lord Dance. Omega wants to do it. You want to dance, Irad? Let's dance. Andoryu looking for the pull. And they're waiting. Lord still at neutral.
Top lane, top lane, top lane.
There's a different play coming in from RSG. They know that Paquito is there, Ryota is there. But Ryota will go for a recall.
Yep.
So we're back to this Lord Dance again. And the minion wave, by the way, of Omega is flowing at the bottom lane.
Yeah, no, also in mid. Wow, a passive push in that tier 2. And just the same, Lord still at neutral here. Neither Irad nor Andori able to get a solid pull. Kelvin and Chakno in control of this right side river bush. And there's no vision there, all right? There's no vision there. I wonder if RSG knows.
Okay, so it's just
Now
really a
they
matter
do.
of retribution. So Light will take in the damage, but is forced to flicker out. That hurry, me hurry during that moment.
Again, Omega is splitting this. And Omega, ooh, they're turning. They're turning.
Yeah.
Oh, so they're forcing Aqua to be not part of this area, just to have Ryota, just to defend the Ryota's aggressiveness on the turret. But yeah, almost low life is the Lord. We see another dance for Nats on the Black Dragon form. Again, a Petrify has not been used as well, but Irad will secure that Lord for RSG. Even the heavy spin is not enough to stop the players, as RSG is forced to back away while Ryota is at the middle lane against Aqua. Their minion wave is flowing. This might be another Omega play we're in. They give it the Lord, or give out the Lord, but they take in all the kills. Chakno, Immortality has been procced. Andori and the rest of the players are here, still here to defend, but RSG no backing away for the Raiders, as another raid against Ardoryu is going to be successful.
Oh, it's another abort mission situation for Omega. They've lost 2 on the way, and Ryota's shenanigans have got to stop.
Yeah, again, Omega, the best thing that they can do is split the map. But the problem is, there is an Angela on the side of RSG that can deal with a split push that Ryota has been doing for the past few minutes. And in terms of team fights, they are just better on the side of the Raiders because, again, it's literally hard to fight into this team fight with the Black Dragon form in the Minoan's Rage.
Another zone out from Nats. Keller's going to be the target. We send the Petrify. As to why RSG will win this series with a sweep.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance.
Oh, wow.
That was literally RSG just playing the strength of their lineup. The raiding capability of this composition was just too much for Smart Omega to deal with.
And they saw the strategy of Omega to just really go for a split push, extend the game as much as possible. And for RSG, we know what you are doing. We have to stop that. And they were able to actually stop that threat from Smart Omega.
That's right. And here in a show of sportsmanship, RSG moves over to the booth of the barangay. Man, each and every one of them, the boys in the blue and white, it looked like the way they played that game, they all had side hustles. They all had one job, and they were also doing something else to give Omega trouble. And the barangay here will take their bow. Not tonight, not today. Yesterday was great, but not today. And they'll have to go back to the drawing board.
I mean, RSG, they were struggling for the first few parts of the weeks we've had in MPL regular season, but up against Omega, who has found their stride, I think RSG, they definitely did reassemble the task force RSG.
And they were able to adapt as early as possible because they saw the other... actually, it was also Omega that used the same strategy with Minotaur and Angela yesterday. And they used it against the same team that used that.
Yep, this game was brought to you by the official sponsor of MPL Philippines Season 12, Infinix Mobile, bringing you an ultra-fast gameplay with the Infinix Note series. I think it's safe to say that game specifically felt ultra-fast because it ended right under 20.
I mean, even the Omega timers weren't able to be activated during that game, and it's just RSG knowing that if you're up against Omega, we don't want those timers to be used against us.
Right.
So as early as possible, they went in for the objective from step 1 until the last step. They were able to pull it off.
No, correct me if I'm wrong. It did end under 20, right?
Yeah, it did.
Okay, cool. This was weird. Again, it's like I'm not comfortable. RSG OMG.
It didn't feel like an Omega game.
It didn't feel like an RSG game either. Because in the first few weeks, honestly speaking, right, the first few weeks of MPL Philippines Season 12, RSG was very here and there.
Yeah.
But here in this game specifically, they knew what they wanted, and they let nothing through the cracks.
100% all throughout. Like the objective takes, whatever they wanted to do, who goes on, what heroes do we actually target, what spells do we cast, and specifically Nats on the Yuzong.
Oh, yeah.
Again, the target selection, the petrifies, the zoning, the way he split the Kings of Sea, and game number 2 literally zoned the world. You know, those things, they add up. And RSG, they found a stripe again, the masterful objective approach, and that was what ended the streak of the barangay.
And actually, even for RSG, all I can say is it's as if they perfected their game today. No unnecessary initiations. After a kill, they go
Aside from the
in for...
recalls.
Aside from the recalls,
Hey,
of course. But it's part of the game.
That's a win. That's a
win.
win.
That's a win.
First win.
That's a
First
win
win
with
with
the
the
recalls.
recall?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's Frederick, by the way.
Yeah. With what's that called again? The recall with the lightning.
The Purple Beast
Yeah, the-
skin? Yeah.
yeah.
Neo Beast.
Neo Beast.
I don't know
I'm
the
sorry.
name because I don't have that.
He's a detective, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
You know the lore?
No, I listened to it.
Oh.
Like when you play with the volume on, he talks about how he's a detective.
So
and
you're
he
Fredrin main.
founds a- Oh yeah. No. When my Bane gets banned out,
Okay.
You
I
used
see.
a Fredrin.
I see.
I'm dirty. I'm sorry. It is what it is. I'm a meta slave.
Don't worry, I spawn back siya.
There you go. See?
I'm more dirty.
Oh man! In just a minute or two, folks, we are going to be thrown over the main stage. We'll be hearing from RSG-PH. They're with Mara Aquino. They will be sharing some words with us about how this victory was attained and what words they have for their opponents here. They're rivals in Smart Omega. They're co-Kings of C. Can you say that?
Co-Kings of C?
I mean, first and second Kings of C.
Former
For sure. Former.
Kings.
The original and the former Kings of C.
Do we call ONIC ID Kings of C? Sky
Sure.
Kings of C.
Sure.
Sure.
Till next year.
With Kai. Okay.
We don't talk about that here. Anyways, we are going to go over to our main stage. Manakino is with RSG-PH. Our victors, let's see what they have to say.
What a sweep. Let me hear it from you guys. GG. Congratulations to RSG Philippines. Emin, sobrang ganda nung ginawa nyo. Actually, we thought that you guys were in danger in game number 1. That was such a smart move, yung backdoor mo with your carry. How did you end up doing that? What was the decision? Kaninong call? Was it because napansin nyo na may Rafa and they were all together? How did that happen?
Ginawa ko po muna doon, nag-flow muna ako ng bot lane. Tapos, automatic na kasi na pag nagpakita yung marksman sa opposite ng lane ng Lord, papalag agad sila. Tapos, nakita ko 5 sila doon. Ayun, tinuloy ko na yung backdoor ko doon sa baba.
That was such a good job at nakatulong yon. Yung game 1, parang mas nahirapan kayo ng game number 1 eh. Pero pagdating sa game number 2, it was so much easier para sa RSG. Nakatulong ba yan para sa momentum or ano nga ba yung nangyari dun sa loob ng huddle nyo?
Parang pinagplanuhan talaga namin yun eh. Tapos, kaya lang kami nahirapan ng game 1 dahil dun sa Rafaela, dahil sa may heal, tsaka sa bagong item. Tapos nung game 2, okay na kasi wala naman na silang healer.
At speaking of, yung bagong meta ngayon, actually this one is more for light. Yung bagong hero ngayon, meta ngayon is all about mga utility heroes. Para pansin namin, ayaw mo pa rin mag-give in dun sa meta, dun sa what's happening, right? You don't want to conform to it right now. Is it because you found na hindi mo na kailangan gawin yon sa Omega?
Wala lang sigurong chance na may pasok yung utility sa drop na yun. Kasi si Chapman kasi nag-utility rin. So, pag baka kasi usually naka-perspect sila. So, hindi po namin in-open yan kasi baka kunin nila. Tapos hindi ko rin po mag-ano.
Alright. Na mas komportable pa rin kayo sa mga heroes nyo now. Now, we're gonna announce the match MVP. Let me hear it from you guys. Who do you think it is? Tingnan natin kung tama kayo. Let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Emin! Congrats. Coach, are you surprised it's Emin? You're so happy that it's Emin. Emin is back, sabi ni Aqua. What does that mean? Anong ibig sabihin nun? Anong ibig sabihin mo? Sabi mo, Emin is back. What did you mean by that? Sige. Angela ka kanina, di ba? Patungan mo. Okay. Ikaw yung magsasagot para sa kanya.
Eman is back.
Anong ibig sabihin nun?
Wala, gigil lang ato sa'yo ko.
Bakit, Eman, sa tingin mo ba, if you could translate kung anong ibig sabihin ni Aqua, is it because in the past few games, nag-hold back ka ba? What does that mean?
Siguro, nalulupitan siya sa akin.
At ano, Mag-hug nga kayo. Pinapakis kayo ng crowd. Hug na lang. Hug, hug, hug. Inangela mo eh. Okay, ayan, ayan. Now, Eman, congratulations. Even Coach Panda so proud na ikaw ang ating match MVP. Anong gusto mong sabihin para sa lahat ng mga supporters niyo?
Thank you po sa mga pumunta at saka sa mga sumusuporta sa RSG. Sana magtuloy-tuloy yung win streak namin. Tas hanggang sa dulo, sumusuporta pa rin kayo. Yan nga po.
Congratulations once again, everybody. Give it up for RSG Philippines. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. Everybody, one more time. GG. GG. RSG doing a splendid job with that sweep. And it was so obvious that it had a much easier time in game 2. So we're gonna go through what happened with that with our casters. Pasok.
Folks, it's not just now that our players are actually becoming more touchy or affectionate. This is how they are in their boot camps.
Yeah. It's a nice bonding though, kasi, because if you actually do it most of the time, the synergy is there, the comfortability as well, it could translate into game.
Yeah, that's how you build, camaraderie, like the brotherhood, and you see the trust with how they play the game. It comes from that, knowing that you have each other's back. There is a beauty in that sense that RSG is able to again reassemble the task force.
Yep, very prominently it was featured. Light actually hugging. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, he was making Yakap Aqua, and he does that a lot. Like in the time I've spent with him in the bootcamp, he's the one who's very open about hugging and holding his teammates. Speaking of Game 2 and the rest of the series, we'll have Midnight break it down. Midnight, do your thing.
Well, I'm gonna do my thing, but RSG, they definitely did their thing, which is fundamental objective takes. Again, the FOT, they really were keen on just taking these objectives, and I really want to point out the way that the players played in this game. In a macro and micro sense, it is picture perfect as the way with the way they treat the team fights. It's just them trying to make sure that they're not gonna be able to lose into the objectives versus Smart Omega, and I guess I would have to point out Nuts on the Yuzong with the MVP performance, splitting the Kings of Sea in game number 1 and literally fighting against them in game number 2. The Yuzong was just a nuisance in game number 2. Even Ryota felt the pressure on the XP lane alongside the pressure of Irad that helped them propel the Yuzong to a much successful mid-game start. He was just Omega versus Nuts, basically, because every single time that Omega contests RSG, wherever they are, it's always the Black Dragon form that is annoying and preventing Smart Omega from making any move. And the way that he used this hero is that he went not for damage, but for sustain. Because the way that the Yuzong works is you actually deal more damage the longer you survive fights. Especially with the Hunter Strike here, the mobility and the regeneration that you get from the cooldown reduction that you get from the item helps you utilize the hero to its maximum potential. He didn't go for the Hunter Strike because there is a chance for him to actually burst heroes down, which Hunter Strike really helps with because of the additional physical penetration at the start. Like plus 12, it's gonna be really important, especially in the early game. Just having the Fury Hammer in the early game helped him to shut down Ryota in the XP lane. And come the mid game, it was Omega that was trying to look for objectives, but then again, you look at the entire composition of RSG, they just fight way better. And the solution that Omega had was to split the map, but when it came to the objective takes, again, Nats was just flying towards the barangay with a Black Dragon form, zoning Kelra and the gang, even killing the Irithel by himself. Although not by himself because he had Aqua right there, but with the additional sustain, he was able to do 3 heroes' job by himself. And RSG, they were the only problem that they had to deal with was with the Paquito split pushing the map. But the advantage of having an Angela is that you can just stay and defend your base while you are able to participate in fights because of the hard guard, the global presence that RSG has, and the mobility that they have with their heroes allowed Eman to constantly take these objectives and not force a single fight. And that was just a smooth take from RSG in game number 2. Again, keyword is fundamental objective take. No unnecessary movements whatsoever. It's all perfect timing. Now, looking at the kill map here, we have Nats on the Yuzong. Those little X that you are seeing in the minimap, those were the death of the heroes on the side of the barangay. Kelra specifically died near the turtle pit on that bottom part of the map. And that was really crucial because at the end of the day, Omega, they cannot fight without Irithel. And losing him in that particular fight meant that RSG was free to take the Lord and then transition into trying to convert the game into endgame conditions. Now we see Irad on the Fredrin playing alongside the XP lane with the Yuzong, and after they established the initial mid to late game control, never let go of the resources on the side of Smart Omega, effectively shutting down the net worth and the farm that Omega is able to get, meaning he propelled his teammates towards the late game aspect of their lineup and composition, which allowed Eman again to have a fantastic time because the space was just too huge. And he was able to work with that, and he was destroying towers here and there. Even though Omega was able to take down towers as well, it was just because of the split push. And RSG focusing on the objectives, not minding the trade, because the trades Omega will always get. But what is important for RSG right now is to completely take over these objectives and propel themselves towards the end game pushes that the Bruno will be able to give them. Now, look at the emblems. I really want to point out here the selection on both the Yuzong and, of course, the Fredrin. Pure tankiness. And I want to highlight the quantum charge effect on the Yuzong, which is still awkward to see up to this day. But what that gives you is, again, the mobility to chase heroes. Once you are able to land that hit, you are given the movement speed. I'll add to that the agility from the Tier 1 talent emblem and the movement speed that you get from the Hunter Strike after 5 initial hits. You're able to chase any hero that you want, aside from the Black Dragon form. So even without the ult, you are able to close the gap against Kelra, Etomats, the likes. And that just means that you are effectively zoning an entire team by yourself. And that is what Omega felt in this game. Kelra, even though he was able to farm up a lot, like 12k on the Irithel, he was 1-1-1. But the thing is, they weren't able to utilize this Irithel pick coming down from Smart Omega. They were not able to play the mid game that they wanted, all because of the fact that the Zong was zoning out majority of the heroes on the side of Smart Omega. Even Light presented himself as a meat shield for RSG, 125k damage taken out of, by the way, do keep in mind, out of 193. That's over 50% damage received by the Minotaur. And we said this earlier during the draft that the Minotaur pick was amazing versus the lineup of Smart Omega because nobody on this side can actually deal with the sustained, the front line, and the team fight aspect of RSG. And that is what meant that they had the winning composition on the side of the Raiders. And that meant the doom for Omega in game number 2.
So we've seen how RSG-PH are able to adapt to this new meta. And I think Light said it best, wherein we don't want to force anything, because if we ban it out and then the opponents get the first pick, I don't get to play it anyways. So I think this is what we can expect in the next coming matches, right? Nothing too far, because if anything, it's really only the Angela here in Game 2 that made things worse, because you were mentioning the Minotaur taking so much damage and OMG not being able to capitalize. Is this what the meta looks like now? Just that much of healing, not like total takeover, not double supports.
Oh, probably for the next, but depending on the strategy as well of the other teams, could be, but there's a possibility as well that they could change some.
I mean, at this point, you also have to look at the gameplay, but speaking of gameplay, I think this is the best example this is the best sample you ever get. We have Echo and AP Bren, trying to get their hands on the new meta, so we'll see by then.
Oh yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 World Championship teams, 2 franchises well known all around the world will be facing off. And for AP Bren, it's bouncing back. For Echo, it's continuing that streak. On behalf of Midnight and Chantel, my name is Leo. It's us, the We Bear Bros. MPL will be right back.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines, and Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin bitawan na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
The fastest speed. The widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best mobile network.
That's the power of Smart. When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Lipat na sa TNT and register your SIM now.
12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin bitaw na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Welcome back to the home of the greatest MLBB players in the world. I'm Mara Aquino and you're still watching MPL Philippines Season 12. After the basking on another episode of the rivalry between two former Kings of C, we're now about to witness the collision of the two world's strongest teams. From the blue side, we have the defending M-Series world champion who made sure that the Philippine era still lives. From the red side, we have the country's first ever world champions who kick-started the Philippine era that the world is seeking to end. Orcas, Hive. This is one of the week's star matches. It's Echo versus APBR. Here we go. Casters, pasok.
It's the best in the world. Twice over, looking to best each other in a best of three. Welcome to the desk. We're calling this match between APBR and Echo. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Chantel and Midnight.
Weber Bros.
Still the Weber Bros.
Yes, indeed. How are we feeling? This matchup is a dream come true. The world knows how good these two teams are, and we get to call it here on home soil.
Actually, thinking about the team's play today, I'm elated to think about it, and at the same time, this might potentially be the best series yet this season because we're world champions. So what are we expecting? I mean, internationally acclaimed, the best of the best, but we are the home of the best.
For me, it's just the honor of, casting this game, especially with you guys, and broadcasting it to the world that, these two teams, they're really top-notch, international level, world-class caliber of players, and I feel like you guys are in for a treat because this is gonna be a what you would call it, a blockbuster.
Oh, yeah. Best believe if this does not sell out in studio, in stadium, then online the world will be having quite a bit of a time. Go ahead and hunker down, grab a drink, grab some food, and make sure you're here to enjoy this best of three. Both of these teams are out on a mission, not just to score on each other, not just to pull themselves up and above the standings. APBR coming from a defeat yesterday, Echo continuing their win streak, but they're also here to prove that the Philippines era of domination is not over.
Which is actually true because it all started with M2. The PH era started M2. It was Bren during that time, and the continuity was still there with Echo as well during M4.
The thing is, we've for long hoisted like the world champions in the international stage of MLBB. Started with Bren when we won M2. Actually, it started with SEA Games, right? In 2019, where we won Southeast Asia. And then after that, they went on to a world tour, winning M2.
Oh, wow.
And looking at this, Echo and APBR, a lot of the international tournaments in their arsenal. Echo, WCG 2023, MC 2023. I mean, we didn't win that, but we were still there, present and defending our our MC title. But we had M4 World Championships taken by Echo and APBR. Even after Echo's demise in MC, they were also going on a world tour. Again, SEA Games, Cambodia 2023, M2 World Championship, IESF. We won that, right? We won that.
Yep.
And again, a lot of these international stages, we were fighting against the main contenders, which is, let's be honest, it was Indonesia.
Okay,
right?
I thought it's also Philippines, but yeah, it's Indonesia.
Well, that's true. That's most of the time it's Philippines versus Philippines, but against the world, it is Indonesia. But after IESF, like the statement of the PH era being over, it's being questioned even today. And I feel like this is a very good proving ground why PH is still at the top of the food chain.
Actually, it's really nice to see as well during the graphics that every international tournament was 2023, so they're really active. Also, a majority of the comments online is leaning towards that both teams is as if a grand finals type of a match, M2 versus M4 champion. Always a statement that it is the best of the best, the best versus best.
As cliche as it sounds, this is the clash of the titans.
Ooh.
I mean, at this point, like, who would dispute that, right? It's AP Bren and Echo, world champions. Even though AP Bren is rocking a different roster here, Few is still there, one of the most decorated players in MLBB, and of course, the recent international world champions in IESF. You cannot expect a better and more heavier bout between these two teams.
Whichever way you look at it, as a whole or an individual level, there are players that are just, they're celebrating their first few years in their season, first few years in the league, and then you have players like JP, players like Few, players like Carl Tizzi, who were born into the MLBB esports ecosystem. It's exciting to see how these immortal figures just blend with this new blood and make for, again, a new age of dominance. I think I agree with everything that we've said so far, that there is living proof. All across the world, we've left our mark, and we're just getting started.
And actually, if you think about it, if you are against a player that is almost as the same as your level, there's no way to go but up.
Oh yeah.
So definitely this is going to be a game with a mixture of, I don't know, micro, macro, everything. Maybe another play, another hero.
A showcase.
Which one? A showcase.
That's the thing, because they already are like at the pedestal. Like there's nobody up there. It's just the two of them. Now that they're about to face each other, somebody has to go up and somebody has to go down. And I feel like, even as weird as it sounds, again, it's just the two of them that is sitting at the top. Even if the the opposing team that loses goes down bottom, the next team, like in the pedestal, it's far away.
Oh wow! They're both rocking amazing looking jerseys.
Ooh.
Echo came in first. I don't know why I keep calling those jerseys. They're called varsity jackets. Damn it! All right, so Echo came in first. They changed the game. They redefined what esports fashion can look like. And now AP Bren comes in. You see the back of that jacket?
The B.
You see them flex? You see that B on the back? Just quilted to excellent quality. I need one. Who do I need to talk to? Who do I
There's a daily reminder, by the way. There's a daily reminder of how much AP Bren has won.
And you know what, B? It stinks.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
I thought about that.
That is a genuine fact.
You know what stings? The fact that I don't have one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what stings? What stings more
Which
is
one?
the fact that somebody is looking at these logos and they haven't won them.
Oh, spicy.
I was at some of them. Let's welcome Echo and AP Bren as they make their way onto stage. They changed the way the game is played. They ushered in a new age of dominance. They are world champions. Your defending MPL champions, Echo! From Singapore to Saudi Arabia to Romania, the world knows their name, and this is their game. Welcome, APBR! And their coaches walking so sweet onto the stage. It's Coach Tic Tac and Coach Ducky. I expect a total shift in tone once we go into the Land of Dawn. Coach Tic Tac, Coach Ducky, great friends. But once the headphones come on and the gloves come off, Benny Cutie, Carl DZ, Sanji Sanford, and JP turn into soldiers. This is war.
Again, for Echo, they've shown internationally how they can be called as one of the best teams in the world, and at the same time, we could see how they can adjust as early as possible inside the game. It's a different trait for a team, and at the same time, we could see the veteran moves now and judgment from Sanji and Sanford being the leaders of the squad in terms of initiation. And talk about veteran, we also have JP.
Yep. AP Brent, however, the same roster has been going on a world tour here. Super Marco, Kyle DZ, Flap DZ, and Ogun, masters of the macro objective gameplay in the international stage. We've seen it time and time again. Super Marco, whatever gold lane you give him, he's always going to get farm, he's always going to dominate this lane. Few has been really the fundamental player here, the pillar of AP Bren, the flexibility and the mastery of different heroes that he has been using, and of course the new rookies on their side, Kyle TZ and Ogwen, have been really stellar in the performance of their individual roles. But do not forget, Flap TZ is still here.
Yep, Flap TZ is proven himself ageless, proven himself hard-working to break the limits of what an MLBB athlete is capable of. Looking at the stats here between Echo and AP Bren, despite AP Bren being much lower in the leaderboards, look at the stats, man. Look at just what they're capable of doing.
It's almost a straight line aside from the damage taken per death.
Yep.
Probably because Echo is known to have those plays that are really fast.
Yep.
So the other team isn't really able to deal damage against them. But yeah, basically the same.
Yep, I am saying that AP Bren has been more like dominant in terms of like objectives compared to Echo. Because what Echo does is instead of actually competing for objective takes, they are competing for those pickoffs. And when you play pickoffs against good teams, usually they just trade. They're not gonna go for it. Which is why you're seeing more Turtle and more Lords on the side of Echo, because of the fact that they are just playing this different play style compared to AP Bren. Meanwhile, you have AP Bren that actually fights into whatever you throw at them, which I think for me, personally speaking, is more flexible than what Echo has.
Yeah, that's right. Echo is the one who pioneered denying team fights. If your opponent wants a 5v5, you barely give them a 1v5, a 2v5, and then you win elsewhere. That's the Echo Express. That's what they do best. As for AP Bren, though, they are better at 5v5s. They're better at full-on engages. But as we saw yesterday, that could come around and bite you behind.
Actually, for Echo, the difference right now for AP Bren is for AP Bren, they weren't able to actually adjust against their opposing team yesterday. But for Echo, the previous games, they lost game 1, and then it's a reverse sweep for them. So maybe it's something that AP Bren has to step up coming to this game, because it's all about adjustment, adaptability, and at the same time, execution for both.
Any promise, Midnight, in how AP Bren performed yesterday? You expect anything new? Because yesterday they suffered a loss against OMG.
I want to see some flex on Few.
All right.
I want to see some flex new heroes.
Well, in addition to that, you can now lay out our keys to victory brought to us by Infinix. Midnight, go ahead.
Well, definitely a blockbuster match between AP Bren and Echo. Very big responsibilities to fill in for both sides. They can do that by following the keys to victory here. Again, brought to us by Infinix Note Series Ultra Fast Gameplay. For Echo, you have to play your own style of ISO, or the isolated playstyle, or as I call it, independent setups of the Orcas, because they are masters of pickoffs. They are capable of just choosing the targets, selecting kind of their mission and making sure that they get the kill whenever they want. For AP Brand, end games ASAP or polish the late game. They need to be able to convert these small and big team fight and objective victories in the early to mid game to make sure that they close that out, because we've seen AP Brand kind of struggle against good late game teams such as Smart, Omega, and RSG, mind you, wherein they were controlling the entire game and leading by a huge margin, but they still lost it on the late game, so they still need to work on that. Now, on both sides, you have the jungle matchup, the best of the best. Not just in PH, but I would say even the world show why Carl and Kyle are the best and top junglers in their respective roles. You have the flex, you have the constant, you have the stability, you have the consistency, and I think that's what they need to show here for both Carl and Kyle. Both aggression and both objectives, they need to be on point for their own respective teams. Again, Keys to Victory is brought to us by Infinix Note Series.
You know what? This is very nostalgic and it's trippy if you think about it. The last time that we paired up Carl TZ and Kyle TZ, Kyle was just sitting in Kyle's shadows. Carl's shadows, right?
Yep.
Kyle.
It's confusing though.
He was literally looking up at Carl TZ, but now, look at this after the AP Brand World Tour, even under Seaball, we're standing neck and neck, right?
Yep. Yeah, indeed, Drew. I was also about to say the word nostalgic, but it is. Again, it was season 10 when we were first introduced with Kyle TZ. Okay, I got confused a little bit.
Saison.
But yeah, the TZ, the legend of the TZ, it
the TZ
is
Blade.
connected to this both players, and they're showing dominance locally and internationally.
They're both Philippine athletes.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh,
TZ Blades, SEA Games.
Philippine, Saison, Nepomuceno.
TZ has brought us this achievement for the country. The TZs.
Is it a teaser for M5?
Wow. What
I
a smooth
would
transition.
not be surprised. I would not be surprised. Let's move on over the spotlight to our...
Did you see View?
What'd he do?
He was waving M2.
That's right. M2. Sanji, do M4. Say M4.
M4. I got an M4. Nah, this is such a good matchup, you know. The veterancy of Few on the support role, while you have Sanji's explosive debut last year.
Oh, yeah.
He is a relatively newcomer to the league, but if you ask any ML player around the world who your favorite support player is, they'll say Sanji.
Yeah, no, even all the way as far as the West in NACT, Hoon looks up to Sanji.
Yeah.
And Hoon has been playing the game a little bit longer, if I'm not mistaken. Now, here's the thing. The shoe's on the other foot when you compare mid laners, right? Kyle TZ and Carl TZ, Carl has years on Kyle. Here, it's the other way around. It's Few who's been here welcoming Sanji.
Kind of like equal, right? And that's also true with Flop and Sanford. Flop has more experience, Sanford relatively a newcomer.
Now, if you think about it, majority of the players, actually individually, they are on par. So what's going to be the difference here for Echo and AP Brand? Is it the play style? Maybe the play style, but the heroes are basically the same.
Rome maybe?
What if it's Tick and Treb versus Ren and Ducky?
Oh, what if it's the coaches?
That's a good matchup.
Right?
The besties.
They're even besties. I mean,
and they both have similar dynamics.
Yeah.
One is clearly the brains, and then the other is the one who reels everybody together.
Oh my, this is such an interesting affair to watch.
It's a formula, it works.
Yeah, you're seeing the recipe as to why these franchises are just successful.
MPL-PH, S12. Right mix. Oh, that was yesterday. Never mind, that was yesterday.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into the draft here. Game number 1, Echo on the plate.
Oh man.
Answering back, it's Fredrin first pick for the Orcas.
God, we're gonna see Carl TZ play the objective game for Echo. Most probably, that's gonna be on Carl TZ, because we haven't yet seen Sanford utilize the Fredrin XP this season. And now AP Brent, they do have the chance of picking up the Valentina again. For Few, there's no Rafaela, no Angela, because there's no shenanigans that will happen on both sides. They perfectly understand each other, like the way their heroes work, their capability to flex. But right now, AP Brand, they have the chance of picking up Fuse signature hero, the Valentina or the Kadita.
God, just
They
open
go
though.
with the Valentina.
God, just open though.
And
I
Teresa.
think
Wait,
Teresa.
Teresa. Okay, Flap TZ. The Flap TZ special.
Okay, so for the Teresa, honestly speaking though, I think it's a bit too early for AP Brand because they also have the option to take and use the X-Borg.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah,
Because
right,
it's
right,
also
right.
Flop easy that they use this on the recent international tournaments.
But the thing is, if you pick up either X-Borg or something with the likes of the Yuzong, you already have the Valentina, which
yeah.
could just steal
Ooh,
these
yeah,
ultimates
yeah.
away from those heroes. So I feel like AP Bren has this calculated down to the last pick. You pick big ultimates on the side of Echo, which they love, by the way, even in the roam position. You get the Valentina, you get the benefit of having Echo's arsenal on your side.
Yeah, but so far it's denied. Echo, at best, you can steal the rough waves.
Yeah.
And it's, I don't know how the numbers work, but it recently got nerfed.
Yeah. Got heavily nerfed early game.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's a Sanji special.
So does the AP Brand pick up the Kaj here?
Kaj,
For the
Franco.
For the first time today, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Kaj is open.
Oh.
They don't care.
Wait, this is interesting. They went with the Irithel, knowing that Bruno is open,
Okay.
Brody is open, Carry is open. There's a lot of open heroes on the gold lane, but they pick the Irithel.
So are we in an era wherein Irithel is prioritized over Bruno? Because I think during the previous series, it's the same story.
I mean, if you pair it up,
Movement speed?
if you pair it up with a support, maybe. Because the thing with Irithel is that she kind of works like Kimmy, wherein you can just move around, hit
yeah.
people, and the way that Irithel works is that if you lose out on the movement speed, Irithel just outmaneuvers everybody.
You know, I'll be damned. Chantel is right. Irithel was prioritized first in the previous series over Bruno. So yeah,
New meta.
I wonder why that is. And now they take away the Bruno.
Ooh, interesting.
Interesting.
There you go, the jackets. Oh my god, look at the achievements right there. Daily reminder, guys. Daily
Shouting
reminder.
best.
It
Shouting
stings
best.
for some, especially Leo, because it doesn't have one.
I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna talk to management. I'm a size XL, by the way.
All right.
It's limited
In
edition.
case you're listening.
Lancelot out for AP Bren. I mean, Echo did take it out.
Oh, it's a full house.
Yeah, it is. Croc is open, by the way, for both sides.
Right.
By the way, which Few also uses the
Yeah,
Grok.
very flexible indeed. Can be utilized on jungle, roam, XP, support. I think the only lane that AP Bren hasn't used the Grok is the gold lane.
Oh yeah.
That had a little bit of a showing in previous metas, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
You just
That can be an option. Okay, so they trimmed down the hero pool for options for Benecutie.
They want to fight into the Brody. I feel it. I'm feeling it. They want to fight into the Brody.
Ooh.
Because that is just destroying Brody in team fights.
So very specific that Echo wants to trim down the heroes this time around for Kyle TZ. What if?
Part 2.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, in the last playoffs, season 11, the Hive and the Oracles actually got really into it.
Oh,
Two of the most active and vocal.
How can I forget?
The cheer battle, right?
Yeah.
The cheer battle.
It was very heated, very heated.
Okay, jungle pick or roam. Grok again. Go, if you're asking jungle or roam, go Grok. Can never go wrong.
Yeah, pretty solid, even going into the first three here. And
As Midnight says.
can confirm, there it is.
Coach Bren, man. Coach Bren and Coach Lucky. They understand draft priority going with carry. And the
Interesting.
Kaj.
The Kari and Kaj.
Interesting because we saw Kaja usually being prioritized at as early as possible, but it is at the latter part of the pickings.
Okay.
Okay, in terms of what hero is Ogwen is to use, actually we don't even know because is this Grok going to be on a Fuse
Yeah,
hands
here's the
or
thing.
Flap TZ?
Here's
Or
the
actually
thing.
there's a Terizla.
I want to see a Kufra from Ogren. Like,
And then a jungler Grok.
I want this Grok to go jungle.
You want a Kufi, huh?
I want a Goofy. Okay.
It's an AD.
Okay, no, this still can be a jungle Grok. Likely a jungle Grok.
Yeah, it is a jungle Grok for sure.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
I love the idea that they're putting the Grok in such an early pacing game. Because with a jungle Grok, you are able to get items as early as possible. And you don't lose out much on the defensive capabilities on the hero because you have more levels, right?
Uh-huh.
And you playing with Irithel allows you to just have this insane early game for AP Bren, which you do lose in the late game because the carry also is in the opposition. but you have the chance of making sure that you are able to play well into the mid game. Wow!
Haven't seen this for a while.
They're not wrong though.
This is not bug. This is not bug.
This is the most correct way to call this.
Some people would say, oh, it did not move. No, that was just 50-50.
It's just 50-50, guys. World champs for a reason.
That's how it has to be. As we set up for game 1 in this best of 3. Once more, it's Echo versus AP Bren. One more look at their team comps and the emblems and talents they'll be bringing into this bout. Something to note, AP Bren, they want to pick up the pace here. They want to pick fights as soon as possible.
Oh, yeah.
Because literally just the Irtel is the only one who has no CC.
Oh yeah, even the Edith here for Ogun, and we might see those flickers being forced to be used as early as possible because it's a Kaja Edith type of thing, you know. So this time around, early pokes for both at the XP lane.
Yeah, the typical XP clear with the support, either the support or the roam. But this time around, the roams are going to be sitting in mid, getting their level 2s, just, you know, allowing both sides to be able to get more access towards their skills. And now they're contesting jungle away from Carl Teasy.
Okay, we could see JP and the other players actually poking to take that little Wanderer, but a few will secure that one. And yeah, another trivia for us.
Yeah, if you calculate all of the total time that Few has played in game, he would trump Carl Teasy by about 26 minutes, 27 minutes, right? So they've both been here since season 1, fam. Well, Carl Teasy season 2.
Oh yeah. Few's the only person. Yep, the only player since season 1.
That's really interesting because they're 1 season apart. Like,
but
Few is older
play
than Carl
time.
Teasy, but their playtime is only 26 minutes.
Oh.
The difference there. And you know what? It's interesting to note that Carl Teasy used to look up to Few.
Yeah.
He became his teammates, now they're enemies.
He put the kids in idol ng mga kids.
Yeah.
Oh, he's part of the kid category
Idol
before.
of the case.
Okay. But yeah, this time around, it's going to be a slow start for both of our teams. I mean, the respect for both, but Adam in the lane, early pokes. And look at Sanford just punching. Oh, and same goes with Flapteasy, a free hit for him.
Yep. And now it's a turtle dance. 2 minutes in. Here comes Echo.
Okay, who's going to get the turtle? Wild Charge has been used by Kyle Teasy already, but Kyle Teasy will secure that one with the power of nature. Echo comes in for the kill. First blood by the hands of a JP, but the team fight is not done yet. That's Flapteasy will take a kill against Echo.
Oh, 40. Run, 40. Run. Few still has a full health bar, and that's a 1-for-1. Sanji for Ogwin, but AP Bren got the turtle.
Yeah, they got a trade. I mean, they got the pokes onto Ogwin, but they didn't zone out the Grok and the Terizla. It's very hard to do that. And combine the penalty zone and the wild charge, it's hard to contest the turtle for Carl Teasy, and Carl Teasy gets the retribution in while Carl Teasy was airborne.
Actually, I thought that the wild charge from Kyle Teasy was a bit too early, but it's a different type of Grok securing an objective strategy for them. So no one is willing to back down for every team fight. That's just what I want to say.
Yeah, and it's that sequence that made me say the assumption, right? That AP Bren has to go fast because at this point in the game, especially when they all hit level 4, they have all the CC in the world. Super Marco.
That was close. Super Marco is still alive, but we have 4 players of Echo right here, but a nice checking on the bush by Kyle Teasy on that barrier.
Wow, AP Bren looking at the pressure already on bottom lane. Again, they have the Grok. They are able to play this type of game wherein they just control and zone people around, especially just to amplify the presence of the Irithel on the gold lane. First macro move of AP Bren.
For this game, all I gotta say that there's no team fight or heavy team fight, but this is breathtaking because every step that you will do is gonna be crucial for the next happening on this match. So another movement from both teams, probably the top lane, because this is where the turtle will spawn. So we have Carl Teasy and Flapteasy, the original Teasy brothers, by the way, at the top lane. The charge to secure that one. Still alive with Carl Teasy. Nope, not this time. Gonna be killed by the players of AP Bren, but Sanji comes in for the drop waves. Oh wow! And the team fight is not done yet. Look at Sanji and Few just poking each other, but the turtle will probably go and no contest by Echo, by the way. With Retribution,
Oh.
Kyle Dizzy will secure this one.
Something tells me 40's done this in ranked games. Something tells me 40's tried to steal turtles via the Paquito combo.
He was positioning himself to kind of like contest the turtle away from AP Brent, but that was a masterful turtle engage against Echo, seeing Carl Deasy step outside of his position, outside the box of Echo, immediately Guardian's Barrier, penalty zone into Wild Charge. And AP Brent knew perfectly well that, hey, the GOAT is outside of his box.
Yeah, sequence on sequence now, 2 turtles back to back. AP Bren have trumped Echo. Despite sitting at 2-2 and the gold lead being close to 0 here this time around, bouncing between 100, 200, back and forth, I think it's just about a matter of time before we see who actually wins the mid game. About to leave! Oh!
There goes the ISO.
Okay.
There goes the ISO.
So that's the plan of Echo, to surprise Super Marco at the bottom lane. But by the way, AP Brent is doing something at the middle lane. It's going to be the turret as the target, and successfully they will destroy that one. An early middle lane destruction by AP Brent.
They traded Marco for that turret.
I mean, as much as that was good for AP Brent, they are losing out on that momentum whenever Super Marco dies in mid-game. So they really need to be careful with that. And Echo, they are just utilizing the isolated plays that they have with the penalty zone.
Speaking of isolated plays, Flap TC will isolate the players, but there's going to be a concealed play. Card TC will take in all the damage of AB Bread as the Sanford's going to be here to secure that kill. 40 with those knockout punches. Kyle TC is still alive though, and here comes the damage from Ogan doing the free hit, and Echo is forced to run away, to back away, and the only casualty for that one is you.
Gwen?
Oh, wait, they're not done. All right.
Okay.
Woo. All right, this is what we were talking about. How it's not worth it to trade a turret for Marco is because Marco there was left lacking.
Yep. And again, Sanford with the knockout strike on the backside of Thanks Few. He had the Divine Judgment, but he was not able to use it because he was burst down by the Paquito going on the backline.
No one will back away on this one. Guardian's Barrier has been used by Kyle TZ. Players of Echo ready. Same goes with AP Brand. Who's going to take this turtle? One charge has been used just to zone out the players.
That's right.
And all 3 turtles will go to the AP Brand side.
That's what I was going to say. It's worth it. I mean, they still got all 3 turtles 100%. Even if no one was home for that wild charge, AP Brand got what they wanted.
That's how you know, right? That's how you know.
100%.
They know their objectives. The wild charge, the zone, very masterful usage of the skills and the spells. AP Brand, again, they are masters of the macro gameplay, but Echo at the moment, they have a lot of ways to engage into the Irithyll. The pickoffs are there, the Petrify from Sanji, the Flicker Divine Judgment, and do keep in mind that they are playing to scale. They have the carry on Benny Cutie.
We saw Kara play earlier, and it's as if the goal lead is just juggling between Echo and AP Brand, so it's an even ball game.
That's right, and we haven't even seen Benny Cutie be actively a part of these team fights. Yep. The last one in mid, that was just but a taste. That was mostly 40.
This is still hard for AP Brent because you know what's happening on the map right now? This is what I call the pendulum. Like both teams are just swinging back and forth from mid to top to mid to bot. But the problem is AP Brent, they need to group up as 5 while Echo is allowed to sort of like split. But AP Brent, they're not looking for
Okay, at the bottom lane, here comes the penalty zone by Flap TZ. A lot of damage coming in from AP Brent as the turret is going to be destroyed. And JP as well is the casualty. While Benny Cutie is up there, just going to be in way farming. It's a late game here, but the zone is continuous here for AP Brand, and Carl TC is here as well for Echo, trying to defend the second turret, but not enough. No Sanji with a Divine Judgment from Few. What a nice kill by Super Marco. And what? Super Marco still alive? Wait, what? What is happening this time?
Carl jumped right through the wall, and now the fight continues. Flapteasy finds one. Oh, they disengage.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt Echo. I mean, AP Bren, as much as Echo was trading to look for farm on Benny Cutie, AP Bren just took too much. Tower and bottom lane, almost getting 2 towers, by the way. And important heroes died in that engage, and they weren't even able to take down the Irithyll.
Robert, we talked about how Kadira's ult got nerfed. That's where I felt it, 100%. I felt it.
Exactly.
Sanji didn't heal enough.
Oh my goodness.
Sanji left the rough waves. He was at 1/3 of his health still. Usually it's full.
Yup, and it's something that Echo has seen on that last team fight. Another team fight, by the way, we can see Car TZ and Kyle TZ, the TZs, are here at the Lord Pit. Take note of the position of Sanji and JP. Owen is here as well to get a vision of what's happening inside this one. Sanji is going to be zoned out. The conceal has been used. And another penalty so by Flapty. Lane. Owen will secure this scored. Sanji will use that drop waves. One charge is here as well. The knockups as well is here as Benny Cutie will secure a kill against Flap TC.
Oh, that was disastrous on the backswing for AP Bren, but again, much like the story of this whole 10-minute game so far, they got what they wanted.
Yeah, they got Lord. AP Bren were focused on taking down the Lord, but JP, when he flickered in, although it was unfortunate because he got knocked up by the Lord and he was not able to move with the Divine Judgment, it gave enough of attention for AP Bren to deal with. The Echo was just able to land their spells onto the backside. Super Marco died in that team fight.
And I gotta feel like for this game, it's as if regardless of whatever, if the other team got the Lord, it's okay.
Whoa,
as long as you have those punches and open in an instant out of the map, out of the game. And for AP Bren, there's another casualty I think for them. Flapty for the counter. A penalty zone, but not enough for them. Bennigan is gonna be down. The storm is down as well. Super Marco, and it is his time, but still alive with a Purify. But Super Marco is down by the hands of Sanford.
Oh, 3 for 3. It's scrappy and they're still going. Few and Flaptizi, they want their old teammate in Carl.
It's a 2 versus 2, by the way. Plus the Lord, of course, for AP Bren. And Carl TC is here, just taking all the damage from Flaptizi. Former brothers under a Bren banner. Well, the Lord is here. Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot for them. But Sanji swims and backs away.
Oh, they're still going.
It's a lot done though. Okay, right, Lord defended. No casualty after the 3 casualties.
Look at how damn close this game is. 20 gold lead.
20 gold lead. Under 12 minutes. Lord pushed all the way down bottom. Daddy JP is the first player this season to reach 100 assists. Thank you, Daddy JP.
All right, we're seeing the late game preview for Echo. The damage is there coming out from Benny Cutie. It's just unfortunate for AP Bren that Kyle Deasy died before he used the wild charge, so the carry lived all throughout that. Even though Super Marco was able to take him out, the Irito was in a bad position and he was knocked out by Sanford and the Paquito.
Okay, so the map is calmed as of the moment. Yeah. So I kind of feel like for the next team fight, it will be on the Turtle fight. The Lord fight rather. If not, if there's gonna be a Divine Judgment from JP.
Yeah, that's a scary thing, right? Like if you look at late game, AP Bren, the only way you win fights is if you have perfect initiation with these set of heroes, but you also have to chase the Paquito while Echo. They have a lot of tools in their arsenal. JP!
Okay, we can see JP right now using a flicker. Here comes the Divine Judgment. Is there going to be a counter play? Penalty zone has been used as Sanji will secure a kill against Kyle and Sanford as well. Benacute is going to be the target here for AP Bren. And this time around, a kill for both teams with 3 casualties for AP Bren as Flap TZ is the only player left. Same goes with View. Sanford is here as well with those knockout punches, and View is not able to survive by the hands of Carla TZ. Another one, but nope, Flap TZ is a sustainable hero. They go Lord.
This is way too expensive for AP Bren, man. They spend way too many resources to just get Benny.
Dude, talk about backlines. Although Ogwin played perfectly there, like using his ultimate and to make sure that he is on the carry, on top of the carry. But Echo, the damage is also present on their backline. Like the Paquito going in front of the Irtel, it's enough to actually take out the goal laner of AP Bren. So in terms of actual usage and availability when it comes to spells and resources, Echo just has more uptime on their heroes.
Speaking of uptime, again, yet another Lord that is to be contested by 2 junglers. For both AP Bren and Echo, JP has the Divine Judgment. For a few, okay, there's no IMU, but a conceal. Conceal for both junglers, or for both the boss fights, by the way, and okay, will use that charge of the Petrify for Sanji. Who's gonna be the target? Successfully killed by Sanji here. Penalty zone again for Flap TC, but Sanford is just on the eyes. But Super Marco with a counter kill against them, and a Benacute as well. A TP out for Super Marco, and what's happening right now? Sanford's down, Few and Ogun as well for AP Bren.
It's just too easy for Echo to actually answer back. Even if AP Bren finds the perfect wild charge, the perfect penalty zone, Daddy JP's DJ is more than enough. Here comes another one.
Ooh, it's not done yet, as Flap TC is gonna be down, so we only have 2 players left for AP Bren. That is the jungler Kyle TZ and Super Marco, and there's the reset.
I mean, good news, bad news is good news, it got reset. Bad news is it's a 2v5.
Yeah, and again, you're losing out more than what you are gaining. Echo is just constantly getting kills here. They're willing to reset the Lord. Again, this is a position wherein you want to fight. The Sanford getting access in the backline makes it sure that the Irithel cannot join the team fight here for AP Bren, effectively making things awkward for AP Bren's frontliners because they have to deal with the carry.
Oh, now they just gave up the Ghost here, and they concede the Lord over to Echo. 3.4k ahead here, 15 minutes in. What's the goal difference? Wow, 1,000 to change between Marco and Benny.
Yeah, this is really hard for Super Marco to play into because he's not up against Echo. He's actually up against Sanford with the Paquito on the back line. Well, AP Bren, as I said earlier, they cannot stand the frontline defense because you are up against a carry, you're up against a Kadita, and you are up against Cargizi. The Brethren is going to be able to provide a lot of control for the carry to work with, and that space, those small windows, if you give it to carry, he'll just shred through those HPs.
You know what, for AP Bren, there has to be someone that baits the Divine Judgment from JP, even the rough waves from Sanji, because
But he has to die.
yeah, because Super Marco's really having a hard time, but here comes the Lord
Kyle?
out of bottom lane. We saw that gorgeous barrier plus a one. But here comes the rough waves again. JB's down, but Sanford again just punching the back lines of AP Bren, and slowly it is hard for AP Bren to defend their base as the Lord is here. A tower lock, a base lock as Echo will secure game number 1.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Like the waves crashing through, Echo scores.
In an instant, wow, we've mentioned the pendulum effect in terms of goal lead. Just one team fight, it went 1.3k, 2.2k, and then Echo won. Echo Express.
Yowie, he's very happy.
But not happy enough to actually stand up out of chair.
Yeah. I mean,
it's just game 1. It's just game 1.
Game 1.
He was happy for Sanji. He hit that 4-man petrify, by the way, on the bottom lane. After that, they went on the air. They didn't go swimming. I don't know why, but they went on air. And then when they landed, Paquito was behind the line, punching Super Mario.
What a combo!
I was just trying to mimic what Sanford was doing, because it's hard to just literally just go in front, at the back rather, and not think about any other players.
That's what's scary, is Sanford is going up front, in the back, and the sides,
left, right,
diagonally,
behind,
whoa.
Behind, whoa.
No, that's AP Bren. That's AP Bren. Sanford's over there on the other side. But yeah, no, it's no joke. It's real that Sanford worked so hard here. Sanford made everything hard for AP Bren because, yeah, Flap might find Benny Cutie, but that means AP Bren's backline is also compromised.
Yup, and it's a lot easier for Echo to just push forward because there are other single target heroes as well that made Sanford's job a lot easier.
I'm sure Midnight has a lot to say about Game 1. Midnight, do the analyst thing.
All right, best of the best mastery when it comes to both Lord, Turtle, objectives, skirmishing, team fighting. All you want in a good MLBB team, we just saw in game number 1. And Echo had the upper hand against AP Bren. It is all about the composition, all about the jabs, but what matters is how you execute and play the game. And Sanji, again, that last Petrify combo against AP Bren. And do take note that he had a lot of amazing engages against AP Bren when they were turning with the Lord fights, like the Petrifies, the timings of the rough waves, the target selection as well. He's always on the view, making sure that the Valentina is shut down. And this is the mastery of the player. Even though the hero is nerfed, like you had reduced early game damage, it's fine as you are able to do what you need to do in game. That is what matters. And with the combo of the Petrify and the rough waves, anybody could still melt on the side of AP Bren. Now, early game, AP Bren did have like early game lead because of the structure of their composition, like the way their team fight works. They are just much stronger compared to Echo. But the main problem is the actual follow-up. Sanford always going in the back lines. If you look at the composition of AP Bren, they cannot actually sustain the damage output coming out from the Paquito. Super Marco does not build into anti-crosses. He does not build into defensive items. He builds pure damage. That's how an Irithel works. And when the late game came, it made it awkward because it still is the problem. The problem still persisted that they cannot deal with the Paquito. Add to that the tools on Echo's arsenal, like the crowd control coming out from the Fredrin, the Divine Judgment, and of course the damage output coming out from the carry, the passive of every shurikens that Benny Cutie throws, it goes through those HPs. Looking at this play again, Sanford is always on Super Marco. He has his eyes set on his primary objective. It's not the turtle, it's not the lord, it's not about the towers, it's about Super Marco. Now look at this clash specifically. Sanford could have gone on to Platizi or Ogren, he could have actually saved Benny Cutie, but instead he went over to the Irithel because he knows that this is his main goal. It's his job, it's his primary job to make sure that the Irithel cannot participate in fights. Even Few was shut down heavily by Sanji, our MVP of course, and those petrifies you'd see in just a minute. These rough waves always targeting Few, making sure that the El Capitan of AP Brent cannot make calls from the dead, and that allows Echo to just have this constant amazing fights over AP Brent. Of course, in the late game they just have more damage, and you just have to close it out. And with this amazing jump from Sanji, 4-man petrify versus AP Brent allowed the other 4 members on the side of Echo to just do their thing, do their job, go to backline for Sanford, and for Benny Cutie to complete the job and finish the tower of AP Brent. Now, we are going to be looking at the jungle pattern of Cartizi, who was shut down earlier on in the game. He was controlled a lot by Cartizi, and Cartizi, the new TZ brothers had their past resolved when they faced up against Cartizi. We found a common enemy. But after that, Echo played with their strengths. They played and grouped up as 5. Looking at Cartizi, this is a guy who usually takes resources away from the enemy. But this time around, instead of doing that, he grouped up to become the peel for carry. He was making a lot of space in the back and front lines for Echo to provide more playing room for carry or Benny Cutie to be able to move around and deal damage. I like the emblem choices here for a lot of the players, especially on Cartizi. Again, the QC, the Quantum Charge on the President, allows him to move around more in team fights, and the tankiness given by the firmness and of course the tenacity. Now that is also true with Benny Cutie. He does have the tenacity, and I believe this was a marksman emblem, but JP as well with the agility and the Quantum Charge. Usually people ask why Kajas go Quantum Charge, but again, it's for the added movement speed and the ability to chase these heroes down. Now looking at the items, again, even though Kadita was nerfed in the previous patch, when you are able to get up to this point where you have the Genius Wand, the Divine Glaive, and the Holy Crystal, you just deal so much damage, especially with the flat numbers that has been given to Sanji, that scales better now because the damage reduced is removed with the number of waves hitting. And that just means that if you are able to land your spell on the right target, almost instantly they'll be bursted down. And that is what he felt in this game. He was not comfortable playing the front lines here for AP Brent, effectively leaving these frontliners on their side, Latizi and Kyle Tizi, tanking the damage output coming out from Benny Cutie. 135k damage taken from Clap, which AP Brent couldn't convert because again, Super Marco was shut down on the backside of the Hive, and Benny Cutie just being able to farm the macro game of the first few minutes of the game, 828 GPM while dealing 70.3k damage for his team, and that is surprising considering that he had a lot of damage dealers on his side, and this is still the majority of the damage output coming out from Echo, and this is just because of sheer positioning from Benny Cutie, one of the best marksmen to look at if you want to learn positioning as a marksman. Again, AP Brent, they did have a fantastic start, but the problem is the macro and the pickups were just too much for Echo, for AP Brent to deal with, and that was the recipe for Echo success come the mid to late game. They were just providing so much space for Benny Cutie to deal with, and they fulfilled their responsibility individually perfectly, perfectly, and I think that is what made them win game number 1.
And as a whole, it just makes more sense. If you're Echo, your engages and what you look for on the map is more sure. It converts much faster than what AP Bren is trying to do. AP Bren is a relatively high concept, if I say so myself.
Yeah, actually for AP Bren, there were a lot of instances wherein they were the ones that actually initiated first, but at the same time, it is the capacity of the heroes that Echo has, and at the same time, the ability to find where Super Marco is. Whenever Sanford is there, it's a lot difficult for Super Marco to do those free hits. It has been the story of AP Bren, and they wanted Super Marco to deal damage against the other players, and it is an epitome that if there is an opportunity, grab it, and it opens up a whole lot more for Echo.
Thank you, Coach.
Life coach, anyway. Speaking of the games here, you also can watch and follow MPL Philippines. MPL Arena grabbed the chance to meet and greet your MDL or favorite MDL teams. Today we will be visited by MNNE Evos and AP Bren Hornets. Catch them later at the MPL booth, which, by the way, we saw them during the commercial.
That's right. AP Bren Hornets already in the building. They're here to support their compatriots in AP Bren, and they're going to need all that. They're going to need to show more love, is because AP Bren are now down a point. Echo is at match point, and that's literally just one game away from continuing the streak.
Yeah, after this, they will be on 7th. And, you know, the road is towards 11. That's the number.
That's the goal.
That's the number to chase.
Yeah.
That was set by Blacklist, by the way.
That's right. There's a song that goes, On Singlaro Bago Matalo.
Wow. That was... I've never had more beautiful words come out from a singer.
I didn't expect that. In an instant.
Yeah, no, that's how the song goes. Let's go ahead on to our insider before we go into match 2.
Woo! The vibe here is electric! Ay, may tampol pa. Dun. Okay, sobrang energetic ng ating mga crowd dito sa MPL Arena. Kaya ngayon, we're gonna have a cheer battle against Hans right over there. O,
Ready
kamusta
na
ka
kami
dyan?
dito eh.
Kamusta ka dyan?
Ready na kami dito. Ready na ba tayo? Ready na tayo?
Ready na!
Okay, pero you know what? Kami muna kasi kami yung nanalo eh. Kami yung nanalo. I'm gonna need cheerleaders. Leader for the cheer. Kayong dalawa. Okay, ipapasa ko sa inyo, okay? We're gonna get the Echo side pumped up. Are you ready?
Let's go!
What's your name?
Clarky. Charlie.
Carty and Carly. Ooh, Car. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Hans,
Sige.
nag-change ng pangalan. Nilito mo kami. Ano na?
Naiintindihan namin. Okay, may drums kayo. Pero wala kayong panama dito sa bata ko. Wala kayong panama dito.
Go, yo, Bob.
Sinasabi ko pa lang sa inyo. Ano, ready ka na? Ready ka na?
Oh,
tara
sige.
na. Halika na dito. Dito ka na eh. Di ba? Okay. Pag sinabi kong ang pinalakas, sasabihin mo Bren lang, tas alam na nila. Okay? Kasi wala kaming drums eh. So kailangan medyo doblehan natin. Eh, nandito ka na. Di ba? Ang pinalakas!
Brenda!
Malakas! Ang pinalakas!
Brenda!
Malakas! Ang pinalakas!
Brenda! Malakas!
Partida, wala pa kaming drums niyan. Paano pag may drums pa kami?
Okay. Alam mo, jacket pa lang panalo na kami. Alright, here we go. Round 2, fight!
Easy Echo! Let's go Echo! Laban Echo! Let's go Echo! Easy Echo! Let's go!
Ha! What?
Okay.
Oh, ano na, Hans?
Okay. Alam nyo, kulang kayo sa energy kasi wala si Mima Dars. Wala si Mima Dars. Wala yung taga-ganon nyo. Wala. So, pakiramdam ko, kailangan ko nang humugot ng isa pa. Kasi dalawa pa lang pinapakita nila. Sa akin, si Obabs pa lang, it's time. Okay. Meron pa ba tayong isa pang cheer? Pero feel ko, hindi na kailangan ng cheer eh.
Hindi na.
Game na to.
Real talk lang ulit, real talk.
O sige, real talk.
Tandaan nyo ba to? Mima, natakot ka, no?
Ay! Oo nga, no?
Wait lang! Hindi ako ginaganahan makipag-trash-talkan kasi wala si Mima.
Oh, wait lang.
As early as now. So it's gonna be AP Brand to secure that little wonder.
Now, question is, would the claw work? Because honestly, I thought claw was dead. But I understand why they picked it. There's no hard CC on the side of AP Bren. Claw does play around the Akai well, and he also wins the lane versus Irithel. My question is, how well do you actually scale into the late game, knowing that Super Marco Benekito might just play Harith? Oh, nice. Volume nation.
All right.
The hair.
That's our...
Close enough. Because of
beloved
the hair.
Manjin Faldas being compared to the 90s hit cartoon character, Johnny Bravo.
They went with the Irithel.
Oh, okay. So
my question is, how well do you actually scale into the late game, knowing that Super Marco is on an Irithel and a hero that has an insane spike in the mid game, and that is where you are usually weak?
All right, it looks like the answer might actually be right before our eyes. Maybe Benny Cutie won't even play against the Irithel. Look at him, he's rocking Wilderness Blessing. Yeah, he might try to go for 2 waves here, 2 lanes worth. So he'll try to expedite that early game and be part of fight sooner than Super Marco would be.
yeah, as early as possible in a deal that Blazing do it to everyone, since AP Brand is early to mid and late game compensated and having the gold lane be aggressive as much as possible.
So basically, the Claude is saving up time walking over lanes, and those times saved is compensated with the nerfs, right? Because Claude right now doesn't just hit as hard, especially with the Blazing Duet, and the damage that he gets from the item has been reduced.
Yep, significantly. Turtle fight up now, 2 minutes passed, and now JP, gets a few.
Okay, AP Brand now has the kick, but who's gonna get this turtle objective? As Cartesi will secure that one with a retribution. Nope, not this time for the heavy spin from Kyle TC though.
All right, well, fair enough. AP Bren were a man down. Fee was put down to a third of his health, and he wasn't willing to risk it.
Yep. AP Bren, they still are waiting for that spike in mid-game. You know, just have to play it casually. No need to really put on unnecessary aggression right now. Because, to be honest, they don't really have the right tools to do it. Like, for Echo, even though they are still waiting for the Claude's late game, they are capable of holding AP Bren, especially with the Paquito just lingering around.
Speaking of which, speaking of a hold, not enough damage though, but on the top lane, it's going to be a Sanford kill. Solo kill, by the way, for 40. What a nice job for him on the laning.
The Apex Predator. I wonder how that happened, though.
Well, it's a losing matchup, to be fair.
I mean, yeah, no, the Khalid doesn't do much.
Yeah, it doesn't do much, especially in level 4, right? And the Paquito just destroys Khalid in lane. And that is actually one thing, one factor that AP Bren has to consider. This XP lane matchup is really, really terrible.
Yeah, and we saw that game 1, it was a Flap TC just doing the initiations for AP Bren. Maybe that's why they took another hero, or actually 2 heroes for the setups. But JB is just all over the place. Speaking of all over the place, AP Bren is going to be here at the bottom lane. You again with the IMU on that Whip Dragon. But, okay, have a spin. Now TC forces Benny. Kitty out. But there's going to be a dive in here for View and the rest of AP Bren as Cardies is going to be here. TC versus TC, and Cardies the better TC this time.
That's a sloppy team fight if I've ever seen one.
I mean, a sloppy engage. Talk about it. AP Bren took their time, and then when they finally pulled the trigger, Echo was there to respond.
Super Marco canceled the recall of Claude. The better choice there was to let Claude go, and even if Echo tries to go for the punish, Irithel will be able to just get the tower, get some gold from the shields.
And as if that wasn't enough, Midnight Chantel, there was another 1v1 kill up top. And now this time around 2v2. Oh no! Flap TZ!
Flap TZ uses this. Oh, but JP!
Oh, wow.
That's under the turret, that's far. But yup, it's still a secure kill for Echo this time around. JP's gonna be the bait. No Shupa for him, and a secure kill by Kyle TZ. Plus the turtle objective, by the way, is being sorted by Echo, who is at 2k gold lead.
Wait. Went from bad to worse, because right now I don't see an orange buff anywhere on AP Bren.
Yeah,
so in addition to those kills, the orange got stolen.
This is just going to snowball out of control for Echo, and the late game that we are looking for, it might come faster for the Orcas. It's not even about a Claude, it's about the Paquito. Like, he now owns half of the map, because even Flap TZ cannot fight into him mid lane. is pressured enough in a way that you cannot really respond to bottom lane. And that just means, you know what? Echo, with better QT, he is just going to be able to farm for the majority of early to mid game.
That's right. The upper quarter of the map, the left upper quarter of the map, is Casa de la 40. There's nothing that Flapteasy can do unless he's part of a team fight.
That was ultra fast.
Welcome to the Casa de la 40.
Yep.
But yeah, it is a 2K, 2-level gap actually for the XP laners. But speaking of which, another rotation here for Echo Alpha bottom lane.
No.
Zoning out Ogwen. It's just Carl TZ dealing damage, by the way, against Ogwen. And the damage is more than half.
You don't want to be Flapteasy right now.
Nope.
You don't want to be Flapteasy.
Nope. After 2 back-to-back solo kills and then another death while you were trying to assist Kyle.
Yep.
It's so hard to be Flap right now.
It's all on Super Marco. AP Bread has to maximize the spike that he will get. But again, Echo have more resources on their side.
Nowhere to go for Few during that moment. Wanted to go for
Oh, no, Echo.
Okay.
Okay, only one win on that curse, recall curse.
Yeah.
Be careful.
That's not the Astral Recall, it's just a good old recall.
Oh, there you go, the Astral Recall.
That's the Astral Recall.
Echo, sorry.
Astral Echo, yeah.
Yep.
I'm a bit confused. Right on spot, but yeah, we have the heavy spin for Kyle TZ. Here's the knock-up. Sanford is there as well. Kyle TZ wants to zone out Super Marco. Who's going to be the target? Who's going to be the goal? Is it going to be this purple buff? Or just the players of AB Brand as JP is here as well? Secures that one, but it took 4 players of AB Brand just to defend this objective.
Oh, Kyle TZ retreat. This turtle is for free, Echo.
That's right.
Already done on the DHS and Golden Staff under 7 minutes on the Claude.
Big money, Benny.
Now QC might not have been the the blessing for Claude, but it is the
Oh, no! Another kick against Super Marco, but this is under the turret. A bit too deep for JP. That's why he's gonna be the casualty there. But Echo backs away. Here comes the Astral Echo for Sanji. Same goes with the Flicker as AP Bren will live another moment. Super Marco is still alive.
Okay, that's a clear fumble. Echo overcommitted, and they were thinking of taking heroes or turrets. They got neither.
It was an oopsie.
JP died too.
JP oopsie. And AP Bren, again, need to maximize this space given by the the error committed by Echo. Super Marco pushing down bottom lane, but this does not put them in a recovered spot. This is still Echo's game. Again, we are in a situation where in the late game comes much earlier for Echo.
If anything, this positioning, what AP Bren did down bottom, puts him just barely a step behind, right? You're still looking at a 3,000 gold lead for Echo at 8 minutes in, 3 kills ahead, and most movements on the map, it's Echo calling the shots.
And speaking of Echo, to emphasize on Casa de la 40, he is the player that has the highest gold in this game, even damage dealt.
Oh, Marco. Oh,
okay, Marco's gonna be the target here.
Oh,
There's
no!
one energy eruption plus a knock-up here. Still alive though. For Super Marco runs away. Raging Sandstorm for Flapteasy as well as Ogwen is the viable target here for Echo. A knockout strike. And while this is happening though, we have Betty Cutie just split pushing out of bottom lane and a casualty.
Echo at this point is juggling AP Bren. They're not juggling towers, they're not juggling objectives, they're juggling heroes.
That's right, like a friggin' 2D fighting game, and they're still going 40!
Okay, 40 still alive though.
Oh, the kid!
From JB! And Sanford again, welcome to Casa de la 40!
He does not die in his own house, not today!
The kick!
Not in my house!
The kick saved the Paquito while, again, you mentioned this, the Claude was just playing macro game. It looks like Echo took a page out of AP Bren's playbook. This is how they used to play the Claude.
You know what? The trivia earlier, Daddy JP got you. Daddy JP really got you.
That's right.
Family.
Look at that Appraiser's rather JP. Secure that kill.
JP!
Against you. JP!
This is... Dude, Yaoi is the Cho player, right? But I don't think I remember the last time I saw him play like this. Not this way, how JP just takes care of everybody.
Well, this just shows how serious they are with JP. A lot of the doubters there on the side of Echo were saying that, okay, Echo might just be practicing for the first few weeks. But JP is the real deal. We're seeing him pull off amazing plays, amazing catches, and amazing saves.
Yep.
He's playing the Cho like a Matilda, dude. He's saving people.
He's flying everywhere. The kick is just like a long jump. The physical activity. But this time around, again, another retribution was forced, and Kyle TZ wasn't even to secure that. Oh, there is the orange buff.
Oh, that's it.
But just-
Stole it.
Okay. So we have a level 13. Benny Cutie, Sanford, and Carl TZ. The highest level
Yeah.
for AP Bren is what? Level 11? Oh, wow.
They're just leading by like a ton of golden XP on the side of Echo, and this is just because of the fact that AP Brand does not have control over their own jungle.
That's an actual number, a ton.
Yeah.
A ton.
Here we go. As they try to take down tier 2. I think it would be in AP Bren's best interest to actually take it slow here. Defend from within.
Oh, how will they defend if the players of
Depends.
Echo? It
Depends.
depends if Echo wants them to defend.
Yeah, or if Echo will let them.
No. If Carl TZ, if the GOAT calls for no, I don't want you playing passive. Go all in.
Okay. So JP comes in and takes some of the damage for the turret. Here comes
Kyle.
Kyle DC with a heavy spin. Is this going to be enough as Sanford with a knuckle strike?
That works.
Kyle DC is down, but Fuse out as well. Oh, the knock! We have the blazing do it for Benny Cutie. Not enough damage though. Almost close.
See how dead the hero is?
There you go. That's
Almost
clear.
That like, what, 4,000 damage?
Clear as day. Clear as day. Look at how much he's built. He's about 1,000 ahead of Super Marco, and yet that's how much damage he deals.
Yeah.
Or how little.
Echo kind of like messed up the initiation there.
Yeah.
The Raging Sandstorm with the Minoan's Fury messed up the rhythm of how they wanted to go for that team fight. But then again, the late game assurance supposedly was there with the Claude, with the Blazing Duet, but again, does not deal enough damage.
It's already activated. The storm is already activated here for Echo as to why they are now at 5.4k gold lead.
Yep.
Okay.
Despite the storm being out and about, it still just feels like a drizzle because of the ult. Because of I could have sworn, man, if this was old Claude, it would be the wipeout.
Yep, you'd see the Typhoon brewing, and then you see at the top, it's just thin.
Yeah.
It's just thin. Nothing to be
I
scared
can
of.
walk through this.
It doesn't even reach me.
We might see that again. As AP Brand, we can see them now being outside their inhibitor turrets because earlier they were pushed back just to wait for the minion waves. So we could see Guardian Helmet this time around for Carl TZ.
Okay. I have more problems to Echo's late game. Wind of Nature built by Super Marco. So
Oh, no.
Claude literally 0 damage.
Yep. He has to time it though. And that's where Sanford comes in.
I mean, I don't think he even has to time it. Like, soak up the damage of Blazing Duet, use Wind of Nature.
It's the same thing.
Against the Paquito.
Yeah, 0 is equal to 0.
Exactly.
Yep.
Transitive property equality, right?
All right.
I forgot, so yep.
I'm sorry, I'm a math nerd.
Nerd.
Yeah.
All right, here we
Shout
go.
out to Mirko. Nerd.
4 men from Echo here present for the Lord's Dance, and Carl TZ just egging on his rival. Kyle TZ, you want to dance? Let's dance.
Yep.
Okay.
Where's the TZs?
Okay, so this might be the best retribution if ever for Kyle TZ, but Echo doesn't want that to happen. So Flop TZ will use that quick sand guard. And look at the damage from Benny Cutie. Almost close. Owen was almost close to being down during that moment. As to why we will see a kick against the players of AB Brennan. It's showtime for them. JP is still alive with a flicker. Here comes the heavy spin. Kyle TZ is still alive, and Hogan as well. As Super Marco is still going to kill against Echo. Super Marco with 3 hits. The knockoff from Benny Cutie, against Benny Cutie rather. And the BMI out! Flop TZ in an instant finds Benny Cutie.
You know the difference between the Claude and the Eaterthill is? Super Marco pops out more damage than the Claude. At this point, Claude's damage is negligible.
That's right. No, he tried so much, but it only got him so far. And in the end, it's
Doesn't
AP
even
Bren
matter.
who's pushing in, man. Oh, they might be able to end.
Oh, okay, is this edible? They have the minion wave. Oh, JB is here for the knockup. Kicks you.
blocks.
What has the immortality?
The
Have
blocks.
Raging Sandstorm for Flop TZ.
All right, they're
and
good,
the
they're
tower
good,
up
they're
for
good.
them. And they're good. Astral Echo for Echo
Here
at
comes the damage.
40. Again, Casa de la 40 doesn't want AB Bren to end this game. Kyle D's with a heavy spin. Just to, trying to slow down the other players, but it's not enough. Sanji's down, but so has Kyle TC.
Look at the base. There's a Lord in there, and Fuse just about to make it back home. Look at the base.
Is it
Sanford!
gonna be it?
Sanford!
The job. No, it's not done yet. Ow! Echo wins with a sweep.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Chantel, this is the part where you said left jab, right jab, and this time the jab is over.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god. It was Flap TZ yesterday that wanted that the left jab and the right jab to be effective, and it was Sanford that finished the job.
Sanford's.
I can't get over the fact that all Echo needed was Sanford. Literally, it was Sanford in game 1.
Dude,
Game 2.
Sanford put this whole game on his back, man.
Dude, it was like, where's your damage? And then when he was about to respawn, Echo's like, we have a Sanford.
Yeah.
It was like the Avengers call. We have a Sanford.
Oh, let's give it up and our cheers one more time for AP Bren. This patch is not boding well for the Bees, man. Truth be told, they are struggling in this post-patch metagame. And if yesterday's Slobber Knocker, that 3-game tier against Omega, was a teaser, yo, they just... This is something else. Echo swept them.
I mean, we were too focused on that run from the other players of AP Brent. We didn't notice that there was a Lord, there was Sanford, and Sanford was just there. Okay, another training day for me. My home, Castle de la 40. I'll end this one. It's good to be home.
It was actually JP, who died for the cause. Like, he blocked the minion wave. Because the minion wave was spawning in 3 seconds. And he was like, okay, I'm willing to give my life for this cause. I blocked the minion wave. AP Bren tried to fully commit. And they were actually even trying to block the Nuvaria recall, right? The Astral recall. But at the end of the day, JP's positioning was just perfect. That when he died, minion wave spawned in his place.
Yep.
Like it kind of like he became an offering for the minion waves to spawn.
That's right. No, he knocked up the minion waves the right time so that Sanji can clear it. And that's when that's why I said, like, again, as clear as day, oh, they're good, they're fine. It's because they cleared the wave.
Yep.
That one siege minion though came through, but that's
it was outside.
And at the same time, JP was able to actually purchase Immortality. So he wasn't actually dead after the next team
I
fight.
can't believe Claude pulled off a TNT here. He rose from the dead.
That's right.
In an instant against the rest of the players of AP Bren. It was so close, this close. But then, JP and then
he
was the Supermarket.
It's the two of those dudes today here in the series against AP Bren. Sanford the JP, the Pakiro and the Cho. Straight up like a early 2000s, late 90s action martial arts film, man. It's like Jackie Chan, Donnie Yen, Jet Li. Who am I missing? It's straight up.
I think you mentioned everybody.
He just Wing Chun Ip Man that bass.
MPJ, if
Surely. Yeah.
Sorry.
JP
Manny, probably.
Yeah, JP was Jackie Chan. JP was I don't want no trouble. I save you.
You're not go here.
Bruce Lee.
How about Bruce Lee?
Bruce Lee's from the 70s, though. Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Norris is from the 80s.
Got it.
This conversation got derailed, but no, congratulations to Echo once more. Keeping the streak. Keeping the streak.
This is the seventh, right?
7.
But remember the last interview with Echo when asked the prediction for the continuity of the win streak, it was 7. So will they be able to push until the 8th? We'll see.
Will they be able to break the immaculate magic number that is 11? Yeah, they are 4 away from Once.
Oh, yay.
It's a good thing I'm Spanish. I understand that.
No, I think the right way to say is Once.
Once.
Yeah, Once. 11. If they can go for
That's going to be huge because this is season 12.
Who can break it? Who can break it at this point?
12
I mean,
games.
it's them. It's them.
If they can.
If they can.
They're at 7th today. We're about to approach round 2.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm doing some little...
And we don't know if round 2 means Yaoi going in.
Yeah, we don't know.
At this point, what does it matter? Both of them are amazing roamers. Yep. Everyone from Echo presents well, role per role, lane per lane.
Not just the hero pool, right? I mean, the way that they play, the way that they move around the map, very, very similar indeed.
Yeah, similarities, especially in the hero pool, since we talked about King Kong versus Sully Boy from AE. A lot of similarities, especially on the assassin hero pool.
When it comes to like acronyms, was when the EVOS Legends, or I think they're still called EVOS Esports, were able to get the M1 World Championship with their world lineup. That was one Aura. That was Luminaire and then Donkey. So it's WORLD. That's right. And they became champions. So will it repeat for HORSE? We'll see.
I am just excited on how this acronym is actually formed because the story, there's the war cry, and as they flex those awesome leather jackets that you can ride on a motorcycle on the weekend, this is now the problem of TNC. How can they address the problem? How can they even rise from the dead? How can the Phoenix rise from the ashes? Because right now, they've been hitting rock bottom. They've been doing some experimenting. And Mike, I just remember, it's the midterms of the season, shorting out who went in. Because if you lose, who went in. Because if you lose this, all of you are going to fight for that spot where the
late game dependent, that you kind of want to speed up your farming. That means that you go double lane, as we saw from what they did. It was utilizing the sprint so that you can go from from the bottom lane to the mid lane. I'm not literally using it just to traverse the bottom lane into the mid lane, but use it in a way that if there is some contention from your opponents, you pop the sprint, you're safe. You farm 2 lanes for maybe, 2 minutes, and you're going to be A-okay when it comes to farming. You speed up and ramp up easily just because of that kind of strategy.
Let's see if the Claude could actually change from this patch, because a lot of players actually could be tested. And from the
wise and ask for tips. Everything can be laid down for Renegade. So I think that the Hitman turning into the Heelman, that's not that difficult for Blacklist International. Now for TNC, focus on winning drafts in lane to lane to actually play the Matilda right now, right?
So easy.
There
so
you go.
Easy.
There right now, just basing on the mid-draft index. So we don't have the tank yet, but yeah, it's now showing it's a Minotaur, and this actually answers a lot of the initiations from a Claude, even from Anakai. Even just for the hold, you're getting double CSM with the riskless penalty zone. So is this a good progress?
Yep, 100%. It's the answer to the Claude for sure, and the Minotaur counters the Claude heavily. So you need a way to cancel this or reset the fights for Blacklist. I still think the Benedetta is good, but they can just go back to something like Edith or Arlet actually. Lapu is also good.
Again,
it's a good option.
They have a lot of freedom because of their first 2 picks, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a strong start for Blacklist.
Love it. But right now, I mean, tankiness is definitely the identity as well.
Whoa!
There's the Gord, and there's the Arlot. All right.
Okay.
Interesting.
Love it.
This is Renegade's Matilda.
Yep.
From
Indeed it is.
Oh, wow. Renegade Airlines, everybody.
This means that your only pick now for TNC is the Martis. Because you don't want to go for Hayabusa, which King Kong kind of strong at. You don't have the Lancelot anyways. You're only left with Martis. And it's like, you don't have the choice, honestly.
Just do
TNC.
it. Just do it, right?
It's good enough. I mean, it still has the knockup, which is okay versus the Claude. It's not a hero that you will jump into.
King Kong, though.
You kind of wanna. You can dodge the heavy spin in a way. And like I said, they actually don't have any choice.
They don't have any
Sadly.
choice.
Yeah, they were pushed to a corner here for TNC. They might answer with CC, but the damage, I think it will slowly will grow.
Yeah.
So the isolation is not going to be present for TNC, but in damage, they can rely on that. So from early to mid, they could have a great start, but in terms of Blacklist International's draft index, most of them from vision, crowd control, even the objective, answering through their own team data ratio back then.
When it comes to like a full-on, like a head-to-head team fight or head-on collision, definitely TNC has got the advantage when it comes to team fights, but that will not happen easily. Why? Because Blacklist International have a lot of vision and have a lot of support as well. So they cannot disrupt the win condition coming out from TNC. So it's going to be dependent on how they play it out.
Let's see. We're going to have a look on how this draft will go. And this is the match of the first time Blacklist International is meeting TNC. We're going to have a last look on the lineups right now on our screens, and it's confirmed. We're going to see a Matilda Renegade, which from being the hitman to flyman, or so-called pilot, going to be now using the Matilda. So it's game number 1 for Blacklist International and TNC. Let's see how they rise to the challenge now with a newly recoded horse.
I just hope that TNC isn't going to be over-reliant on Innocent again, just like they were before. But with the lineup they have, it feels like they don't really have a choice, don't they?
Yeah.
They have to kind of just wait out Innocent and make sure Goyo and Benfings can get some work done, maybe get some kills on the side, which Renegade could be in trouble with.
He was just going in too deep for vision, but decoding the Phoenix right now in our trivia. Back in MPL Season 8, Black and TNC have met 17 times, and Black has won 14, while TNC was far less than that. There's a lot of throwbacks back in Season 8, Rockhart.
Yeah, let's see if they can change this. And don't forget, TNC, they didn't really change their lineup that much as well, right? I mean, they did swap some stuff around, but basically the same lineup, and I love that they're sticking with it. It seems like TNC can actually, get some points back here for their team.
Yeah. Anything to sponsor eye for the emblem with a lot of agilities in the emblem.
Of course, this is probably one of the most important emblems to have in the metagame right now. You're gonna be exploring the map easily, and Sensui gets his level 4 so easily.
Oh, Renegade. Oh,
man, that's first blood, and that's exactly what I want to see TNC do. That's part 1, though. Again, part 2 is still going to come in later on. But that's a perfect start for a hero that really does need a lot of that early game money.
Yeah, you need TNC to kind of have a better early game result.
Oh, flicker in, Benfings.
Okay.
That was actually very, very aggressive. Easy dodge with the guiding wind there. You didn't expect that, did you, Wolf?
No, I didn't. Because there was no kill potential at all.
All right.
But
More
Edward,
kill potential on the top side, though, as there is a counterplay with Goyo. They get their second kill of the game.
Yeah.
Talking about earlier, so this might be the great start for TNC, jumping up their own composition. So Renegade was going in too deep for vision, and Ben thinks that Hesu is having a good control over Sensu and Renegade. With this, TNC would have a great way to even finish the first hurdle of this, or the first objective of this game.
Good understanding coming out from TNC. They are just grouping up. It's always a gap potential. At the first 5 minutes of the game, expect Innocent to be alone, and the rest of TNC to group up. That's their win condition. And this brings me back to why the Blacklist International went in for the gourd instead. Well, it does win still, going up against the Valentina. Well, you can see that there is some problems that Blacklist International will have to face. And that problem actually is just having too many heroes to protect.
Oh, that is true. Renegade is going to have his work cut out here, as you can see on the your screens right now. Basically forced to tank all the damage so we can make it out live. Now right here, you see TNC, they're very aggressive. They want to go straight up, face off against Blacklist with the lineup they have, because, again, they have so much crowd control in the early game as well.
Yeah, this is the essence of having a Mathilda. No matter how near or far, with just the guiding
Wherever
wind,
you
aids
are.
you so much. Even a flying panda could happen. But yeah, with the use of the Mystic Gush right away, Haji's utilizing more of the ultimates to spot down members of TNC. In the aggression, he just pushing down bottom and oh him.
Yeah, TNC, they have all the info they need to make this work for them. No ultimates means that Blacklist is actually vulnerable right now. But no, TNC, they decide to back off.
Can we just say that maybe Akai is not a Sensui hero? It kind of feels like he's less aggressive. Well, he needs to.
Feels different.
It feels different, right? Like if you imagine if you played something like a Martis or different hero, right? You know that he will be aggressive. You can even give him like a he's a typically when he plays the utility jungler, he's very aggressive.
Well, speaking of aggressive, just Goyo doing all the work to push down Blacklist International while Innocent has taken down a turret down bottom, slowly getting a start from that early game rotation. On the lead as well with 2.4K.
But again, this is TNC's strength. What Blacklist needs to do is to weather the storm. Right now what they're doing is farming on 2 lanes, and they're not giving Oheb like a double lane setup. So this will not be the fastest Claude ever.
Yep.
Whereas for TNC, because Innocent is a recipient of some of the plate turret, outer turret and shields, and he was able to push down bottom, he gets some of the gold for extra from the neutral objectives. He's going to be much faster.
Yeah, and maybe that's the plan for Blacklist, right? They just they know they're not going to win in the early, especially with the first blood they gave. So they said, you know what, let's just not force our way. Let's just try to buy some time, try to just defend our towers the best we can, and then maybe fight them in the late game where we know TNC is vulnerable, or at least that's what they're thinking.
That's right.
Okay, buying more time. Blackness International with their own composition, looking for a way to just cross this challenge. Well, Sensui here just looking for a way to get his scrums back in the game. So if you're hungry for those objectives, one thing TNC is capitalizing on is the control in the river.
Yeah.
And it's hard for even Black to even cross. Just look at this. Look at the control. Initiation from top lane though. Stunned Edward.
They go for it. Ben Things, you're going way too far. He was actually way too deep. I completely knew that was gonna happen, but it's amazing that TNC they're posting up Ben Things so deep, knowing that they can't really respond. What was that?
Well, some of the overconfidence coming out from Ben Things for sure, because you get tempted so easily, man. It's some heroes counter one hero, like for example, Claude versus the Minotaur. It's just tempting to go deep.
It really is.
Looks like
right now, it's Renegade who's going deep, but he's gonna pin down. Goya, though, again, there's this interesting call from TNC where it feels like they have the advantage, but they don't want to push it.
What I wanted to say about the Minotaur versus the Claude is that it's not just a counter. Minotaur just doesn't only just counter the Claude, but also kind of gets stronger when there's a Claude present, just because of the rage that you accumulate because of the
that's true.
normal attacks. The Blazing do it, and you go Blade Armor, you're gonna be A-okay.
Just imagine that. You have the passive of the Minotaur. This is just TNC freely rotating around Blackness International's camp. And onto the second turtle. King Kong has more vision. And even frontline from Hessel, look at that. The pokes though, but Edward mostly doing the job right up front. But seeing potential, look at that Lockhart.
Oh, that's a big ultimate already being used up. It's the gush. Oh, it hurts like a tick. But right now, with TNC, with the gold lead they have, they seem to be just sustaining very, very well.
Hesu.
Although will there be round two?
Sensui.
Looks like there is. Jesu's going to go down. There goes the Beyblade battle. And in the end, it's going to be one kill. But, man, it's slowly but surely here for Blacklist.
The Beyblade battle. Well, the thing with heavy spin, when you copy it as Valentina, you're happier because you have 2 dashes. Think about it. Heavy, if you see the Akai, you have a long-range dash after your ultimate, but if you are utilizing the Valentina, it's easier actually to land a heavy spin. And it's easier to pin down people because you can kind of correct your angle with 2 dashes.
That's true, yeah.
Just imagine the advantage that Goyo has in his own toolkit. He can just use it all over and over again. And there's no turrets left, or turrets yet being destructed by TNC onto Blackness International, but especially on the mid. This is the control that they're trying to give for Sensui as well. One thing that was struggling from minute 1 to 5 was how will Sensui get more of the objectives to his own hands, because this is the problem with the lineup of TNC. Although Ben Things has a different way to give vision, this is just completely pressure for Blackness International to even group up.
Well, the only good thing about Blacklist is that Oheb has not died yet. He's 5.3k, so he's okay right now. That's what the Demon Hunter Sword needs way more. The only disadvantage that I see from here for Blacklist International is Haji also needs the farm. So there are actually 2 farm-dependent heroes on the side of Blacklist International, and they share resources. Fortunately, this is Haji, and we know that he can convert. But when it comes to farm, comparing Oheb's to Innocent's gold, Innocent is 1,000 gold ahead right now.
Yeah, he has all the items he needs right now. He locked in Berserker Fury like a while ago in House Claws. So now you're just going to have to just go straight up on the penetration, and your arrows are going to hit.
Yeah, you have lifesteal, you have crit and crit damage as well. So it's just basically just time for Blacklist International to make this, again, the composition work. So this is a problem. Now, how do they have a chance to penetrate this kind of beeline that TNC has been doing, and they haven't got any objective yet?
Well, it's Edward. Look at Edward right now in Sensui. They're waiting for an opportunity to make their play. But of course, that's not going to be given to TNC very, very easily, though. Maybe waiting some more time here for Innocent to get that orange buff. And here we go, the Filipino special right here. The Lord Dance galore.
Yeah, it just keeps on happening, and this is the struggle of TNC throughout their matches from week 1 to 3. So this is a problem if they could actually address on how to even maintain control. But so far, they're holding it slowly. and they're just being sure on the next steps because Renegade at any point, he could use the Guiding Wind and also that ultimate right onto Innocent. So this is a dangerous path that they can actually make. And mind you, this is just the first Lord!
It is, and everyone is getting ready to go in. It looks like the target is Innocent Sensui here. Oh, there goes the jungler of Blacklist. And what's going to be next? That's going to be a Lord given over to TNC.
Wow. Talk about that. That is front to back coming out from TNC. And what you always do is invite people into your bubble. So what they did was to stretch the Lord long enough that Blacklist International will make a mistake. And the mistake was Sensui getting in front of the members of TNC. And with the lockdown that we saw, it was more than enough for them to pin down Sensui and take him out because he was alone. The Guiding Wind wasn't there to save him. And Renegade really needs to kind of protect his teammates even more. Maybe even lock down and make sure that Sensui is safe.
Okay. Speaking of being safe, and Sensui, just by looking at the item being shown now on our screens, the only thing that either Renegade can do is that, yes, he has the initiation, but the problem of that part when you commit to that decision is there's so much deflect, and there's so much armor right now being built. Ben thinks, I saw he has the dominant size as well, so it's a lot of ways to even hold those magic bursts even coming in from Haji. So either one of them could go down when somebody initiates a fight, but with this kind of situation being placed in Black's International stable is you also need to answer with armors coming in from 2 players. But for most of the time that they keep on answering those kinds of team fights, it slows down the progress in getting to that situation that they can actually fight back.
Yeah. Looking at the bottom lane where this is the critical mass for TNC. Mid-game, this is where you saw in the index, right? This is their strength. They are very strong right now.
This is exactly what we're talking about, though. That part 1 is already complete for TNC. Normally very, very strong in the early game, almost against any team. And now, like you both said, just close it.
Yeah.
Just close the game.
Close the game.
That's all you need to do right now.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of closing the game, that's one thing also that we've been looking for the progress of TNC, because how do you hold this? And you're up against Blacklist International.
Yeah.
If they saw an opportunity to turn things around, especially with those small windows of mistakes that TNC could make, despite the lead of 5.5k, they actually could make it happen. But that counts if they have the right initiation for NJ and also for Edward. We've seen Edward do a lot of good things with this Arlet, and with the items seen on our screens, could this progress make a difference, especially in mid-game, Wolf?
Massive difference. Because the what really separates Innocent now from the Claude, from OHEB, is a complete item. And that is actually Wind of Nature, which is so important at this state of the game. Lord will be spawning in 22 seconds, and TNC, we mentioned that they are very strong, like composition-wise, in this stage of the game. The fact that Innocent has the Wind of Nature, where OHEB doesn't, that is going to be a big problem for them.
And we know Innocent loves that Wind of Nature, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, right now, Renegade! He's getting pinned down. That's a lot of people, but of course,
Look at the distance.
Of course.
Look how long we can actually escape a possible takedown.
I miss Matilda. That's all I can say.
We could use it back again in our RGs, bro.
Yeah.
It's just so good to see how the Matilda is so effective, but in this kinds of team fights, TNC is doing a lot of great starts for these Lord dances.
No circling eagle yet, so that means Blacklist can't really engage. It comes up right now. But will they be ready? Again, they have some waves to clear here on mid and top, or bottom rather. But it looks like the zone is just so good here for TNC. That's a big ticket ultimate being used already. I don't know if they can make this though. Oh, look at that. That's a flicker penalty zone here by Hesu. Will Blacklist capitalize? It looks like they will. They find Hesu. Sensui to be forcing the flicker off of Innocent, and there it goes. It's mayhem, everybody! And who's going to be on top? It looks like Blacklist, who seem to be very, very much ready still to fight back. And with everything that happened, I think Edward already has the skill again.
Yep, he has the ultimate up now.
Oh man, this could be big for Blacklist. They get this.
Okay, with that window, with that mistake that they burn out a resource out of Hesu, he did the flicker, he did the penalty zone, and look how Blacklist responded right away. They lost the ultimate of Edward, but this is how they do things. They are answering damage by OHEBs now. We saw the build-up, but can it be an answer? Because TNC, they have good ways to sustain, yes, but if they will commit those kinds of small windows, that's where Black International strikes right away.
Yeah, if you're talking about windows, they have a window right now where Hesu does not have.
another miss.
Oh, another miss for Edward. What the heck? There it is. Everyone from TNC knows what's up. And Tensui goes for the steal. No way. No way.
A classic.
What a...
Oh my goodness.
What a Chad.
Class S beast. That's Sensui.
That's Sensui.
And
That's
when
how you steal.
everything seems dire for Blacklist International, all he needed to do, pop the heavy spin, be patient, get the retribution, and get your consolation prize, TNC.
Consolation prize.
Mind you,
That's actually right.
to commit those kinds of plays, we see this wonders in Sensui. It takes a lot of precision as well as, again, precise landing on those takes, especially on the Lord. And commending Sensui on how he actually made that work, but a lot of resources slowly being taken by Blacklist International. Slowly, they want to keep stealing camps here.
That's true. Sensui not super afraid here with the sustain that you get from the Matilda. You saw the healing that comes out as well because of the favor. Right here is, of course, the moment that maybe OHEB can kind of flex his damage a little bit, but not quite there yet.
Oh, speaking of being there, slowly Haji building up a lot of a major pickup item.
Bentix!
A knockup bell
The
from
flicker
Bentix.
in. Oh my goodness, and the follow-up from Sensui. Sorry, Hesu rather.
Oh, Haji!
Oh, Haji though. Haji was the big difference maker there. Unbelievable response here from Blacklist while all of that's happening as well. The Lord going straight for the base. TNC's panicking.
My goodness!
They got OHEB!
They got OHEB. That forces him to back off. BMI was there to secure him. But man, oh man, TNC's heart rate jumped from 100 to 180 there for sure.
Oh no.
Haji with the flicker, and just to, as you know it, the gold lead of TNC just dropped to 400, and the Lord was marching no more defense onto the mid lane. Blacklist and all the Yangs are present to take down more of TNC's base defenses.
There it is. Feels like they're gonna have to be very, very apprehensive. Everything they worked for the past 16 minutes, 17 minutes down the drain now.
Exactly. And right now, OHEB is leading over Innocent.
With one?
One clash was all it took. Was all it took.
What a swing.
What a swing indeed. And look at this, Sensui stats, 0 and 1. OHEB, 0 and 0. We're gonna see it once again.
Let's take a quick look at what happened there.
I mean, it looks so bad for Blacklist, right?
Yep. Heavy spin is available, and there it is.
Stolen! Sensui thinks.
Oh, and there's the fight after that one where it was obvious that Blacklist should have lost, but Haji with the flicker forward on the Mystic Gush as well.
He was able to pin, to skewer two people with his ultimate, with the Gush. Able to land whoever was in front of him and who was behind. So that was a big of a bonus for Blacklist.
This is just the question now of TNC. This is the thing that we're trying to put on the table. How do you close the game and you're up against Blacklist International? Those kinds of mistakes should not happen, but in terms of miscalculation, it's just completely Blacklist doing all the work. And how they managed to use a resource out of TNC, it's doing wonders for. Look at that!
Edward,
oh, final slash!
He was waiting for the perfect final slash, and I think he found it by catching off Ben Things. Now, there's no solid front line for TNC except for Hesu, who does not really have a way to engage. He's low on health. He can't go in, but he goes for it anyway. Waiting on the wings. That's King Kong, but he misses on the mark. OHEB basically finished off the HP bars of the remaining TNC members. And that might be all she wrote.
A late game for Blacklist just kicked in.
Oh!
Innocent.
Oh, no.
Edward.
You're in
My
trouble.
goodness.
Ah, beautiful.
And there goes TNC, a 5-man wipeout. Recalls on the base, minions pushing in, and this just might be it for game number 1. Their chance of turning things around, and they clutch back. Blacklist International. And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWT Life Insurance. And that is a late game insurance by the horse.
100%, 100%. Man, oh man, if there was any doubt about what Blacklist had planned here, it looked like they had everything planned out. There were so many misses as well from final slashes from Edward, but the rest of the team made up for that.
It kind of makes me feel that maybe TNC's resolve is easily shattered whenever they make a, there's some misfortune that is happening to them. And why do I say that? Because you saw in that game that they were already leading. Even after Sensui stole the Lord, they were still leading by 5,000 gold, and they can just shrug it off. But right after losing that fight, or even that Lord, you saw that they made a couple of, a chain of bad decisions afterwards. They left the Lord hanging in the bottom lane, they lost some of their members, and they frantically lost the Lord dance with equal to no contention at all. Their resolve was destroyed just after losing the Lord.
By the glimpse of silver lining, Blacklist found a way by the clutch of the take, even from the Lord. Right now, you have the opportunity to purchase your weekly Diamond Pass and enjoy a Diamond rebate of 455%. That's big. You can claim 100 diamonds on the day of your purchase and another 120 by logging in for the next 6 days.
And if you're worried about missing the rewards, there is going to be a claim button. Just log into the game every day. There's a Layla savings box where you will automatically save them for you. Besides, item rewards are worth over 280 diamonds. So, what are you waiting for, man? Just get it.
The offer is just too good to miss. Just unlock the pass and enjoy the benefits now.
And the bonus, by the way, the Neo Beast some premium supply thing is ongoing. So if you activate the weekly pass right now, you get additional stuff for Neo Beast.
That's good.
Ating bago season suwi sa kanila. And si Renjay last season, I think kaya naman nila basta ma-practice lang nila yung chemistry nila as a team.
Okay, pero itong challenge na tanong para sa'yo, since kalaban nyo ang TNC, sino ang dapat puruhan sa TNC?
Ay, puruhan. Si Innocent.
Bakit?
Apparently, we're the home of the best casters in analysis as well.
I would say so.
No, just kidding. We're
Hopefully
just,
we don't get
Kudos to
replaced
that.
by AI.
Amazing production, amazing people behind
We're only
this.
saying this, guys, because we recently just saw that there's the AI replacing casters now.
AI casters? Do you guys like AI casters? They're doing that in some sports, I think.
Yeah.
We live in a growing age of technology, so there's a lot of things are possible. But with this, even by just the draft, it takes a lot of science, specifics, numbers.
Right.
But with Edward choosing the Paquito, he is back!
Man, the burst. All right.
All right.
Okay, so how do you answer this now? You need a mage, I think, for TNC, so that you're gonna be able to burst out Valentine. I think the Gord still is. Oh, it's supposed to ban out.
Yeah.
Okay, how do you answer this? Lilia, perhaps.
Lilia, tricky.
Or maybe Kadira.
No,
Oh,
it's
also
banned
banned out. Oh my goodness.
Nice draft, isn't it?
It's a nice ban from Blacklist.
Yeah.
So they're covering more of the tracks that it could actually be mirrored against
Diggy.
them.
Go Diggy.
Yeah, it was banned game 1. They can actually take
Come on,
it.
take it. Take it. Come on, carry Diggy. Very strong.
Diggy, come on, show up on our screens for the first time. No!
Oh, Boruto. Oh my good, Boruto. No way.
And
This pun is so good.
Boruto?
This pun is so good.
He's missing.
Okay, anyways,
beautiful.
kidding aside, I think the Brody should be the pick here for the side of Blacklist.
Lock it in.
It's the burst that they need, together with the Rafaela.
Clint works.
Claude, maybe?
Claude?
Is the best, next best option.
I am still going for the Brody boys. There's a lot of escape. There's a lot of pull back in the Manila's guiding wind. And with this kind of problem present in the table, you might get those picks and even perfect torn apart memories with this kind of composition.
How about Ixia? Do you think it's good? You've been playing it so much.
I've been praying for Iksha for the past week.
It makes sense.
Oh! And Wolf calls it. I love this. I love this. Let's go. Guys, I don't know if you know this already, if you've already played Iksha in the new patch. Crazy range right now on the full barrage, and everyone just suffers as long as they're inside that cone.
For sure.
Wow. I would just like to commend the brain of Kaisam Anupueto, the only man behind that final pick.
Yeah. What? Well.
You did predict it, man, and it's just Ixia. We haven't seen this hero
since
Because
in few games.
Okay, the only way to stop the Ixia is if you have a way to kind of cancel it. Which, in this case, well, you do have the Matilda, right? But of course, you can. There's a lot of protection. That's what I'm trying to say.
You have so much freedom.
And you know this, Rockhart. You've been playing a lot of Ixia.
Yeah.
When an Ixia is
85% win rate.
Exactly.
Sorry.
And if you have protection, Ixia is such an easy hero to play, right?
Yes.
Because you have the Akai, you have Rafaela, you have so much protection on the side of Blacklist International. The peel is enough to make sure that Ixia will have a good time.
Not to mention, TNC is going to have to keep watching their backs because Paquito's going to be there and Haji's on the Valentina, so it's going to be crazy.
Yeah, let's now see crazy. It's game number 2. It's match point for Blacklist International versus TNC. Let's see how they rise from this. We're looking at a way to get those points in, but looking at the pokes and the pressure, we see Edwin and Renny J up on top and Bentings and Hesu. So gaining control early on, I think Blacklist, with the rotation that TNC has right now, they're doing double time on how to block those visions.
Yeah, that's very, very important right now. And what TNC knows is important
Edward.
as well is Edward.
Edward.
They need to deal with this guy early on. Before he activates on level 4, before he has his full combo, give this guy a hard time. And TNC is doing exactly what they need to do.
There's so much QCs or quantum charges in TNC right now.
Oh, yeah.
And completely answering to the mobility and the follow-up with Bentings and Matilda, I think they just don't want to miss any second to just go up with a great start against Blacklist International.
That's true. I also want to bring that up. Man, Quantum Charge still untouched in the patch. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Everyone still loves it.
Yep. QC. It's QC.
Yeah,
anyway,
it's a good way.
If you recall the index that we saw, why was it that the support utility is far better for the side of TNC compared to the side of Blacklist, even when it's like they have the Matilda or the Rafaela, I mean. It's mainly because of the Faramis. And the benefit of the Faramis is you don't have the heal, but you have a lot of ways to support your teammates. The Nether Realm is such a good spell to have, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
That's the reason why the support utility is overwhelmingly good for side of TNC. But that doesn't mean that they have an easier time in this game. The presence of the Ixia will melt through the Nether Realm if used properly.
Yes, it will melt through them all the time. I've seen it happen so many times. And
you're on the giving end, right?
Yes, I'm on the giving end. It's very conditional to keep everyone there. You need to have such good teammates. That's all I'm going to say. You need excellent execution, maximum CC. And something to make sure that you're safe. Matilda's actually great, but the problem is TNC has that. Yeah. So maybe they're...
right away!
God. Straight up.
Haji's the first one to go, and TNC finally getting a first blood.
Wow.
Yep.
They didn't even make us wait.
it just popped out on the screen, somebody just fall down.
That's true. So much action can be expected from this lineup, and TNC knows they have to maximize that as well.
Yep, and this is mainly because of King Kong. And the fact that this is the Martis that is getting important kills, that is actually part of the win condition of the Martis. So you definitely need that.
Well, speaking of winning condition, Haji used the flicker. That's a resource early on. This was taken out by TNC. With this early rotation start that they have with Matilda, they just have a way to just keep on pressuring Haji and even Renny J because they know it's an all-in composition. This is a no-go. It's just a full healing strategy with no going home.
That's
composition.
True.
So they just keep on going with the team fights, especially with this kinds of delays. But looks like Edward has coverage the back line, but he got caught though.
He's getting focused so hard, but the healing is just so good from Renegade. Not to mention, Haji also has the Nether Realm copied out. So that's some ultimates burned out from a lot of members here from both teams. But positioning-wise, it looks like TNC is going to have the say on this first turtle.
Yep. Good usage of the Nether Realm. You can see the strength already. They got 2 kills. And again, early game for TNC. Will they close out this time?
They're looking good as usual. TNC known for their signature early game at this point. So easy for them to just control early game no matter what heroes they pick. And that's where they have confidence, right? In the pre-5-minute mark, pre-10-minute mark.
Okay, speaking of great control and start, I think Blacklist is looking for a way to even delay the goal lane progress. As you can see, we're looking at a 3-man rotation. Benting spots them. And this is just the strength of Sensui being on level 6. They just can freely rotate around and use that heavy spin. This is just a completely a thing to put in mind, that the threat of the heavy spin
nice zone from
could actually be a great way to zone out, even to force out resources from TNC. And that was the thing that they needed to address. How do you hold the lead and just keep on answering to Black International's way of rotating against you?
Ooh, look at that. Haji saw him. There it goes, and there's Sensui. Bit of a miscommunication there, but it works anyway. And there's the first kill for Blacklist. Normally, you'd want to hold the target straight to a wall, but Sensui pushed behind Oheb for some reason. Oh, Renegade, though, forced to burn the flicker. Everyone's just ganging up on him. That's 3-1. Haji can't really do much since his cooldowns are still down. His ultimate's still on cooldown, right? Oh, what did I say there?
Oh, look at that.
Oh, Edward, though, trying to make something happen.
1-2 punch. Hesu on half HP to go back on that skirmish to just completely sustain. And as well as King Kong and Goyo. So to look back on how Black International maintained that way of holding those kinds of team fights, I think this is just early game that we see in their items. Because as we completely tell on what the direction of Hesu is doing right now, just gaining. Look at that, just flying in the turret on Blacklist.
And of course, it's still 4 members of TNC. They can dive onto this any time of the week, though. So that's going to be 2 for none here in favor of TNC.
Wow, still. Wolf, the Phoenix is having a great start.
Of course, TNC taking advantage of the strength of the Matilda. And for anyone who, up until this point, still thinks that Matilda is not a strong hero, there it is.
Watch.
No.
Just watch.
It's the season of Matilda right now.
100%. Especially with everything that happened on Project Next, man. It's just expected right now. And Blacklist are suffering because of it. Sui being zoned out so much. What happened there? He just disengaged, right? No one pushed him off. Okay. It looked like someone pushed him for some reason.
That's the string of the circling eagle.
Yeah, the circling eagle.
Have you guys ever tried it, though? Have you ever, like, the circling eagle?
I haven't personally used Matilda yet.
It's ridiculous.
I've been on Iksha only.
It's literally being... Well, good on ya. It's literally a flying grok.
Flying grok.
A flying oil charge.
See?
See? There you go.
Imagine that, man. An unstoppable wild charge. And you don't need a perfect hook landing, because if we know Benting's here is mostly on the Francos, landing all the right hooks. But with this, just be in the right position and activate everything just like this. They spotted out too.
He's walking in on the bush, and it looks like there's no problem here again for Blacklist to keep doing this, at least for the meantime. Although right now it's going to be still a very aggressive TNC. We have been flying all around. What the heck just happened there?
Bro, the distance!
That was insane.
That was insane.
Not expressway, not even a skyway.
That's not an airline. That's more of a... It's like a theme park.
It really is.
Roller coaster, you know?
Oh, man. That was exactly what you expect here from players like Renegade. But at the same time, it's Blacklist just suffering right now. Full Barrage is to clear out this minion wave. Can't really stand there for too long because Innocent will have you pinned down. That's going to be in 14 time. TNC, 2.2k goal lead, Wolf.
Yep. And King Kong with 2, 0, and 3. Very active with the Martis. Again, I think that this is not the first time we see actually King Kong. Remember when he played in Season 11, and everybody, I personally was surprised about his performance because he is very active in the map, and him playing the Martis and playing this way just gives so much for TNC, right? So this is the King Kong kind of play, you know, King Kong style of play.
That's true, and it's giving Blacklist a hell of a time.
Yeah, speaking of giving a hell of a time, if you look on the focus on the bottom lane, we see a showdown: Edward versus Hesed, the Punches versus the Kaiju of MLBB. It's just completely Blacklist getting control of the EXP lane. They just need to have a great coverage here on the Turtle, but so far it's just TNC looking for a way to turn things around for Blacklist.
Sensui tanky enough to sustain this damage from Hesu and Benfings while King Kong's working on Bad Turtle. No way! Not again! He keeps doing it!
Sensui instincts.
Retry baby one more time.
All on his own, and thank you for that.
Sensui.
See, Francis, you make good jokes.
It's gold.
It's always delivery, man.
Yeah.
That's a great thing. I learned it from a wise person.
That's 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10.
Could have been 10 out of 10 if the delivery was good.
Oh.
But it was good.
Emphasize, emphasize certain parts. Anyway.
Okay. Point taken. Noted. But this is the start of how Blacklist did in game number 1.
Yeah, it wasn't the Lord, but it will be enough to get Blacklist some momentum. That shielding can kind of give him some confidence maybe to go for these fights.
Unbelievable, actually.
Like Wolf is still in disbelief.
This is why we love esports. This is why we love Mobile Legends. Because there's always that factor where a comeback can be good. You can play correctly, but if there's a red 3 steal, game's totally different.
Oh, they caught Sensui from that Shadow Stampede.
Oh,
What a
nice
stun from Renegade.
Nice stun from Renegade, man. Wow, and Blacklist, they want to go for something here. But of course, with Sensui low, they don't want to risk it. Sensui's basically their only front line.
Yeah.
So they don't want to go for it if that guy is low.
Well done, coming out from Renegade, actually.
Wow, and in just few seconds, the lead is now shortening out 300. Blacklist doing their own homework.
Oh,
And
boy.
aggressive
Oh,
Ben
boy.
thinks, and he just completely backed out.
All right. I thought he was going to go for it. That was risky. Now,
So what is the complete struggle here? Early game at TNC, we're looking at their great start, and it's still the same thing. How would you even hold? We're looking at a tug of war that they needed to address, but Edward, you're going to be the target by two from TNC.
They were shouting. They knew something was going to happen, but yeah, of course, Agent Zero just going to shake that off.
Yeah. Honestly, that was a pretty ambitious ambitious goal.
Yeah.
For the side of Hesse and Ben Things.
Nice collapse, though.
Yeah, nice collapse. But I mean, between like Faramis and Matilda, sure, that will not be enough.
That's true. Will it be enough for Sensui, though, who seemed to be suffering from the damage coming in from the TNC members? King Kong wasn't even part of that yet. But look at the bottom lane as well. Agent Zero.
Oh my god.
Sneaky.
Legend Zero doing the work down bottom with the clears. TNC's not minding any wave pushes from Blacklist International. There's 3 turrets still left at the bottom side of the map for Blacklist, and this is the complete problems being shown on the table. Number 1, how do you deal with wave clear that Edward did? And you have a Lord here to contest with Blacklist International.
All right.
Whew, so many problems right here for TNC.
So Oheb just needs to get in a good position, wait for TNC to group up, and then throw the full barrage. Waiting for it. That should have been it. But no, they know that they still have the Nether Realm.
Watch out,
so
Haji.
They don't want to risk it. Haji's so far on the left.
What's the gameplay now of the code? Oh, has to
Kong.
spots one.
Oh, Edward. He's going to be taken out. Oh, no.
Oh, look
nice
at-
try there,
Renegade!
Renegade!
Oh, he's down!
Oh, boy. NetherRealm already used it by TNC. What's it going to be, though? 4v5. There goes the full barrage. You can't really cancel that out. Nice try from Hesu. But you can't cancel out the full barrage, man. You just can't. And now they're suffering for it. Flicker's being used up. Ultimates as well. Everyone's going on a heyday. Here comes Bendings. There goes that Grok like Matilda. Just disengaging for Blacklist, or TNC rather.
Oh, Renegade, the first one to go. And TNC with the initiation of Hesu and the hold of Hesu using the Onward and Earth Shatter totally bought time. And Ben thinks with a hold in the mid lane turret, their defense is still standing. But Blacklist International, there's a miss position. They're out of Renegade.
Yep. And you can see Sensui maybe about 10 seconds away, or what, maybe 15 seconds away from the heavy spin. They might go for another re-engage now. Renegade does have the ultimate again. I think that they will try to fight this time.
All ults are up, and everyone's healthy. Will this be it? Bottom lane, they're trying to defend, so Innocent's not in a position to do this. I wonder if Blacklist knows that.
Yeah. And just by looking at the damage
they will know it right now.
Oh, someone got spotted, Ben thinks.
Jesus there. They can go for the
Jesus
suplex
there.
play.
Hesu
We
down
need a
bottom.
camera on
Edward,
there,
Edward.
but
Camera there.
the Lord is going to be the one that they're going to fight against. King Kong's trying really, really hard, pushing him back. That's Blacklist with the Lord. Edward with the sacrifice play to pull 2 people from TNC down bottom.
Totally worthy of a trade, but TNC is answering more of the Blacklist is trying to reap right now in mid-game, and slowly they're gaining more on the gold as well.
Woo. Gonna be the wind of nature picked up by Innocent, who's walking in front of the members of Blacklist, but he was actually saved by Bentings. As easy as that.
Oh, risky. Still gonna be there. Again, they have enough firepower to deal with this Lord right now. So no problem for TNC. Sensui though trying to make something happen. See if he has the heavy spin ready. Does not have it yet.
Okay, it's just pressure onto TNC. Blacklist is just doing a lot of cover from their own camp. This is one way of just depleting what TNC... Oh, heavy spin. Right onto the turret, Rockhard.
Going for Goyo. There's no Netherrealm used. Oh, that is big. That is big right now. Oh, there it is. There, this is exactly what we were talking about. Where is the TNC we saw before the 10-minute mark?
Man,
they're falling apart, man.
They're falling apart. It's like a reverse Omega timers.
Reverse Omega timers.
It's a TNC timers. They need to fix this. We are already in the midterms of MPL.
Yeah.
And if they, whatever the result will be of this match that they have, they really clearly have to correct that part of their gameplay, because that is what really looked to be the problem for TNC. It's the way they finish.
Yeah.
Great start all the time.
Yeah. Speaking of great starts, you'd have great endings. Did he got it?
He got it.
Oh,
he got it.
Sensui, man.
Oh my goodness.
In his debut back in Season 10,
my.
he's been doing the same thing, and that is mastery, consistency, commending how he just keeps on doing it with a stolen purple against TNC.
I think he has a record of retributions as well, so
there should be.
Yeah, there should be like a record where I think he got the most retries out of it. So interestingly enough, this Sensui in his form, just can't talk enough about this kid.
Yeah. And with this, the problem right now is TNC is completely struggling. How will they even get a takedown from Blacklist International? Is the damage department now activated for TNC this time around, Wolf? Because so far, it's just Renegade is not. It's keeping everybody from going home with a heal.
The damage is there for one hero at a time. AoE, definitely not. Because this is the weakness of the carry. They're strong in the late game, 1v1. But when you talk about like a team fight kind of perspective, it's not going to be enough. Especially because you have OHEB with the barrage. And as Rockhard said, it will not be cancelled. It will be stopped for a bit. Like if you stun up the Ixia,
yeah, he can't attack.
He can't attack, but come on, you're not stopping the barrage.
That's true.
It's a conical real-world manipulation.
There's also a question I haven't seen yet, an interaction where if you get Netherrealm while using full barrage, will it get deactivated once you get stunned by the mini stun when Netherrealm runs out?
You should be.
Yeah.
That's something I want to see later.
Let's try that, Rockhard.
Even because I tried, like even when you have the Diggy, it does not stop the Netherrealm stun.
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
You know what's not stopping Blacklist International? Edwards just pushing up top, and Hesui just holding him in. Look at the control of the TNC and Blacklist has right now. Are they even willing to leave the base open for Edward, or will they contest this Lord?
They're split right now, and then there's just no other way around it.
Yeah, as Wolf mentioned, AoE needs a little bit more time to even pop up for a Blacklist, and they're really contesting this one against TNC.
Oh, Innocent already popped the ultimate, and Blacklist, they know it. Now it's a 5-man. They're back on Ube form here, baby. And right now, Edward have B on the side. There goes another realm. Oh my goodness, but Goyo, I don't think it's going to be enough. Oheb just waiting in the wings there.
Barrage!
And that's going to be him going down. It's 4v5 again.
Ready,
and here we go. Will it be clutch? King Kong does it. He gets a clutch and he gets a kill on the Renegade as well.
Finally, an objective secured, but keeps on happening. Barrage hitting down. Sensui takes the fall. Innocent gets the kill, and TNC is going forward. They've gone mad. They activated Innocent with a double, taking down Haji, and from there, that's a 3-man down for Blacklist International. Is this the thing? Is this the silver lining of TNT right now, Wolf?
100%. What a play coming out from the TNC. They stole the Lord, and then Hesu reserved his flicker. So he's able to catch up on one more member. That was actually Sensui that they took out. Fortunately for Blacklist, still have Oheb. And there's the clear out.
And they defend.
Oh my goodness, the damage is real, but again, it's going to be still very, very safe for TNT to do this. They have the Netherrealm, and they're using it very, very well from Goyo.
The Lord.
And there it goes. Lord's also present, which means damage is going to come in, and that's going to be a 1-1. We got our game number 3 for the day.
And that winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Rise Insurance. The Phoenix finally got a point against Blacklist International. And for the first time of the day in the third series, we're heading to game number 3.
It has been a long time since they won a game. And what's up against Blacklist International when we thought that Blacklist International already is winning the game? They have found an opening. Big props to Jesus with that flicker play, but also, of course, King Kong finally redeeming himself. He was stolen. The Lord was stolen away from him in game number 1, but this time, he's the one stealing it.
Yeah, it worked so well, especially when you see this momentum that TNC has. When they have that fire burning, they seem very good at the team fights. They seem nigh unstoppable.
From what I saw there, man, they have completely shortened the mistakes what happened to game number 1. And with the advantage of Mathilda in the hands of Ben Things, he just roams around freely and safe everybody, regardless of Rafaela. But the Mathilda is just completely on top of everybody's game right now. FWD Life Insurance is the official insurer of MPL Philippines Season 12 and the epic adventure of life. FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories and celebrate living with FWD. And that is TNC Pro Team celebrating a win up against the horse. And we're heading to game number 3.
The Black Horse.
Again, it wasn't really a perfect. Yeah, correct. It was not a perfect game for TNC. They had a great start, slowly Blacklist did the same thing, and completely they're lessening out their mistakes. But Wolf, you have the way to break this down a bit. We're heading to game number 3, and TNC just won this time.
Very important victory for TNC for sure because they are running out of time. And we did say that they need to correct a lot of stuff during the midterms no matter what the result will be. And part of that is the mid-game as well as their late game. But now we will celebrate with TNC just making it so that they were able to steal that Lord and King Kong was leading the pack. It wasn't the only good thing that King Kong did in this game. Surely that was the game-winning play, the game-winning retribution to take out that Lord and give the advantage to TNC, but also his early game. 3-0-2 at the first 5 minutes of the game. 100% kill participation during that period of the game, which is definitely what you need from the Marcus. You have to be very active in the map. You have to make sure that you're snowballing, and that's exactly what King Kong did. Let's look at it once again. Another strike is the Matilda, actually, and Jesus already being activated in the first few minutes of the game. You see Ben Things, together with his teammate, was able to knock down their opponents and get the turtle for the team. You see it over and over as King Kong is now activated. With the help of the Matilda, you have a lot of ways to access the backline to immediately get a lot of reach with this, and it's gonna happen once again. And look at the angle he plays. Because of that, you can actually use the Mortar Coil and the Decimate so that you'll have a better shot, you have a better angle. Sensui, however, my goodness, this guy is so good. King Kong actually missed the Retribution and he picked up the slack. We're gonna see another Lord Dance, which now actually favors Blacklist International. This is the time where Blacklist International are already feeling it, or already lead it. Utilizing the barrage, even when you're stunned up, you still can continue with the barrage, but you cannot output the damage. Still, you understand what it means. It's like reroll manipulation, but physical. Now, Blacklist International will dive into the middle and eventually will take out an important hero, which is Goyo, that wasn't able to activate another realm. The most important Lord. We're gonna see it once again. You can see the positioning coming out from King Kong. It was actually a miss coming out from Sensui, far too early with the Retribution, and he will be the one to claim it. And we were talking about Jesus. Very good flicker on that play. Was able to get a bonus kill for this out of TNC after the Lord take. And it's going to happen once again. Watch out for the suplex coming out from Jesus. And King Kong as well with a double knock-up. And that means that TNC will manage to get their first point in this series. Heading into some of the important stats. You're going to see that the TNC focused on movement speed. 4 members with QC, Quantum Charge. And then if you're looking at Goyo, it has the Wilderness and the boots anyway, so it doesn't have any problem at all. It was all about speed for TNC because they need to catch up. And then when we're looking at the important items, it's the Blade Armor that Jesus as well as King Kong picked up that made it so that the barrage isn't that effective, or at least kind of scared if you're OHEB. He did not die in this game, don't get me wrong. He was actually pretty good with the control of his hero. But that means that Blacklist International will always be reliant on protecting the Ixia. Well, it did work in specific clashes for Blacklist International, but it wasn't enough to give them the W this time because TNC managed to find a good momentum and eventually found the opening to finish this game up. It's going to be TNC going up against Blacklist, and I believe that this is going to be ending the drought when it comes to at least games won by TNC, because it might have been, what, 4 or 3 series straight in a row where they got 2-0'd, which means that they badly need any kind of victory. And this time it was up against a team like Blacklist International. What maybe, you know, the only benefit of this is we're going to see more of Blacklist International. We already seen Matilda for Renegade. We have seen Rafaela. Is Angela going to be next? Maybe it will be the case. And I'm excited to see that for Blacklist International. Additionally, while I do like this Paquito, it wasn't enough to kind of get into the backlines, which is interesting. Maybe because Blacklist International decided to go for the split push instead of like a full-blown team fight. And Edward wasn't in good position almost all the time. Like he needs to like go for the long lane push, and TNC was able to kind of exploit that. Innocent had a great time in this game, being the highest gold per minute, dealt so much damage as well for his team. And this is how TNC managed to win up against Blacklist International in that very, very close game. Gentlemen, it's OSX and Rockhart. That was a treat for TNC for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
And to go back on the stats there in the post-game numbers, it was just completely TNC stealing a lot of objectives against Blacklist International. Yeah, Sensui did the same thing again, but with the consistency and the Matilda being present in TNC, they had free reign over everything.
Yeah, so far Matilda has been winning the sides where she's picked. You know, we're not saying anything, but analyze that on your own. What does that mean?
So I think
numbers really rarely lie.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what I say.
But the Wolf Index doesn't.
Oh
lie.
yeah, for sure.
Oh no, the Game Index doesn't lie.
The game draft index.
Draft
Draft
index. Right.
Yeah.
Well, why am I just saying?
You're saying Wolf Index all of a sudden.
The index, the power of it's the brain, it's the cerebral analyzing software of the game.
If you eventually invest in that, Francis, and you take over the company that's handling it, will it be called the OS Index?
Oh, it's hard. It doesn't stand to its intellectual identity, but I think I'll just keep out my IGN out of that. I think the draft index, whatever the first thing that comes to the index is actually would complement that game. I was thinking, I was just saying Wolf completely being the alpha of an animal in the kingdom, so maybe it's a thing. So with that, it just completely gave TNC a chance to even breathe. Finally, they get a win. TNC this time, and it's up against Blacklist International. Right. So I think there's a tendency that Matilda would actually be banned here. We've seen Matilda from Series 1 and 2 by just being open, but for this, depending on who's getting blue or red, I think they would actually respect this one.
I still think that draft was still really good from Blacklist, except for the decision to split. I completely agree.
Yeah.
If Edward was behind the fights all those times, it would have been different. It felt like the pressure would have been pressure cooking.
Yeah, exactly. Because what you'll notice from the playstyle of TNC, this was Matilda with the Martis and then the Faramis. So the three of them, including Hesu, in fact, the four of them go to the back lines.
Yeah.
You know what happens? Yeah. You know what happens in that kind of playstyle? The marksman is left open. So you have free access to the back lines. But unfortunately, that wasn't the decision from the side of Blacklist.
Yeah, I mean, they still got turrets because of their play, so that still results to something, but it doesn't feel like they should have kept doing it. After the first one worked, where Edward blew up the bottom, they still kept doing it every time. So
that's right.
Yeah.
So you guys considering the Lapu-Lapu to show in game number 2, right? So maybe that thing could actually be addressed because there's a lot of pressure in the XP lane.
I think I like like I said, I like the Paquito.
But the Paquito,
it's fine.
It's fine. It's not a bad thing, honestly.
No, yeah, but also commenting on how Edward did back then. He gave a lot of push. He gave a lot of problems to solve while they trying to finish the game. So with this kind of system that the TNC is doing right now, I think this is a growth that they were seeing from the Phoenix Army because they're looking for ways to get their points in. Again, they're standing at place 8 on our regular season, and they might find things to refine. For Blacklist, will they target the roamers this time, or will they just target or steal the Akai? Is it the jungler or is it the roamer that they want to target? Because in the interview, they said they need to respect Innocent, they need to respect Sensui. Is this now a factor for game number 3?
Many. Yeah. Quick answer is yes. And especially because the Matilda is left open with no trades. I think we've reached the point where it is top band now. So yeah. To answer your question, I think it's focused on the roamers for sure.
Okay.
Particularly Matilda, actually. Yeah.
I think it's just Matilda.
It's literally just Matilda.
Serious.
Guys, practice Matilda.
Yeah.
By the way, you guys at home, just play it.
Yeah.
Just try it out again. Looks fun.
Especially when you have the MPL skin. I think it's good too.
Oh yeah, flexing.
Yeah, and speaking of one MPL skin too, the Kadita at some point, we were guys thinking about it for Haji, right? In ways that Kadita is nerfed today in the post-patch tournament in week number 3. I think that's one way to answer most of the backlines that Black International was doing in game number 3. Do you think this could be a priority instead of the Gourd?
I love the Gourd actually. Nicer loves the Gourd for a reason.
Sorry, Nicer.
It actually has still a pretty high win rate, I believe. Still more than 60 or 70%. So I still think it's still good for most scenarios, but not all scenarios, obviously.
You know, I think, well, at least for the case of Haji, right? There should be no worries at all because Haji can play anything.
Yeah, he is the KDA machine.
He's the KDA machine
for a reason.
I don't think that there should be any worries about the gold, about the mid lane. In fact, you can even like consider, you can really consider them to be your last pick because it kind of makes it so that you complete your you complete your lineup with a Haji hero because he's very flexible.
Just as a surprise factor. You know, you got so much heroes between all of these players. Blacklist, even Renegade has shown that, you know, he was the guy who was getting criticized before the season starts. Every rumor was saying, oh, you know what, we should focus on Renegade. Don't have to worry too much about him as well if you're thinking about the draft because his hero pool is super small. He showed up today, by the way, with another new hero pick. It feels like there's a new Renegade hero every week or something.
Yeah, we now live in an MPL multiverse from the Hitman to Healman.
The Healman!
Yeah, it just happened a few minutes ago. So with now, heading into game number 3, we're looking at Yasuo, now is from Ninja Killa, is now part of the coaching staff of TNC. Is this the time to even just be consistent?
I mean,
with
you know,
all of their strengths and comfort picks? Or not experiment at all? Because we've seen that times at Season 11.
I don't want to talk consistency when I'm talking about TNC because they've been consistent so far in becoming, you know, good early, bad late. So maybe they can be consistent in terms of making sure that they have the right amount of, you know, just the right amount of aggression, you know, scaling as well. They're true. And maybe don't, you know, just keep your heart, keep the fire burning. You know, don't let it get extinguished just because of one mistake, one bad clash, one steal. You know, those are the things that some teams are doing against them rather.
Yeah, it's all about the flame. How do you turn on the flame here? And TNC, they're completely doing their cards right because in game number 3, they're now on the second on the other side, which is red side. So they would let Black International prioritize 1 here. So with the Matilda, with the possibility being respected in the last slots of the first phase of the banning, will they give it up or will they just handle it again in game number 1?
It's not good to pick it up. But I will not be surprised if TNC just bans out the Akai, actually.
That feels good. That feels really, really on
Which
brand.
is weird, right? Like, who would have thought that at this age, you know, at this season, you first ban, you first face ban the Akai.
When was the last time that happened? Season 9? Season 10?
That should be around the SEA Games.
SEA Games.
Right?
Right.
2021.
Yeah.
Perhaps. 2022, actually.
That was around season 9, 10, yeah. So it's been a while. And I actually don't mind it, because if you're gonna go ahead and ban out the comfort here of Sensui, just so that it'll make it hard for him to maybe pull off the retribution with an unfamiliar hero or something that he's not super at home with.
I think that's a good point, Rahart, because if in
ban out the Fanny.
in the pre-patch, yes,
Wow.
moment of our again in our week number 3, mostly the fighter meta was really showing with Blacklist International. We haven't seen the assassin picks yet because it's not the identity of Blacklist that we know. But if you squeeze out something different from Sensui, I think that's one way to just take an advantage of the patch that TNC did in game number 2. So they have good respect here for the Fanny. So maybe they're thinking that this could actually might show up, and TNC is just respecting that in game number 3's draft.
I think I'm excited to see what the bans will be, because I think I think I will have a remake apparently. So
oh, yeah,
it'll
that
take
was
some time.
I hope that wasn't
a Fanny ban.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would have been weird.
It was really off.
Yeah, I think that was
It's good to have a guiding voice here. We have a great analyst, and that's one way to say like, oh, this is not the route of TNC just yet. It's good.
I would have been. Maybe that was just a reflex.
Yeah.
Of some of these players, if they're facing off against people, just ban out that Fanny. So yeah. So right now, I believe that we can still think about, I hope they just remake onto the last 2 bans. I feel like the last ban should still be a jungle ban, to be honest.
Yeah. And that's why I think the Akai will be good, because if imagine the next set of picks, right?
Yep.
I thought I saw LaFell right back there. Sorry. Look
Wow,
at that
bro.
guy.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But anyways,
Sorry.
let's just say you first pick the Matilda on the blue side. If TNC secures the Martis with the Valentina, they have the draft covered for them, because with the absence of Baksha, Fredrin, and Akai, what else do you get from the jungle to match up with the Martis? Very few options afterwards. So I think that should be a good choice for the side of TNC.
The scary thing about that is, what if the Martis gets stolen? At the same time, I guess TNC won't be scared, because again, it opens up the moment where King Kong has been waiting for. Coach, assassin, come on, give it to me. Give it to me. I don't need to I can't Martis. I can't Akai. I can't do these tanks. Give me the assassin. Maybe that's what King Kong's waiting for.
That is a great possibility in game number 3, because we saw a different start for TNC in game number 2. With so much mobility that they started back then, I think they want to start more aggressively, because at some points you saw Hesu, even members of TNC were like, they could have second thoughts being out of position from game number 1, but developing some lower mistakes in game number 2. They had more ways to even compensate the initiations of Blacklist International. So with that, things starting with the development from game number 2, I say they would actually show the assassin picks in game number 3, but by just consistency, they just need to just be in par with how they had a great start.
It's the consistency right here. You're really advocating so much for the consistency here.
Yeah, man, because TNC, we know them for a fact. Back in season 11, they love to experiment, and back then they had more players in the roster, and we saw that Zilong pick, if you remember, even with the Hanzo pick, and it's a thing to see that they tried to trim out those kinds of possibilities, and they just want to just ride with the new meta right on the table.
Who played the Zilong before? Was it Hans? No, it was
Ninja. I think
Ninja Killer.
Ninja Killer.
Ninja
Zilong.
Killer. Oh man, I hope he passed down some of that info. Maybe something we can use here in this game, so we can kind of get advantage, maybe. But I don't think Innocent's gonna do that. No, I don't. It doesn't feel like Innocent doesn't feel like that kind of risky player.
Yeah.
So Zilong's very risky.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't think it works. I haven't seen any like non-marksman gold laners nowadays. Yeah, we haven't, right? Literally.
Not yet, no.
Yeah.
Except for Harif.
Yeah, you're
We
right.
saw Harriet,
But
yesterday.
Harif feels like a marksman
Yeah,
still.
that's what I want to say. Like, he's a marksman that deals magic damage, actually.
Agree.
And also, you evade a lot of team fights out of composition.
If there was anyone who is a non-marksman that you think has a possibility of making it into the goal lane now, who will it be?
Non-marksman to go in the goal lane.
Non-marksman goal lane.
Non-marksman gold lane that can go to the. I think a Lunox may.
Wow,
What?
you
Really?
want to bring Lunox in the possibility? Okay, I can
It's a
dig
hard
that.
question. I know why.
It's it's a possibility that some of the players shift to marksman heroes. And
Very, very, very low possibility because of the range. So I'm thinking about a hero that can actually like have a good enough range to deal with marksman right now.
Edith. Sorry.
With the ultimate, yeah,
With
I
the
agree.
ultimate. I guess we're also thinking about heroes that can bully or that can beat gold laners, marksman gold laners.
Yeah.
Aside from the Harif, Lunox can do that, but not
There's
anymore.
There's that. There's an argument for the Valentina.
Ooh, really?
Yeah, because you can one shot people if you're super duper farmed in the early stages.
So much gold, more items. Yeah.
Yep.
You want to think of
and,
something to bully the gold lane? You want to see what? Jawhead back in the lanes?
Why not? It's actually a very good suggestion.
I love that.
Suggestion.
I love that.
Yeah, I think Renegade also used that way back.
It's a TNC hero, right? As well. Yeah. So I've seen it before.
Similarities. Okay, we're now back in the draft in game number 3, and to think that this time around the priorities of TNC is mostly on the meta, on how things are established with Blacklist International. This is the fighter sustain meta, and that is one thing to even look at. The Baksha, bro, it's good that we're not seeing this guy, this big beefy boy that you guys been talking about, and the Angela.
All right.
High ban, let's go.
Matilda or
A
Akai?
different ban.
My money's on
Blacklist.
Akai.
Okay, come on,
because that
Akai.
has the higher odds. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Higher odds means
Higher chance.
Lower. No, what's a lower chance of, when you get rewarded by something? If that has higher odds, technically speaking, it's less likely to happen.
Oh!
For
What did
anyone
I
who
tell
made
you?
the bet,
What I told you. What I tell you.
You
What I
got
tell you.
You got it. Matilda first pick then.
No.
What I tell you, bruh. This is Matilda. Then TNC goes for Martes. Unless Blacklist is crazy, they pick up Martes this time.
And I know Blacklist, they ain't
Would
crazy,
they
bro.
go that crazy, man? Because this is just completely game number 1 draft.
Yeah. Matilda. All right, you go Matilda.
There you go.
Pick up Martes Valentina. That's it.
Okay.
We know this is going to happen.
Oh my God, Wolf, is this gonna be your first 100%?
See, Valentina.
Is it gonna be
Martes,
your
come on.
first 100%?
Come on.
Martis, go ahead.
Second place is Irithel, but I think this is Martes.
Give Martis a
Feels like
bite.
a Martis.
It was effective against the Matilda because one of ways Renegade really dwell on being deep in vision. Come on, just take out Martis.
Give it. Why? Why do I say that it should be Martis? Because there's the trio of the
trio is
junglers
banned.
is
The
already
Trinity.
banned out.
Yeah. Fair point.
Come on.
And now with
Give
Martis,
it to
that's
me.
the 4 horsemen of the jungle.
Come on, TNC, please.
They're taking their time here, man.
That's the bet.
Martis.
That's it's not.
No.
It's Edith. It's all right.
They're giving away the Martis, though.
They gave away
What
the
is
Martis.
that?
Blacklist International is just on a full stock candy store right now, man.
Or maybe that's a giveaway because TNC knows that
Paquito
it's gonna be
Martis, maybe? See?
Yeah.
Okay, TNC made the wrong decision.
Oh,
I'm telling you.
man.
Oh, no.
I'm telling you.
Fanny, really?
What? That was banned?
Really? No.
It was the
In
it
the
was
first
remake.
one.
It was the remake.
Oh, it
So
was
King Kong was planning to pick it, but he banned it instead. Okay, that's why we remade it.
Oh.
Okay.
Man.
Rockhart, you were talking about the assassin? Well, you're slowly getting it. And
All right.
the blessing of this draft index in mid-draft.
Yeah.
We're looking at TNC rounding off some corners from team fight to burst, early to mid. But on the sustain though,
Yeah,
it's a bit of lacking.
yeah. Well, this is mainly because of the. I guess when we're looking at Blacklist International's composition, they have a lot of sustain because of the Matilda, so that's support utility. But when it comes to late game, they don't have it yet.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're looking at TNC, you have Edith. Technically speaking, Edith is pretty strong in the. Well, not technically speaking, it's just actually pretty strong in the late game. Like just when it comes to like bursting down the members, but. I like this Brody ban because it's one of those heroes that are good against the Fanny. I think the next ban should be the carry, actually, for TNC.
That rhymes. That rhymes.
Irifel being
it's good.
answered at the very least. Innocent finally getting some of the highlights on the draft. And I guess that's a good challenge as well for Innocent. Like, people are going to be asking, what other marksman heroes are you capable of, right?
Since there are no marksman yet for both of Blacklist and TNC, they're either trimming down the hero pool of Oheb and Innocent. We see them use the Brody, we see them use the Irithel. Is the carry still an option? Wow, it's just
sorry, that's distracting.
Oh, Kufra.
Kufra as well. So they're
Yeah,
really
good
pushing this Matilda though either to actually go in post 4 even on mid. So with the Kufra ban out, also an answer for the Fanny.
Yeah.
Will they push this Matilda to be in Haji's hands and get a Franco for NJ?
That could be a good decision, but at the same time, I'm thinking actually of a Kadira for Blacklist International instead.
That's an interesting answer.
Yeah, because the Petrify is one of those quick answers to the Fanny because it almost has no cast time. I think it's almost instant, right?
Instant, yeah.
So it's very difficult to dodge even if you're a Fanny. So that means that you can layer your stunts afterwards because now the cables are being stopped.
But that's also very reliant on the mechanics, right, of the player. So I
It's
guess
Haji.
it's Haji.
Yeah,
I know what you're going to say. It's Haji.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope they make it happen.
That's a very good pickup. So I'm thinking Kadira actually for Blacklist International, but also what the gentleman over there said, OSX. I think honestly the Franco is not a bad idea at all for Blacklist International for NJ. But what will be their marksman of choice? I still think the carry is good, honestly. But they might just go for something like a Beatrix because, well, this is Blacklist. This is the Filipino sniper. They just will revolve back to that kind of hero.
It's a good point. But this is just the decision for Blacklist International on the last 2 picks with the Kaja being present. The Beatrix makes total sense. And you get a Bruno.
Okay.
They're more prepared and they're pushing this to be a Beatrix for TNC.
Beatrix is okay with the Kaja, but the Fire Mist will be the problem. So you need a constant source of damage. So that might mean the Claude, right, for TNC.
Claude, yeah. I don't think the Iksha is going to make it happen in this one.
Not this one. But Beatrix is still pretty good
There
because
you
of the
go.
combo. So it's like when the decision was between Beatrix and Claude. Claude is good against the composition of Blacklist. Beatrix is good with the composition of TNC. So they have a better mix when it comes to damage and DPS, but not enough when it comes to support utility.
They can't have that much vision as well. They don't have that much. But Kaja's good for that at the very least. So they got that going for them.
It's still rounded for TNC.
Yeah.
I think they answered a lot of corners here against
agree.
Blacklist International. So this is just completely boils down to execution, as said, Rockhart. Mechanics as well are going to be tested.
Yeah, it's going to be a big test here for Blacklist for sure. It feels like TNC rounded up a lineup they're very happy with. Now, not the tankiest, but definitely one of the spiciest lineups we've seen today. And yeah, only the gameplay is going to say who comes out on top here, because I feel like both teams had all the heroes that we know they played. We know they played them, all of these heroes well.
Yeah, looking at the glimpse here on the final lineup. It's game number 3. Blacklist International and TNC Pro Team on a match point. Who gets to have this W? Who will prevail in the main question? Who will finally rise?
That's a big one.
I think this time TNC doesn't have what was the term? only early game win condition kind of team. They're more well-rounded, I would say.
Right.
And that's also true with Blacklist International. Good mixture of early and late game. What separates these two teams is that TNC is based on more on bursting down enemy heroes, while Blacklist International are more focused on sustained and long team fights. So expect Blacklist to try to outmaneuver TNC, whereas TNC, what they need to do is like act as if this was a battering ram. Initiate with the Kaja, burst with Innocent, they're going to be A-okay afterwards.
Yeah, it could be a good layer of skill. A display for team fights, as Wolf mentioned, a battering ram, a perfect example to put it. Knock up from Hesu, though. Meanwhile, the pressure, you said, outmaneuver. I think the focus right now of Renegade is to aid Bruno or Oheb against Innocent, because in early game, with the Bruno's hits, I think this is like just a good way to even sustain the lane, but they know a pressure from TNC might happen because outmaneuver could be the answer in most of the games that they might expect in the early game.
Yeah, that's one way to stop TNC, right? Slow it down, make sure they can't hit hard, outmaneuver, as they say. And they have Blacklist has the tools to do that. With Renegade and Pyramus, you can't get safer than that. You have the Cult Altar, you have the Guiding Wind.
I am just enjoying that animation right now.
Oh, yeah, it is.
From the Mathilda,
Very
how
satisfying.
they can completely... Whoa! Sensui! Okay, Seeker's objective.
Oh, it's going to be a trade. King Kong just went in for the orange buff.
Okay, all right.
So
That's
it's just a
interesting.
buff steal.
I wonder why, though. Yeah, I love what the question you put out there. Where's King Kong right now on the turtle? They're giving this away? No chance of a steal?
Yeah, and Sensui doesn't have the retribution, and because of the presence of the Fanny, not able to. The Kaja actually, he's not able to fully complete that steal, and TNC are gonna be very happy, or not really very happy, but at least happier than expected. Who was able to take it was actually Innocent, who took that grab.
Consolation prizes left, right, and center.
Advantage also small on the growing coin economy here for Innocent as well. So completely securing their early game lane and laning stage. So also puts pressure on Renegade as well. So I think they have more vision this time and more control from TNC. It's just a matter of like going the distance to get vision up against the Phoenix Army and where are they heading. Because at some points, you've mentioned early to mid has a great potential for TNC, but for King Kong's Fanny here, I think they're just completely having a good amount of jump start here for this one.
Actually, I'm worried for TNC because of the silence right now. If you have a Fanny, you want to maximize that.
I agree.
Yeah.
And if the map is quiet, you're not doing your job, to be honest.
Yeah, we're gonna be, especially because they have the Kajas. We haven't seen any interactions coming up from the Kaja. By the way, Bentings didn't go for the Quantum Charge Kaja. Went for the Brave Smite instead.
More sustain, more tankiness.
More tankiness, but less mobility.
Oh, that's a sacrifice though. Because there's a lot of mobility from Blacklist right now.
What is up? Why is TNC so passive here?
So weird, right?
Yeah, we know how a Fanny would actually go mechanically, aggressively, because in terms of this, are they respecting just the early game composition of Blacklist? Or this is maybe just a ticking time bomb for them? Ooh.
Big questions here. That's the second turtle being given away for free here by TNC. They don't seem to mind.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's so weird for side of TNC. I would understand why they skipped the first turtle. Or second turtle. Really, very surprising.
Bit too much, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're just looking at a slow start of a game in game number 3. Kingdom, though, follows up.
Oh, look at that maneuver from Edward.
Edward knows how to deal with a Fanny. Just go over the
my
walls.
goodness.
Go over the walls, bro. Oh my goodness, that was so good.
Edward just styled on him.
Legend Zero,
Oh my
Legend
goodness.
Zero completely fleeing from the possible takedown of King Kong and Hesu. He knows, but how do Goyo knows here to go back here? And that was, that's full of bad things.
Nice counter, nice re-engage, Shredder. Coming in for first blood, that's TNC. They got something on the map, finally. And then that's exactly what they need.
A wonderful pickoff, and that's Bentix with a flicker, as expected, or as we prescribed. They need to activate Bentix and work around this Kaja. And that was also good delivery because it was towards Innocence.
Yeah. In this case, better late than never.
Yeah.
I think that's a good way to put it. But for now, they're trying to get coverage. More of the takedowns.
Nice hit, but again, Hesu will pay for it. So it's very difficult for TNC to get free hit range here because there's so much punish coming in from Blacklist.
We're going to be invading the purple buff now. Can they be successful with this one?
Yep, Sensui has full control with the circling eagle there as well, coming in from Renegade. Oh! OHEB with the flicker in. Blacklist looks like they are in their element.
Another one bites the dust from TNC. That's 2, and completing another chance of a follow-up. Blacklist response right away. And this the opportunities just being brought into this game, completely being utilized by OHEB, going in for a push, and they're going in for their next objective. Blacklist has straight 2 turtles against TNC.
Yeah, 2 straight turrets as well, top and bottom at the same time almost, with Edward still right there waiting.
Yeah,
Big question is who's going to start off this one. Will it be Benfinks as well? There you go. One more time. Still saved by the Cult Altar again.
Renegade.
Wow.
How did he just completely dash away from the great distance? He knew that that could be the possible takedown with the Matilda, man.
Nice save from Haji.
And also, that window of just holding members of TNC just to secure that turtle is just a great play from Blacklist International.
That's
and
true.
They're leading by a lot. It's going to be a problem for TNC. Their passiveness.
Oh boy, Edward of course still has some to deal with. Bottom lane, OHEB's becoming a very difficult problem to handle here for TNC. It's a dive. It's going to be a dive. Do TNC know this? Looks like it. Sensui might be in trouble. Has Guiding Wind. Nice survivability here from Blacklist. But TNC, what will you do? Where is the flicker? There it is. No flicker needed. They just get the kill right away. They keep on going as well. Haji does not have the Cult Altar, which means they will have to back off. Although the engage is still strong. Sensui still got some damage. And as well as OHEB. So they keep the fight going. That's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, the Nether Realm actually went badly. King Kong, you didn't know! A classic Blacklist trick.
Waiting in the bush.
Just leaving that small buff, the baby buff. And
it just baited everybody.
Yeah, baited King Kong.
Nobody home.
Nobody home. It's just the baby buff.
That's funny.
And that was just completely great delivery from TNC. Amping up Innocent. Okay. Oh, look at the burst from King Kong, though. Freely.
I love it. I love
getting with the peel.
I love how King Kong's working here. But the problem is Blacklist knows just go against a wall. Fan can't do anything. They have 2 heroes that can do that well. The Matilda as well as, you know, the Faramis.
Yeah.
At the same time, there's also so much mobility all around the map.
Well, speaking of movement around the map, King Kong as well, doing a lot of clear and coverage, getting time for TNC to actually bounce back. Where Blacklist is on the lead with 4K. I think this is one way to gain advantage with the map coverage. Is they have the Fanny, they have ways to get information and vision, and completely they could just sandwich out Blacklist International. So at some points, Renegade needs to have a double time to get a vision out of TNC. So it needs more coverage as well.
Well, we could get more here. And finally, will he get it? He still gets that purple, but of course, Haji will pay for it. There it goes, the Cult Altar in the hands of TNC, really working out well for them. Nice shielding coming in here from Renegade. Edward could be in trouble here.
Edward!
Forces the flicker, but still goes down. That's going to be TNC with 2 kills straight.
Yeah, very important set of kills for TNC. They took out Haji very quickly, and then they stole the Nether Realm, or they copied the Nether Realm. Goyo was able to activate it for their team. They stave off some of the deficit. It's now down to 2.9K from 3.5. Very important, but they need more.
Trying to stall it out here. Whoa, that's a lot of... Whoa!
Worldy, bro.
Full re-engage. Disengage there, rather, from TNC.
They just pushed away TNC to just go back in their own defense. Snipe would miss, though. But that was just a huge amount of peel from Blacklist International. Another great pickup from OHEB as well.
Worldy.
TNC,
very strong.
A little bit of unhinged here.
Ben thinks no flicker, but does have the ultimate.
That's right. So still not reset here. Dance is still ongoing. Edward's on the other side of the map while all of this is happening. What's going to be the answer here for TNC? TNC looking for it. Ben thinks he's waiting for the flicker. He has it ready. Wants to go for somebody here, but no one is home. TNC once more have to kind of wait it out. Wait for Blacklist to make a bad move here. Conceal play. Ben Fings wants to go for it again. Denied once more.
King Kong recalled back.
Oh my goodness. What was that for? Was that for Edward? They're looking for Edward right now.
That was just for energy.
Oh, Edward.
You spotted.
Boom.
Boom.
There it is. There goes the big boom boom. Haji still has the cult altar, so TNC knows they can't re-engage.
They missed the Bennett's Rage.
And they miss on the Bennett's Rage as well, giving away that Lord for free to Blacklist.
Sensui again maintaining their own growth on the lead of 4.6. There was so much TNC that needs to be answered. Since Edward did a push down bottom, they were actually being confused on to take the objective or not. So they're now pushed to a corner to respond. And this is just trouble for TNC. It's not looking good.
I can't believe that was just a recall for energy.
Yeah. Because he didn't have the purple buff. That was the problem.
Oh, bad. Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
We
Disaster.
were just talking about it.
TNC's resolve, man. It's frail.
Seems like breaking right in front of our eyes.
Yeah,
Definitely.
the recall's right in front of the eyes of TNC.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
I can't believe it.
This is just completely Blacklist doing their own game. Coverage all over the map. Push down bottom. How do TNC pick one against Blacklist right now? They have most of the armor, even for defenses to even go the most longest team fights.
They have Kaja. They have many ways to pick off the members of Blacklist. All they need to do is just to be on point, honestly. They can do it. And that means that all of the outer turrets will be taken out for TNC.
Okay, this is not looking good now. Again, we're looking at the saving grace of TNC. Flicker and Divine Judgment. Bentings has done it. Great plays in the early game, but he needs to do it again. But somebody got knocked up here.
Benving's already used the flicker, so he can't really walk on out there. Renegade, he's flowing in. He knocks up Innocent. Innocent with Edward Balboa stuck in the back, but it's no problem. It's actually King Kong doing work on the back of Blacklist's lineup.
And that was 4 ultimates burned, Wolf.
Yep.
They were trying to sustain that possible takedown from Blacklist.
It's a great win of nature for the side of TNC, particularly for Innocent. The exchange was they were able to get a kill to Haji, but at this point, a kill on the Faramis means nothing because he can just respawn easily. A main objective now for TNC is to contest OHEB 2-0-2.
Yep.
No wind of nature for now, but that casual steel leg plates is enough to kind of take down King Kong's damage department.
Casual jeans.
Yeah.
Casual jeans.
Yeah, it's
Steel jeans.
It's the right mix for OHEB. Because of all the threat that could actually happen, yeah, we're looking at Innocent, so he's now the only saving grace for damage with a gold earned against 3 from Blacklist International. So at some point, we're looking at TNC buying more time, buying more ways to get vision. But the problem is, if they go for vision, the coverage of Blacklist in terms of setting traps and these kinds of objectives could actually mean a different way for TNC to even bounce back. Will they either go for the coverage of the base? Will they either secure this one, secure a marksman position out of team fights, or will they even contest this Lord? Because we're looking at the score, this is just completely Blacklist having 2 immortalities and having great way to sustain team fights.
Okay, the dance.
Oh,
but the
Conceal.
purple is the first.
Who gets
first
this?
important one.
Oh, Sensui actually might be in trouble here. Huge suplex, but of course going to be saved here by the Nether Realm. They take out Hesu. That's a pretty big call here. Goyo too late on the Nether Realm. Oh my goodness, and now King Kong has to do extra work. He has the buff, so he's definitely a lot more mobile compared to last time. That's going to be 4v5 still for Blacklist on this Lord.
Yeah, that was the traps that we were talking about. That is just completely the objective
Haji
traps.
spotted out King Kong.
Oh,
Haji
he knows. He knows.
That knows. Oh, there it is. So many people waiting on that bush. King Kong is slipping on some of these cables, and I don't blame him. It's a very difficult position to be in.
Haji just in the right position. This is spat out where King Kong was. And that pickup for Hesu is more than enough for Blacklist International to eventually be successful taking that Lord.
Okay, a lot of problems here. They have wave clear. They have the Beatrix. They also have King Kong to get vision. But the problem is if they keep on diving on those vision checks right onto the maps here again, Blacklist International, someone might go down. Someone might just completely get spotted. Just what happened there. King Kong completely got out of Blacklist's radar. So this is the question now of TNC. Will they bounce back with the usage of their own base, or will they survive from pickoffs? Scratch that. Edward just completely gave a huge amount of damage right onto King Kong, and he forced it back to the base. Let's see how Bentings does this. We're looking for a Hail Mary play here for this kind of setup. They have the Kaja, they have an ultimate to be used by Innocent, so this is just complete boils down to mechanics and timing.
Look for Oheb if you're Bentings, but he's looking at Tensui right now, which means the bottom lane turret will go down. Mid as well, everyone is just panicky here, looking for a way to just not die, waiting for the Blacklist pick, the hits from Oheb, the combo from Edward to come out. So far, I would say the Fanny's effectiveness in fights are slowly deteriorating as well.
Oh, conceal play. This is the Hail Mary play.
This is the Hail Mary we're talking about! And the re-engage is going to come in strong here. Renegade with a circling eagle. Hesu looks like a prime target. There goes the Nibiru's Passion. Innocent doing his very best to deal good damage to force Blacklist to back off. But everyone just dodges.
King Kong don't.
The snipe.
King Kong don't. Just get out.
Oh.
Okay.
King Kong again.
Oh, somebody got pulled!
Someone got in!
That was Tensui.
That was Tensui. That should have been it! That should have been it! Immortality wasn't even popped!
Still got it.
Oh my goodness. TNC looking for ways, looking for chances. With all the items they've built up, not even enough to pierce through defenses of Blacklist International.
Yeah.
There were some moments that could actually make things work.
It's scary right
two-man
now,
outcome. Okay, right onto the purple.
Blacklist seems to want to go for it. Everyone is in range here
Near
for
the
King Kong
realm.
to make a big play near the realm. Keeping Blacklist alive, making sure that TNC has to make a run for it. And everyone just suffering to the hits of Oheb right now. Who's going to deal with this madman? Right now, it's King Kong trying his very best to try to cut some of these minion waves before they reach the base. Help Innocent with the defense. And I think they can buy time. But the minions are still here. Renegade catches Innocent. Where is King Kong when you need him? And that's going to be a game. It's 2-1. Blacklist still gets the W.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Denying the possible way of a comeback, Blacklist International in a classic chance, in a classic play, they maintain their winning ways.
Oh man, they played so slowly. Imagine like almost winning game 1, controlling game number 2 because of your speed of play, because of how aggressive they were. But then, come game 3, they were very quiet. That's why I felt that the Martis should have been the pick. But they didn't. They went for the Edith. Understandably, but the Fanny just wouldn't cut it. I'm pretty sure that King Kong is an able Fanny player.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that he's pretty good. But the fact that they're not utilizing the aggression that's needed from them, it's not just about the mechanics. It's how you play. The lack of aggression from TNC failed them today.
It felt like a confidence thing, especially in that first few minutes of game number 3.
Yeah,
They were not willing to go for it.
Uh-huh.
They had the right comp, by the way. That was a great comp to go early on.
Yep.
And as you guys mentioned, and as you guys said, right on to that game, completely being underutilized by a lot of chances that aggression could turn into better results. And TNC need to bow down to this one because, again, they had 1 point from their win against Minana. And in the midweek, as you guys mentioned, this is getting more of a difficult climb.
It is. It's a very, very tough climb here for TNC. Yeah. Getting 1 point was big, though.
It was.
Yeah, and denying Blacklist the 3 points is also pretty massive.
Yeah, because they're kind of close, right, when it comes to like the standings. But then again, let's all celebrate with what we saw from the side of Blacklist. Renegade, the heel man, from being the hitman, I think that's a check. That's a
Yeah.
massive check, right?
Big check here. Big fan.
Big fan. Of course.
Big fan of that Matilda.
The energy, we just like to commend how Renegade completely deal with that kind of opportunity and the meta being given to the table of having the support heroes back again. I just smell classic Ube all throughout, and this is Renegade.
It does feel like classic Ube,
Yeah,
actually.
playing the Matilda. Who knows? He could actually might play Estes at some point.
I will keep my fingers crossed for that. And I'm sure Mr. Leo Kubangay also has.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
He's waiting for that as well.
Yes.
Imagine him.
100%.
We know how aggressive Renegade could be in the land of Dawn. So a lot of opportunities at the table. So with this is Blacklist completely getting the win in a slow game number 3. They completely have the coverage on how to finish the game and just having the right amount of positioning that can go up against TNC. King Kong, I think we just need to commend how he actually made things work in his end, being the guy who's given vision, trying possible takedowns, but they need more than just another follow-up. They need more damage, need more defense. It's still a good growing way of TNC, but this is just a really pressured moment for them to even just completely climb all the way back to get into the playoffs.
I mean, small steps, right?
Yeah.
We're still halfway. They're not out of it as of yet. Still on the table. It just feels like they gotta just keep practicing on that late game. The shot calling just should not fade. And the decision making on game number 3, man.
Yeah.
You got so many big ticket ultimates. You gotta use them.
Yeah.
There's a time to maybe play more safe. There's a time to take it, 0 to 100 real quick. That was game 3. Didn't happen.
Yeah. I would say though, when it comes to like their choices, it's just really just that, right? And the resolve. I mean, I don't know how.
Draft don't lie.
Draft don't lie, apparently. But
The
of
index
course,
doesn't lie.
Index doesn't lie. Yeah.
What we see from the index is not much about who wins or who loses. It's like how do you actually need to use your composition.
Right. Like how they're supposed to play it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
unfortunately, that wasn't the case.
yeah, execution. The index could give so much, but it all will check on how will the players do that execution, right? Bless the index.
Bless the index, bro.
The OS index.
Yeah. It just doesn't sound right.
I'll be waiting for that investment.
I don't know.
to
I don't know if
happen.
that happens, but I'm just gonna keep calling it the index from the great laboratory of some amazing individual, and just completely giving us a glimpse on how that game went. So game number 2 was a great start for TNC, but again, they need to sit this one out. They need to rethink on how they could actually bounce back because it's not too far yet for the season to actually go again, have a great way of climbing back to the top. But for now, it's a national. We need to acknowledge on how they actually went back. A great recovery from a loss last week. Now let's throw it over to Mara together with Blacklist International.
Everybody give it up for Blacklist International. Congratulations on the win. Layo nyo naman, ako nangalalapit. Congratulations on the win, guys. Ronnie J, na-surprise kami kasi first time kita makita with a healing hero. Matilda, Rafa, Matilda. How difficult or how easy was it to adjust para sa'yo?
Noong una po medyo mahirap mag-adjust kasi siyempre mga hero ko po mga more on setter tsaka hard tank talaga. Tapos yung strength naman po ng Blacklist, di ba, yung utility. Yun, yung mga hero po ni Mamshu dati. So alam po ng mga coaches kung paano siya gamitin.
Oo nga, sanay kami na ikaw yung initiator. Speaking of Mamshu, ano ba, binibigyan kanya ba ng mga tips? Nag-uusap ba kayo?
Sa ngayon po, di po kami yung mga experience ko lang po na kasama ko siya ng season 11. So yung mga iba pong napapakinggan ko sa kanya tsaka ginagawa niya, tinatry ko po gawin din.
Inspiration. Yeah, she serves as an inspiration. Speaking of inspiration, may nakita kong parang inspired today, Sensui. Sensui, ang galing mo. On point. On point. Lalo na yung game number 1, game number 2, lahat na ni-retry mo, pati yung dapat hindi i-retry, purple ng kalaban. Alright, dash retry. You were so on point today. Question, is it because na-motivate ka ba dahil may isang tao na parang kinwestiyon yung Sensui instincts mo?
Hindi naman, na-motivate naman po ako, pero hindi naman po dahil sa kanya kasi hindi ko naman po kailangan patunayan yung sarili ko sa kanya. Ano po.
That was very well done. Lahat kami napansin yung pagka-retry mo today. By the way, TNC did such a good job today. Kita din nahirapan kayo. And do you think tama yung desisyon nila na kinuha yung Fanny, binigay pa sa'yo yung Martes, which is a comfort hero for you, lalo na on point nga yung iyong Sensui instincts?
Para sa akin po, tama naman po yung decision po nila na kunin yung Fanny kasi comfort naman po ni King Kong yun. Siguro mali po yun kung di po nila kinuha.
By the way, let's not discredit TNC. Is there something that you guys, ang galing nila kanina, no?
Malakas po nila.
Malakas pa din. All right, now it's time to announce the match MVP. Who do you guys think it is? Sino? Wow, grabe tong sigaw ni ate. Grabe sigaw ni ate, ah. Sino, ate? All right, let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Oheb! Oheb! Oy, first time ka namin nakita mag-ik siya. Good job.
Talo.
Good job. Okay, wait. Ano mo nga, ulitin mo yan. Ulitin mo. Ulitin mo. Okay, ulitin mo. Yeah. Natuwa ako na nakita ko yung photo na yan. By the way, ngayon, natutuwa ka ba na bumalik yung mga utility room kasi ngayon parang napapadali yung buhay mo?
Opo, syempre, parang gamay ko na kasi yung namin yung ganyang playstyle kasi dati pa namin nilalaro yan ever since eh. So yun, parang sabihin na natin medyo mas napadali yung sa amin na ML kahit papaano. Pero kahit naman maging meta, makakapag-adjust pa rin kami agad tingin ko. Siguro.
Napapadali ba yung buhay mo pag namaramdaman mo yung support ng fans? Everybody, Blacklist! Anong gusto mo sabihin sa kanila?
Thank you po sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa amin dito sa MPL. Maraming salamat. Mahal na mahal namin kayo.
Humina yung boses mo, ha? Alright, once again, everybody give it up for Blacklist International. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Congratulations, coaches. Congratulations to Blacklist International. While they're walking, guys, let's make some noise. Blacklist. Congratulations to Blacklist International with that reverse sweep. 2-1. Babalikan natin ang ating mga casters para himayin ang ating laban. Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara, and that was Blacklist International together with their winning interview. So looking back on how the context went, this was just Oheb being our series MVP.
Yep.
Actually, he was just so happy having this kind of patch favored in their own classic lineup and even playstyle composition.
Yeah.
Back on the healing from Hitman to Healman, I told you from the beginning, smells just like completely ube for Blacklist International.
Yeah, I love it. Easy ML. Like, my ML is easy.
Let's see how this game was easy for Blacklist. We'll break things down a bit for us. This is just Blacklist winning the game.
You know what they say, like, if you have a chance to make things easier, why wouldn't you, right? And that's exactly what Oheb is thinking. In that case, like, surely it was sort of easier for them to adjust to the metagame just because they know how it works anyways. That's probably why he felt that way. But we're looking at the MVP of the game, which is definitely Renegade, and his impact in this game. There were so many crucial jumps that he was able to do and managed to also save his teammates. I think more than his Circling Eagle initiations, his Guiding Wind saves were much more impactful. And this is the main reason is because of the new patch or new item that we have in the patch. Oasis just gives so much healing. And the extra shield just gives us so much survivability for his teammates. What you're going to see in the early stages, however, I still feel that TNC kind of shot themselves in the foot, not playing aggressively in this game. Goyo was able to snag the NetherRealm many times this game and was actually able to use it proactively for Blacklist. But look at this. Oheb with the sidestep takes out Hesu because of this, and Sui goes to the front lines, and then they try to invade. Circling Eagle, very early on popped by Renegade, so that he's going to be able to knock that Valentina up. And even after the snags coming out from TNC, nothing is ever enough, just because of the fact that TNC are not playing aggressively this game. And Blacklist are well fit to play against the Fanny. We're going to see in this highlight so many times like how much they are able to dodge Hesu because of their positioning. Oh, this is going to be a pick-off, but it will be an exchange of honestly just a... look at this save, by the way. Oheb with a guiding wind after the flicker, so no catch-up whatsoever. Because he used a flicker, and that was a sidestep. We've seen a guiding wind. But then again, yeah, there wasn't any good trades for TNC. Look at this beautiful play coming out from Haji to burst them out. There's going to be more of it as Sensui will once again survive. Renegade just cutting the backlines so that there will be another follow-up. Innocent eventually will survive this and Haji taken out, but that's Haji easily respawning because of the passive. They now invade King Kong. King Kong is always forced out. And now Blacklist International will be leading by so much in this game. It's really not that much that they can do. And with the initiation coming out from Renegade, they are able to take out Innocent. No chance at all. Unfortunately, King Kong wasn't in the vicinity to help him out. Really a lot of disconnection coming out from the side of TNC. Considering the draft that they have and, of course, the players that they have with it, they're not really connecting well enough so that they will be able to win the game. Whereas for Blacklist International, you can see that it was Sensui just tearing through. And it was Martis that he played. He said that it was okay for them to use okay for TNC to pick up the Fanny. But the fact that the Martis was given to Sensui, that was definitely one of the, I would say, mortal sins coming out from the side of TNC. The way that they banned the Akai, and then the first few picks that we can expect from them, you will know that they might have picked up Martis instead. But that meant that with the Faramis, there's really nothing that the Fanny can do because he's not able to quickly eliminate the members of Blacklist International. Even Oheb is easily saved. The thing with Fanny is that it doesn't work well against Ube, unfortunately, just because of the sustain. And more so against the Faramis, because the Faramis keeps people safe. King Kong will not get the streak, and that means that he will not be able to snowball out of control. And additionally, Oheb, you cannot see it anymore this time, but the steel leg plates was actually picked up by Oheb earlier on this game. That means that even when there's an initiation coming out from Bentings into Innocent's Bennett's Rage, or maybe when there's King Kong just sniping the backlines, Oheb will keep himself alive long enough for the entirety of Blacklist International to save him. So the NetherRealm as well as the Guiding Wind, it will be enough to save him. That's why Innocent looked as if he was nullified completely in this game. There wasn't any go signal, no fit for flight for the side of TNC, no clearance to fly for this Fanny, unfortunately. And look at some of the other stats. Monster Gold stolen, really one-sided towards Blacklist International, as well as the damage to turrets is just a one-sided game from Blacklist International because TNC didn't even try to play their own style of game. That is the most unfortunate thing for the side of TNC. And this is something that they need to fix. So already two things that needs to be done. This is going to be their homework. The first one being focus on the late game, on how to finish games. Second, make sure that if you drafted a specific composition, you play it as if you know what happens. Turn the hitman to the heal man. That's definitely part of the win conditions or the keys to victory for the side of Blacklist International, and that is what we saw from Renegade and the entirety of Blacklist. And they themselves told us that it wasn't that hard adjusting to the meta game.
Yeah. It was a classic Ube that we just witnessed in that game. 2-1 against TNC. Wolf placed a great way of check boxes for TNC to actually bounce back and to refine more on what they can do in their next upcoming games, because it's not too late for them to even rise. And as what they do, just need to keep rising from all of their struggles in MPL Philippines Season 12. So a lot of things could show to even or happen in the series of the day. We have one more match tonight. It's
a big one.
ONIC Philippines against MNNE EVOS. As the headline goes, let's settle this. And this is just one match to look forward tonight. And we're having 4 series, and this is the last one. Any thoughts for this one, Rockhard? A quick one.
Boss A versus Banoobs. Let's go.
If you know what happened last week, you
That's
know.
it. And of course, there's a lot of like storylines between the players, a lot of friendships that have a reason, and of course, the two teams need points, you know. So they definitely are gonna be showing it all today.
Yeah, a lot of things could happen in the last series of the day. As Rockhart mentioned, a lot of teams could actually be in par with the points in our standings of the day. But in our upcoming match, we see familiar faces, familiar players from the amateur scene to go up once again in MPL Season 12. Don't go anywhere. I'm OSX. This is Rockhart. This is Wolf. We'll be right back in a few messages.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito. Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
The fastest speed, the widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best mobile network.
That's the power of Smart. When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Lipat na sa TNT and register your SIM now.
Players, are you G to play Pinoy Money Master for a chance to win as much as 100,000 pesos? Pero wiser.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Welcome back to the home of the greatest MLBB players in the world. I'm Mara Aquino and you're still watching MPL Philippines Season 12. After 3 action-packed series, we're now down to the final matchup of the evening. 2 teams with a history that roots back to their amateur days are about to clash once more in the MPL stage. 1 season have passed and the White Tigers are still yearning for their much-awaited clawback. Will they be able to do it this time? Or will the Sonics continue to establish their dominance? MPL Arena. This is ONIC Philippines versus MNNE Evos. Let's get it on. Casters, pass up.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to witness another chapter of these 2 teams' rivalry that roots back in their amateur days. Yes, you know who this is. Greetings from the home of the greatest MLB players around the world. I'm OSX. I'm with Rock Art and Hans. And yes, it's still the We Bear Bros on the 4th series of the day. It's ONIC Philippines versus MNNE Evos. For the first time this season, how are you guys feeling about this?
Feeling fire right now. I feel like this is the perfect game to actually close out the first half of the season.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of history between the players and not even the players, even the managers. Everyone's looking forward to it on social media for sure.
Yep. I'm very excited with the banters that were already happening way before this moment even started, and I can't wait to see how they could explore. Will this go game 2? Will this go game 3? I don't even know.
Legends are born in MPL Philippines. You pay like a legend with Maya and MPL Philippines. Score your own limited edition MLBB card exclusively available on Maya. I'm about to get those limited edition cards with my name OSX on it, but it turns out I need more banking days.
Don't you want your card name to be like Francis instead of OSX?
I'm thinking of changing my name to Francis Joseph, maybe at some point in a different MPL
Fair
season.
enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Because right now, I know this guy from the name of Sona back then.
Yeah.
Now he's Hans.
Yeah. That's something I can use.
Yeah, this
like
one,
my very own card.
Yeah, this one, I'm beside Carl.
I wish I had a card, but it doesn't have any money. So.
Yeah, so what's the point, right? I mean, OSX has all the money. That's why he wants a card.
Not true. All of us could get this. But now let's settle this. Can MNNE Evos finally clap back against ONIC Philippines? Again, their roots are taking it back to the amateur days. Even before stepping into the MPL stage, both teams have already developed a heated rivalry in their amateur days. So let's go back and check onto the graphics on our screens to differ and see what is the difference on how this rivalry went back then in their own amateur days. Can you guys elaborate more on this? I know you've seen this, Rockhart and Sona. Come on.
This is essentially, as you can see right there on your screens, it's Cerebrum Esports versus Monster Anarchy, who have been beating each other up over and over again in different tournaments. And so far, as you can see on the scores, it looks really good.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, if you're looking at the amateur tournaments, So Rebroom, now known as MNNE Evos, are considered gods of the amateur world, right? But as soon as they got into the MPL Philippines, it's kind of a little difficult for them to get to win a game. I mean, they only got to win one in week 2 and day 3, and then after, 4 weeks later, ONIC sweeps them.
And ONIC Philippines was the only one to break the winning streak of Blacklist International last week, which Blacklist actually got a great recovery today. And with the focus on the amateur history, even the rivalry of MNNE Evos and ONIC Philippines, this is how they check. How you guys doing? How you guys improving? And from the match of MNNE Evos back then, how is the status of this team, Hans?
You know what? Honestly speaking, as soon as I'm gonna try to fix this one later, Echo, you also don't have to discount the fact that MNNE also won a game against Echo, right? Which is one of like the stronger teams that we have here. Probably the strongest so far because they managed to defeat other teams like in a sweep or maybe in like a 3-game series. But that doesn't matter at this point because it's all about MNNE. If they can land a game against the current and defending world champions, then who knows? Maybe they can finally have the moment to themselves and get a win in the professional scene.
Yeah, for MNNE, I feel like they're just, I don't know, something's coming out of nowhere for these guys. Fighting off against RSG, and then also taking a game against Echo. I mean, who would have thought that was possible at this point, right?
Yeah, speaking of a factor of a burst and a surprise for MNNE Evos, they actually had a way of taking a point out of RSG as well as Echo that Hans and Rockhart mentioned. And I say when yesterday, I think that was, Friday, when we are both doing the hashtag for that day, was like MPL Philippines Season 12, the right mix. And MNNE had definitely found the right mix. And that was the debut of the Mathilda and the Benedetta. I say stick to it. Don't do it in the jungle again on how they went with the concussive blast because that was a different story. But the NXP lane, Benedetta is a monster. And for Lord JMAR, he is also a beast with that.
Again, pick heroes that have high micro possibilities, high skill ceilings. For Lord JM, I think is the way to go here for MNNE. He plays heroes like the Paquito, and I'm pretty sure he'll play the Benedetta in the same fashion.
Which is especially the reason why, if we're going to take a look at like the team head-to-head matchups that we're going to be having in just a few minutes, you can see that the prioritization of the teams towards the bans for the side of MNNE Evos is going to be for Lord JM. So you really have to, make sure that you can give your XP laner a very good hero that can make some certain plays that would be very beneficial to your side, especially now that you're going to take note of ONIC Philippines. Is it Gem playing? Is it another XP
What's
playing?
the mix
I don't
today?
even know.
That's a good question.
Actually, the word mix actually connects with ONIC Philippines as well.
Yeah.
They have so many variations back in Season 8, then they're just doing it all over and over again.
But the thing is, the hashtag right now is a Super Showdown.
Super Showdown.
It's no longer the right mix.
With the right mix. Whatever hashtag. With MNNE and ONIC Philippines, it's time to have settled this. They need to settle this tonight.
Yeah, it's a great way to end out the first half. And I have to reiterate, we're going to come back to here starting week 4 again.
As we begin the last series of the day, let's throw it over to Mara to get a little info what's happening tonight.
MNNE have been rivals since the amateur days. And here to take MNNE Evos to new heights, we have Banoobs.
Hello.
Give us a quick history sa inyong dalawa ni Boss A.
So yun nga, sabi mo, we've been rivals since the amateur scene. Tapos, they're ahead of one season being transitioned to amateur to pro scene. So ngayon, humahabol kami. Na-inspire din naman kami sa kanila. So yung mga trust ko sa akin, tatanggapin ko lang talaga.
Okay. Alam mo, kasama siya ni Manjin ngayon. Kamustahin natin sila Manjin. Manjin, kamusta kayo dyan?
Mukhang game na dito yung isang player ng ONIC Philippines, si Boss A. Boss A, kumusta naman ang atmosphere ngayon sa ONIC?
Okay naman, handang-handa kami ngayon.
Parang iba ka ngayon Parang may something May something sa'yo Ano masasabi mo ba kay na Banoobs at MNNE?
Yung Minana kasi nung pasok nila sa Season 11, ang inuna nila hype. Puro mga influencers. Kami inuna namin practice.
Okay. So, ibig sabihin, puro hype. Puro hype.
Puro hype lang.
Puro hype. Mara, puro hype lang daw.
Okay,
Ang
okay.
Minana. Yun yung nakuha ko.
Parang nararamdaman ko na yung tempo sa mangyayari ngayon. Alam mo, kailangan natin ipagtanggol ang Minana Evos. We are gonna settle this. Alright, feeling ko may comeback ka kay Boss A eh.
Kasi kung usapan trash talk lang, baby ka pa.
Oh!
Baby ka pa daw? Baby ka pa
Boss A.
daw?
Ano masasabi mo? Baby ka pa daw. Payag ka ba nun? Payag ka ba nun? Baby ka pa daw.
Kung usapang ML, dinosaur ka na.
Oh! Mas pipiliin ko maging baby. Mas pipiliin ko maging baby, no? Kesa dinosaur.
Naku!
Dinosaur daw, Mara. Dinosaur.
Kasi wala siyang baby eh.
Oh. Doon na pumupunta, men. Doon na pumupunta.
Wala palang baby.
Parang doon na pumupunta.
Kami may nice one, baby eh.
Ano sagot mo?
Okay lang, marami naman dyan.
Oh! Nag-iba.
Marami daw dyan, pero hindi natin alam kung meron siya dyan.
Oo nga eh. So girls, ingat kayo ha. May playboy. Yung nakalista na pro player, para sa Wikipedia lang.
Oh! Boy.
Sa Wikipedia lang!
Liquipedia daw. Liquipedia daw. Liquipedia. Anyways. Wala, nakalista ka lang daw. Nagpalista ka lang daw. Ano ba yun? Sayang daw yung picture. Ano yun?
Mga aspiring pro players, ingat din kayo dyan ha. Kasi si Banubs pumasok lang sa ML para sabihin na sa ML scene lang daw siya ulit.
Oh!
Yung panahon ko kasi, ako, esports na ako, tapos trash talker ako, hindi ka pa pinapanganak eh.
Oy.
Dota, yung mga old school gamers dyan, alam nyo ang trash talking days. Pero to, baby pa talaga to.
Baby ka daw, boy.
Baby.
Boy, wag ka magpapatalo. Boss A, alam mo, wag ka magpapatalo. Ano masasabi mo sa laro ng... Ano masasabi mo sa laruan ng Minana, men? Ano masasabi mo?
Baby nga ako, pero ngayon lumalabel ka sa akin. Eh di lumalamang na ako.
Lumalamang
Boy,
ba?
lumalamang daw.
Lumalamang ba sila?
Di, ayoko naman kasi tumatrash to ka sa hangin. Kaya binibigyan kita ng pansin.
Boy, kailangan mo sagutin. Ako na nagsasabi sa'yo. Yung mangyayari mamaya, hindi mo alam ang mangyayari. Sagutin mo na kung ako sa'yo.
Ito yung dinosaur, ang daming sinasabi, pero 4-1 yung score namin sa kanila. Manalo ka muna.
No, Mara, manalo daw muna.
Anong sasabihin natin dyan? Manalo daw muna tayo.
Excited na nga ako eh. Game na.
Game na daw! Game na, pero maglalaro ka ba, boss?
Maglalaro ka ba?
Maglalaro ba?
Maglalaro ako pag lalaro siya.
Ano, ulit.
Maglalaro ako pag lalaro si Banubs.
Maglalaro daw siya kung maglalaro si Banubs.
Kung may so much lang, magkakaalaman talaga.
Okay. Ito.
Mainit na.
Mainit dito. Hindi natin alam kung ano nga ba yung mangyayari. Kaya kailangan isettle natin to sa loob ng Land of Dawn with their players. Simulan na natin ang ating bakbakan. Babalikan na natin ang ating casters. Pasok.
That, my friends, is the reason you should separate Mobile Legends and old people. Because from that point, you see two veterans had exchange with banters on who's the baby and who's the dinosaur in terms of MLBB gameplay. That was Coach Banubs and Coach Boss A. Run through it on how these two guys met. And from what Coach Banubs said, he was here before Boss A was just even born.
I mean, that's actually true because I was there as well, so I would know, right? But it was actually his... he's been in esports for a long time, like way before mobile gaming was a thing. He was actually in other MOBAs as well. So that's actually correct. That's actually a fact. As for Boss A, though, I feel like obviously he has. It's rooted differently, right?
Yeah, man. And to say, and for Banoobs to say that you just joined the team because you want to be part of Liquipedia. Oh,
really?
yeah, damn, bro. I don't even know what I'm supposed to say, but at this point, at least they're 4-1. They're on the lead, so whatever happens in this game, they're still in the lead anyway.
Okay, just by game number 1, let's see what's going to happen there. Because there you go. You hear the Busyan, the famous work of Minana Evos, all out. We take them all. And now we just go back to the context. We're seeing the lineup of ONIC Philippines. Also to check, Perksiva is in.
It's the winningest. Woo! I think this is their winningest lineup so far, right? From last week, or sorry, was that yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, from yesterday it was Yoshino. But again, the winning factor for both of these teams. Perksiva went up against Blacklist International, and we remember that very well because of how good he played with like the Kufra and the Cho, which is why now pairing up with Gem, Super Friends, Ryzen, and Nets, 3 of the members that ONIC-PH has had history with the former members of Minana way back in the amateur team. I'm talking about Gem, Super Friends, and Nets. Meanwhile, on the other hand, you also have 3 members from the side of Minana Evos that actually had history with Anarchy from the other time around. It's Brusco, it's Boyet, it's Doming. Now they're gonna ask help from Lancy and Lord JM in this fight.
Still the same thing. You guys were kind of expecting that Spider Mouse would actually be in their roster.
Yeah, half expecting, but you know what? This is the lineup that, again, it's all about finding the right mix between these two teams, right? It's all about that.
Let's put the right mix to Minana Evos right now.
Yeah.
Minana Evos, this is the right mix.
Right combination of players who seem to be working well with each other.
Yeah, and look at the head-to-head right now, because this is going to be the most important thing. For Lord JM, if you take a look at the most banned against, this is what I was talking about a while ago. Edith and Paquito were the 2 main bans because these are 2 playmakers that Lord JM can use aside from the thumbs that he has been using for time and time again. But in terms of like the hero pool, it's on the lead of Minana even when ONIC has the more tendency to switch up in terms of the players. Talking about the Sphere this time around, ONIC has a well-oiled, kind of composition because of how well they take the first blood. They also get kill participation, but you have to take note of the Lord control and tower secured because again, 57 is not that far behind from 63.
Yeah, also to check that the first blood ratio of ONIC Philippines is leaning towards on their macro and micro decisions early on. In Lord control ratios, it's ahead by ONIC, but as Zona is trying to break down the statistics, it's not too far. But one thing also shines from ONIC Philippines is how they actually make their team fights stronger against Minana Evos.
Yeah, these stats actually don't do Minana justice with the way that they have been playing in the past week as well. So, yeah, we mentioned earlier, there's just this sudden burst of skill, sudden burst of passion coming in from Minana that you just can't really ignore. And again, these stats, they don't show that.
And they don't show Banoobs or Boss A in those statistics. So the fact that there's just going to be so much action and the passion that Rockhart was mentioning a while ago, it's going to be Banoobs stepping in. It's going to be Boss A coming into action. And I'm not going to be surprised if this is going to go into Game 3. But hey, depending on the situation.
Let's see how game number 1 works. Either from these 2 teams. Let's head on to the draft and see what is the priority now. But before we go to that, Infinix gets the victory. Go ahead, son. Do what you need to do.
Alright, man, I got you. Infinix K2V between ONIC Philippines and Minana Evos are brought to you, of course, by Infinix Ultra Fast Gameplay. Let's go over to the side of ONIC Philippines. You have to showcase the ONIC Magic cards. I'm talking about the flip-flop, the flipping of the switches, whether it's going to be Gem or it's going to be another person, maybe Rapidoot, because it always works. This time around, it's going to be Perksiva to surprise the rest of the members coming in from Minana Evos to just go ahead and pick another hero for themselves because we're going to have a little bit more flexibility on our side. Now for Minana, it's pedal to the metal. As cliche as it sounds, Minana is currently at the 7th spot of our standings. They're going to be needing a huge boost for them to make sure that they can continue to play in the playoff, especially now that we are already in the halfway point. So they need to adjust as fast as they can. They did that against Echo, and hopefully they can do that against their arch rivals. And for both, you have time, and it's time. AR should be the
the very last.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
very last. He still has a T, so it's just RT, right? So
Okay.
yeah. As much as I want it to count, it doesn't count at this point. Sorry,
Yeah.
Rockhard.
I wasn't actually. I don't mind. I don't mind.
Okay, fair
okay.
enough. You guys made a great point about that AR. But how about the point of the EXP lane bans here? They took good ban as well with a glue from MNNE Evos, also to Rizla. And you have
There's
your
a
Yuzong. Oh, Midnight, I'm calling you now. That's
It's
a Yuzong.
Yuzong, man.
So how is this now with MNNE Evos? You guys mentioned in the first phase. Not too late for MNNE Evos to say, oh, we're not yet done.
I love the Yuzong pick coming in from MNNE Evos because it's a way for them to reach both the Iritel and the Fredrin. The Fredrin only has one dash, which is the second skill. And then when it reached the point wherein it's going to be not enough for the side of ONIC Philippines to just continue to sustain. What's up there, Ding? Ding, former member of the side of MNNE Evos back then when they were next play.
Cool.
But going back to what I was saying a while ago, Lord JM needs to represent Ding very well because he needs to find the back line, search for the Iritel, and stop him on his tracks before he gets his items.
Speaking of getting items, looks like they have a great way to penetrate some backline team fights.
All right.
There's
From
a Kufra.
ONIC, that's the Kufra you guys were
Very
talking about. The
classic
Arlets, despite of the
Yeah.
change of this XP lane hero, great plays that we're about to see with this.
Rafaela.
Rafaela could be the answer now.
Rafaela.
Does Brusco play Rafaela though? Because
I don't
we
think
saw Lancy play the Rafaela, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
the thing is, does Brusco already have this in him? Does he have that dog in him?
Mind you, Sona, Hans, Galleria.
What?
Today we've seen Hitman turned heel man.
Yeah.
Everything is possible today. And a lot of banters as well. So I think this could be a thing for Saturdays. But for the healing part, maybe this could be the new change for the roamer of MNNE Evos to actually even adapt. And TNT gave a win when they adapted to
Or
use the
Diggy.
Matilda.
Yeah.
So will the support healing be the answer? I
Oh,
think that's
it's a
not
Grok.
Rafaela. That was a manly vote.
None of the above. Oh,
That was
come
a
on.
castle. Okay,
Come
so-
on, man. We were hyping up Rafaela, but
Yeah,
whatever
Mara's
works for you
shouting
guys.
right now. She asked me to hype up Rafaela.
Yeah. We actually played before
She-
during
yeah.
like game 3, and he was so happy that Rafaela was buffed so much.
Yeah, speaking of just the buff of Rafaela, I hope we see her in the next game. But in this game, we see an early to mid spike here from MNNE Evos and team fights, which they're strong at in terms of their fights. But we see a small rounded corner for ONIC Philippines. How does this work now in early game against them?
Burst potential is going to be the main concern for both of the lineups, if I should say. Because again, if we're going to take a look at it, the setup is there. You're right, early to mid potential is just absolutely present. But the thing is, for the Kufra to be able to unleash, in case he executes those Tyrant's Revenge and Rages, there needs to be a follow-up. It's possible that all 3 to 4 members in a specific team fight will just be present to make sure that they can bring one hero down. Because you're talking about a Yuzong, a Baksha, and even a Grok. 3 of the tankiest heroes in the game.
Whew, that front line from MNNE really gonna be hard to burn on through that one.
Yeah. Let's see how this one goes. How will they settle the score here for this series? We're looking at our cameras on screen. We have Ryzen, and we also have Boyet AR on the other side. We see help coming from Domin AR, Lesion out their jungler. And looking at the trivia here on our screens, the Sonics dominates the Tigers since MPL Philippines Season 8. ONIC and MNNE Evos have met 27 times, and HONIC has won 20, while MNNE has won 7.
Well, to be fair, those are different players.
Yeah.
So.
Different franchises
Different
as well.
franchises.
Is there any difference with this emblem right now, Hans?
I mean, and speaking of the emblem, I'm seeing a bunch of... There's only one person who used the Wilderness Blessing. Actually, 2 of them. It's the Graka from MNNE and also another from the side of ONIC Philippines. Because aside from the black shoes, you'd love to have Lilia use the Wilderness Blessing so that it could be faster for her to just go around and roam the map as much as he can to assist the rest of his teammates in case MNNE Evos goes for the extra push on to the side lanes of ONIC Philippines.
I think it's safe if he goes that route because he has the Purify. Both of 2 members of ONIC Philippines that has Purify. So if they go with the rotation with Perksiva and Ryzen, I think it's a safe way to force out something out of MNNE Evos. Just as now, they were just waiting for that bush to actually who peaks first and gaining control on their own camp. I say it's a good start for both, but MNNE has more advantage in terms of like healing and just early pokes. Look at that, Dominia and ONIC. Nets.
There's the early that you want to see right there. Doming AR actually maximizing the early hits and the ability of a Brody to, kite back while you're unleashing your shots. Now, Ryzen looks like he's got pretty good control of this turtle, but everyone's just piling on him. Look at him. They're punishing Ryzen. He can't even move. Oh, my goodness. That is such dominance here coming in from MNNE. They got the turtle, and they got the kills.
They got him surrounded at that point. MNNE Evos got the turtle and then surrounded the Fredrin that was held here by Ryzen. Gem tried to help him by going inside using the extra dash, but unfortunately for him, there was just too many tanky heroes. This is what we're talking about, right? He faced the Boyet, Doming, and Brusco AR at that point. There was nothing that he can do. Even a final slash could be the final way for him before he goes down.
Yeah, the BBLU.
What does that mean?
Big, beefy lineup that we're seeing from MNNE Evos. You have Doming, you have Boyet AR, you also have Lord Jim AR, you have Brusco AR. So you have more ways to hold your front line, and as well as you have more sustain in early games. So this is just their own spike, bless the index, to even just by being executed against ONIC Philippines. So with this kind of pressure, I think what you've pointed out early on from Super Friends and Perceive it just roam around freely in MNNE Evos, I think vision is one of the key things they need to do up against them.
Yeah, unfortunately for them though, it's going to be up to Perxiva to just locate where the other members are going to be coming from, because they want to divide or derive the attention away from nets. That is the mission for the side of ONIC Philippines in this game. They need to wait for the power spike of the Irithel for them to be able to unleash fury in the team fights. But the thing is, they don't have it as of the moment because Boyet AR, Doming AR, and even Lancy is surrounding nets in terms of the gold department. So it's something that they really need to take into consideration because the pressure is already being felt by the gold laner from ONIC.
How about this? Rocket, do you see something different here from the movements of MNNE right now?
They're more confident because of the nature of their lineup, which is very tanky, and even their gold laner is super duper tanky. Well, not super duper. He's probably the tankiest gold laner in the game so far because of the way that you build a Brody. But yeah, they can play confidently, and I think that's exactly where MNNE shines. If they play this lineup confidently, I feel like they're going to have just an easy time here. And it's up to ONIC to find these holes in their offense. But MNNE so far not showing anything, even securing that turtle very easily without contest.
Okay, so they just let the second objective loose and let MNNE take it. But when that take is happening, they all rush down to go down bottom right away, Sona.
And unfortunately for them, they won't be able to locate Doming AR at that point, who has already secured the Blade of Heptus as his first item. So the basic attack after a few seconds is going to hurt a lot at that point, and Super Friends needs to be able to get the itemizations ready for him to be able to dish out a bunch of damage as well. It's already the Enchanted Talisman that was being built up here by the mid laner coming in, but here comes the action.
Yeah, that was so easy for them to take, but the trade here is their gold laner. I'm not sure how worth that is, because now it's going to be giving Doming even more freedom to roam here and take that turret as well. Look at JM right now. He's just flexing on it like a monster.
Yeah, looking back on their composition, if you're building up damage for nets, you don't want that to keep on happening. How do you build up that momentum, the damage, and with just the pressure that MNNE is given right now, they're being pushed to a lane to babysit even more of a switch.
Yeah, if you think about it that way, that trade for Lancy was very, very worth it.
At this point, though, ONIC doesn't have a choice. They don't have the necessary damage to just go and unleash ham on the side of MNNE Evos, which is why the side of MNNE, the Tigers, are exploiting that weakness as of the moment. They're just using every single skill possible to make it to the point where they won't be able, or ONIC won't be able to have enough damage to just go ahead. So there's Lord JM with already 3 assists, Boyet having 2 kills, and the Tortoise Poissance is a very good help because it stops the regeneration factor coming in from the other members of ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, just by thinking about it, it's just slowly becoming a nightmare if you can't escape. You're going to be forced to use those Petrifies right away, even Purifies rather, to even just leave the possible setup of MNNE Evos. Because with this point, they actually would disengage, or they would just respect the fact that they can't just go and contest early on. But we're seeing a different view from ONIC Philippines. They want to go hop ahead against MNNE Evos.
They really want to hop in here, but MNNE looks like they're really in a bad position, but Super Friends going to be able to secure that with some gloom. Gloom and Doom coming in for Minana. That was a turtle that should have been secured by Boyet here.
I mean, at this point, if it's not Ryzen, if it's not Boyet, and if you're the supporting cast, a win is a win, right? You'll take at whatever you'll take whatever you can get at this point to just keep the gold lead within a striking distance. And with that being said, Windtalker has already been bought here by Nets at this point. He's not really being pressured as much compared to the first few minutes, which is why 2 items were already secured by that guy. Not to mention, there was also a Haas Clause being built up as the first item coming in from the gold laner. So this is something that's going to prepare him in case that there are ganks coming in from the side of Minana.
How do they even prepare from this? Because if ganks are concerned about this point, we're at 8 minutes, so the lead is not too far yet for ONIC Philippines, but they need to cover more of the pushes that MNNE has been doing for the past second. So this gives Nets a chance to even space, because he was just ganked once or killed once. So maybe at this time that if the Roamer, speaking of which, can cover some tracks, they just kind of want to put some pressure or a block of vision as they do this skirmish in mid lane.
They're absorbing so much damage here. Minana.
Whoa, Ryzen
got it. He's going to go and get that kill there. And again, that is a huge punish here for ONIC. Minana just did not respect the damage that could come out.
And that is
ONIC.
exactly what they need to do, right? Just focus on one person. If the Grok, Fredrin, or even the Yuzong is away, that's the time for them to strike.
That is the vision, the winning vision of ONIC Philippines. If they do this over and over again, that's just completely by time. And as you can see, the advantage of gold's completely slowing, going back to ONIC Philippines, as we saw a few seconds from now. So it's the first Lord of the game.
Yep.
Who has more control in this one? Because as objectives are concerned, it was 2-1, 2 turtles onto Minana Evos. And with this point, I think ONIC has more advantage to go up front against Minana Evos from this time.
Yeah, Brusco has control. There's a reason you pick up a Grok. It's maximum control with the Guardian's Barrier, which will make it harder for the enemy to push in unless they all dive in at the same time, which is going to be so difficult to control. And don't forget, there is a final slash ready to use here for Gem. So this 50-50 is going to have to really be super confident. Retribution!
Who gets it?
Who's going to get it? Oh, yeah, there you go. That's going to be the kills coming in as well from ONIC this time around, though. Man, the regen nerf is just not enough to slow down Ryzen.
That was a beautiful takedown coming in from the side of ONIC Philippines. And instead of Minana Evos even extending their gold lead, it was minimized. It was brought down to just 300 gold. And this is something that was very well executed coming in from the side of the Sonics, because they knew that they would be able to contest in terms of the Lord take. And in case they won't be able to do that, there's an extended team fight. There's the Irithel, there's the Lilia, and that was exactly the winning piece, the winning momentum for them to bounce back in this game and might even so take the lead for themselves.
Yeah, the big beefy lineup, as we call it in the English desk. So how do you even manage to poke out the health out of Boyet AR or even Brusco AR? The patch right now of the Yuzo is doing a lot of work, specifically looking by just the items. Just having the steel leg plates and even radiant armor for this Grok gives so much advantage. And not to mention blade armor of Baksha as well. So having the right amount of armor of ONIC Philippines Power Spike right now as they brew up their mid-game, I think it's a shortening way of saying that ONIC could actually bounce back with the damage department.
Yeah, it's getting through the BBC, the big beefy comp. You just overthink it.
Comp, guys.
That's the problem
Okay,
with you,
comp.
bro.
Okay.
Big beefy comp.
Composition.
Thank you so much,
Thanks for
Rockhart.
clearing that up, Rockhart.
Yeah.
All right, that's a good. Yeah, you got me out of character there, bud. But okay,
You guys gotta, gotta be on your toes
yeah,
here.
Yeah, my bad. I understand, but again, now as we take a look at it, it seems like the main leader of the goal is gonna be none other than Irithel. He doesn't give any sort of care onto what defensive item Minana Evos has, because he already has secured, I believe, a bunch of boots that could really help him out. I think there's also the Malefic Roar and Nets from, nothing to something. 8.9k is already evident coming in from ONIC Gold, the ONIC Gold laner. And not to mention, the pressure was being alleviated as well by the rest of the members. That's why Nets was able to farm so freely because Super Friends was just out there dealing the damage.
Yeah, basically MNNE just trying to dodge out Super Prince's glooms here.
Oh, there's a call.
And they're trying to do that right now by going
no, Nets,
straight
Nets.
to the root of the problem, which is Nets. Man, oh man, when MNNE dives you, just so hard to react. But they're doing it under the tower. That's not where you want to fight, and they're going to pay for it 2-1.
Yeah, Perxiva goes with the double, and they completely take down Lord JMR and Brusco AR. Trying for a chase. ONIC Philippines in pursuit. Flickered out of Lancy AR. Boyd AR receives the lockup. Oh, he's still sustained. Oh, he's a boxer.
Oh my goodness. So ONIC was like, why are you running? It was basically reaching to the point where they were no longer able to sustain their very own because, again, they were fighting under the turret, and Rockhart was right. What were they doing in that position? It was just a beautiful initiation coming in from MNNE Evos, but I felt like they overextend. Now the Lord is part of the action, and who's going to take this at this point?
Oh, damage received right now. Just Brusco AR deflecting most of the damage. I think MNNE has more way to sustain, but this boils down how the retribution would actually work from these two junglers. It's Ryzen versus Boyet AR. Who gets the last hit?
Nets is very far behind here, so he can't really react immediately. Now the resets can come in, and that's exactly what you want if you're MNNE, because everyone's like in a weird position. ONIC seems like they're more ready to fight this. Unless, where is Doming? Where's the Guardian's barrier here?
Up top. Up top.
He's too far. He's too far.
Lancy up there.
They're waiting. ONIC Philippines just waiting. They don't have vision on where's the gold laner of MNNE right now. And
another reset.
Oh, another reset. Yeah, Filipino lore dance, and you get a lot of resets.
Yeah.
This happens a lot.
Well, that's fair. You know what? MNNE, that's actually good for them if you think about it. ONIC, they need to chip away again on the Lord here. Just a little bit. But this time, maybe Super Prince maybe has to be more careful. He has a black shoes, or the pink shoes in this case. But that's not going to be enough to, if MNNE goes on full dive on you again.
But who's going to dive though? Lance AR is trying to slowly dive against Super Friends. Nobody.
There's the wall.
Nobody's trying. Okay, they don't know where Domin AR is, but I know they at some point they would know.
Don't tell me to reset
It's
again.
another
No,
reset,
please
isn't
don't.
it?
There's a call.
Oh, there's the conceal. There's the conceal.
Not
It
even-
has to happen now. Oh, they're too far away, aren't they? Oh, there it is. There's the very but Ryzen still gets the retribution. And everyone just getting cleaned up here for MNNE. 2 for none, and the Lord debut. That's 4K for ONIC Philippines.
Lancy might get in trouble, but no, he's still safe. ONIC Philippines with the question, how the hell did they sustain that on Dominic? Oh! Nets falls down.
That was a safe takedown. Coming in from the side of MNNE Evos, ONIC Philippines was able to take down too. But unfortunately for them, Nets was caught in the process, and it looks like Doming is next.
And Doming, nice effort. But no, you're actually more needed in mid.
Yeah.
We need you to clear this. What do you do?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, that's the wall block from the Grok. So that was just completely
He bought time. That's good though.
Yeah,
for
but that was
MNNE.
Domin AR. That was the Brody. And final slash onto Lancy AR looking for a way.
Lancy.
Oh, he's back.
Nice black shoes right there for MNNE. ONIC just giving them what they want right now. And I would say losing just one inhibitor turret, that's already best case scenario if you are on the red side right now.
Yeah, and they're taking the purple out of MNNE Evos as well from Boyet AR. So lead slowly with ONIC Philippines. How's the replay going here for you, Sona?
It was a beautiful takedown coming in from the side of ONIC Philippines because Ryzen was stuck in a very good position that was very clear on the Lord side. It was also the initiation coming in from Lord JMAR that helped them to just sustain a little bit further. But unfortunately for them, both Nets and Super Friends had a moment to themselves, had space for themselves to actually deal a bunch of damage. And it also translates with the items that they already have right now.
Yeah.
Ice Queen 1 is very much helpful in terms of team fights because you slow the other members down even when some of them already have the quantum charge. I'm talking about Doming at this point. Maybe it's what saved him to break Nets onto the top side, but he was also punished in that area.
Well, speaking of punish, that's one thing that MNNE Evos doesn't need to keep on doing from their side, because looking at the gold, or Nets is just leading the pack here, and Dominate AR, as Hans is trying to break down the bits and pieces of how this damage can go in team fights. They need more damage this time to answer against ONIC Philippines. This is their window. The late game is their window, and with the momentum catching up from the side of the Yellow Hedgehogs, this is just them completely having a great way, and they need to close the game if they want to get the series.
Yeah, Nets right now seem to be in the lead, and he's definitely one of the most consistent players here for ONIC. Always does the job you give to him. And again, if Minana wants to take him out, they have to commit so much, right? So
yeah, that's the thing, right? Because if you're the side of ONIC, I have to say, it's a very nice set of battle spells that could continue to help them later on. ONIC is very much aware that the only thing Minana Evos is going to look at and look for is going to be Super Friends and Nets, which is why they prioritized focusing on the Purify instead of Flicker or any other else out there that would be defensive or offensive for them. Meanwhile, Minana Evos, their only main damage dealer at this point is going to be none other than Doming AR. So ONIC Philippines, eyes on point. They have to be precise onto how they can locate Doming AR, because if they don't, then maybe it's a free hit.
Okay, speaking of location, they spotted Lancy AR and Brusco AR. So they managed to bring down a bit of an HP, but they're just looking for a wave to even hold. But there's a conceal coming in from Minana Evos. What's the call here?
Here we go again. The problem with Minana Evos, you go for the full commit, and if you don't make it work, you're down by a lot of skills.
They could be punished, though.
That's a big possibility here coming in for ONIC. And they are going to play it a little bit safer than I thought they would. If I was ONIC, I would have gone full commit, but then again, that's the reason why they are still pretty much in the lead here.
Oh!
Beautiful entrance, but bad ultimate activation here. The angle from Perks, it was just way too far.
Oh, it was so close. I mean, the space, the wall was there, but unfortunately, it didn't hit the mark as much.
Man.
Right? We're talking about the angles at this point. It needs to have like a hypotenuse or something. Nah, scratch that. I'm not gonna talk math.
No. It's just a miscalculation.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that anymore.
From Perksiva. It could have been a better set. It could have been a takedown from Lance AR, but he had the ultimate of Super Friends or the Lilia. That was the reset, but look at that. Gem is just puncturing through.
All ultimates are back online, but the problem is Minana's jungler gonna fall right away even before the whole fight starts. Lancy already using the final slash for Minana.
Whoa!
Oh my goodness, but look, ONIC members are low. Got Immortality's going down here. Gem.
Oh!
Super Friends for MVP in this game, no doubt, right? No doubt about it.
No doubt. At this point, Super Friends is him.
What a
he's
chat!
He's just showcasing why there's a super, and he's the prince of ONIC Philippines, right? He's just dishing out a bunch of damage, and then from there, use the black shoes. He hasn't even used his Purify at this point. It's just safety. It's just security. And he's letting, or ONIC Philippines is letting Super Friends do his thing while they get their sword. And now that the inhibitor is absolutely gone, this might be the kill.
Yeah, especially if they catch Lancy, which they do. What are you going to do now? Free man defense coming in from Minana, but it's looking very difficult for them to clear, especially without Lancy here.
The base.
Who is near. That's going to be the base going down. We got a 1-0.
Wow. That winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. In that game, ONIC Philippines had a greater answer in the late game. We've seen how Minana Evos went Go straight up. Go had an advantage in early game, and ONIC Philippines got a grip on how to turn things around.
Yeah, and I think ONIC figured out the big problem with Minana's BBC. It was very one-sided. Once you go activate once they hear that conceal, once you see that dragon flying, they already used their ults. Just back off.
Yeah.
And then go back. Then they can't fight us anymore. And it was just, once they figured that out, it looked very easy for them to clean it up.
They were just completely outplaying, waiting for the right moment to call. They were hearing conceals. They were hearing miscalculations of the jump. It was in a microplay. Man, that's how they even test each other. How do you even manage to even commit once you use that resource out of you?
In the early portions of the game, we saw MNNE Evos were willing to actually exhaust most of their ultimates to be able to get those objectives. But the thing is, at this point, marksman department, it's still Nets using the Irithel. It's also something as well. So it's really going to be up to execution at this point.
That's something that the index doesn't show. The Valentina's possibilities of
The situational moments, right?
Yeah, giving more sustain as well. So let's see if that's going to be a factor coming in this game. I would say that Lancy should have a better time here. Or no, rather, yeah, maybe. I think better time.
Let's see who
Just maybe, right?
is going to have a better time right now. ONIC Philippines is now on match point in this best-of-3 series, and we're taking a look on the composition that we're trying to see the possibilities with. Lord JM finally back on the Benedetta, and let's see how this goes for ONIC Philippines. Will they have this for a sweep, or will MNNE Evos take this to a tiebreaker once more?
The main concern that I have here with the lineup of the side of MNNE Evos is the fact that they don't have magic damage. It's, again, going to be an Angela at this point, which is why I'm not going to be surprised if Lancy AR will start to build an Enchanted Talisman first instead of prioritizing the new item, which is the Flask of the Oasis that boosts the regenerative factor coming in from the support heroes that are now part of the meta. Talking about emblems right now, more on the Wilderness Blessing once again, where 2 heroes coming from the side of MNNE Evos and 2 heroes as well from the side of ONIC Philippines will be using it. Both tenacity for the marksmen to keep themselves in the situation or inside the fight, whereas adaptiveness will be added to the Brody to at least assist him in the early portions of the matchup.
Completely agree, especially for Ryzen. If he just chooses to go for Blade Armor, everyone's just not going to do damage.
Right.
Oh my god.
It's going to be a long game.
That Baksha is going to be unkillable.
Just imagine having more team fights with his own composition. I can't imagine the balance right now in just team fights for MNNE Evos. But who am I to question their own strength that they gave them a point out of the world champs?
You are OSX.
Yeah, man.
You always have the right.
You always have the right.
Yeah, man, but because this is just them, it's a prowess. Just by that, pokes, it's just gathering them up for opportunities such as that. Because at some point, MNNE Evos could utilize more of their team fights. And when that arrow leads towards that possibility, they just completely go all in, just as that.
Well, in terms of possibilities, I think the Benedetta just has so much possibility here. Because Lord JM, I will say this over and over again. Just give this guy a gun. Give this guy a really high mechanical hero, a Benedetta. He's going to do magic. Look at this. Right now, he is actually styling and profiling right now, hunting down that Matilda, looking for more targets right now. That is, of course, Gem, who has that Firaga armor back. That means he can sustain, but look at him. It's so hard to stop him. He gets first blood still.
Still, MNNE Evos winning that one, a sacrifice of 1 from Lord JMAR, and they're not stopping. Eyes on the purple, Super Friends on the bush though. Brusco dropping low on health as well. So it's clear the Tigers slowly winning early game, Hans.
Lord JM just means just move, right? Lord just move at this point. It's something that you have to do, but at one point, you also have to take care of your teammates. What a wonderful initiation coming in from Super Friends to equalize the situation. And just when we thought it's going to be a better game for Lancy, hold your horses, because Super Friends is back at it again.
I think it's just micro. You misheard it. Just mechanics, just micro.
Just mechanics, just micro. Yeah, you got that right. Fair enough.
Because that's all he wants. He just wants to move. You give him freedom to move. If FAMs, you can move, but you don't do damage.
That's true.
On the Paquito, you move, you kill someone. Same on the Vendetta. You move, someone goes down. So yeah, just move can also work.
All right. The comfort right now of Lord JM having the Benedetta on his hands. Man, he was just so slippery back in the back line of ONIC Philippines, and they were all using all the resources to catch him.
Yeah.
Thought of a diversion.
Even right now.
Look at that. Just looking for a way to take him down. Pressure is just boiling up to the EXP lane. Well, all that is happening, we're looking at Perksiva and as well as Nets trying to get a hand of a kill out of Dominator. Because one of the things that we're looking upon here is the damage department you guys mentioned. Because ONIC Philippines has balance in damage and magic.
It's the same scenario for the marksman department. It's still Nets using the Irithel. It's also Doming using the Brody. And unfortunately for the side of MNNE Evos, we haven't seen Brody that much in action because all of the action is happening here at the EXP lane. Lord JM is forcing the rest of the members of ONIC to react to him. Gem is not really having like the worst time, but he needs to be able to stay in this lane as Benedetta is one of the fastest to roam around the map.
Seems to be fine right now, though MNNE might have problems here. Nope, still going to be Boyet securing that turtle. It's free V4, and the sustain is just so much better here for MNNE that they're able to disengage, not giving anything to ONIC.
Nobody fall down. Completely just the objective. On to MNNE Evo's having a great start. Even by just looking at the trade here, Ryzen is just looking for a way to take this orange on for himself.
That was a great pick up coming in from Brusco DR to just use the Way of the Dragon to put the wheel away, to put the huge tanky hero, which is Ryzen, out of the way for them to be able to get that turtle as of this moment. So this is a very good second turtle that was secured by the side of MNNE. However, there were rotations that are being made again by the side of ONIC Philippines to stop them on their tracks. It's still a very close game, but in terms of the scaling, if they keep this longer, this might side ONIC just because of the fact that Nets is there. Nets is the guy to go.
Yeah, Nets so far having a fun time. Look at this guy. He's already double leather jerkin. Oh my goodness. And 2 daggers.
Man.
He's got all the casual chop suey items.
Yeah. Chop suey is like a vegetable
Mixy.
dish where you mix all the things together just for everyone who doesn't know it. So now you know.
It's a dish in the Philippines when it's actually a
Is
side
it just
dish.
Philippines?
Maybe Chinese
cuisine. That's probably how we call it here.
Yeah, it's a mix of everything. And I think with that kind of decision from Nets, he answers more of the early game spike of MNNE Evos. And there's the stealing keeps on happening. Who got it though? Oh, hey, Onyx.
He's gonna try.
He was trying.
He doesn't have retribution, so pretty slim chance. Nice energy eruption here from Boyet. Get some of that attention from Brusco. Make sure he's safe and comfy there. And make sure he's ready to go for the kick here. Maybe on the mid lane. Maybe does he have Flicker? He's going to go for it. Flicker is possible. Doesn't even need it. Has a Purify. Super Friends going to stay alive.
That's the Purify doing the work for ONIC. Super Friends in a way. Although he had an Angela, he's still going to go out safe.
Super Friends, I think, also still has the Heart Guard. Yeah. So he's going to be able to maybe use it to make sure Ryzen secures this retribution. But look at that, Boyet already has the preemptive Heart Guard, and that's going to be the steal. Or I would say the 50-50 going over to Ryzen with the TP up front.
That was a great pick-off coming in from the side of MNNE Evos, or rather ONIC Philippines, as they got the turtle for themselves. It's going to be the first turtle secured by the Sonics at this point. But again, a return of gameplay. This time, it's MNNE Evos who's actually giving a dose of Onyx medicine to ONIC themselves because they're finally getting the first turret of this matchup. And this is something that, MNNE hasn't done in game number 1. They weren't able to translate those skills, or maybe even when the kills weren't happening, if ONIC exhausts most of their resources, then that's the time for MNNE to at least get a bunch from the other sides of the map, get more turrets, get more jungle objectives, and it's nice that they're finally doing that. However, ONIC made sure to back it up with their very own up top.
That's the reset kicking in for the Neon Tigers, getting a chance here for ONIC Philippines. And just by looking at you guys just mentioned early on, it was even a slow start even before the turret takedowns because they're most likely capitalizing on their own momentum, especially with the items. Look at that initiation from Perxiva though.
Oh, that's very aggressive right there, and that's exactly what you get with the Matilda. That's why you pick it up with a Heart Guard.
Oh no.
Man, Nets is going to be so scary here. Going straight for Boyet as well. Again, just trying to buy up some of that cooldown for the torn apart memory. And now, I think ONIC, they got what they wanted. But look at JM. He's doing his job. He's doing his thing.
Oh, he got
Certainly Eagle, though. Oh, man, that's a good way to go down. You bought some time, but you didn't get any kills. I would say that's the best case for JM.
But still, he managed to take down the turret
He
down
got a
mid.
turret, exactly.
It's just slowly but surely for MNNE EVOS right now, Hans.
He's playing proactively at this point. You love to see it coming in from Lord JM to just always be part or not even be part of those fights, but again, stay as of the moment. Beautiful guiding wind coming in from the rest of the members to just keep in all the action, because again, it was Perxiva who almost died in that skirmish down bot, but he made sure that the guiding wind, together with an extra favor onto the roam department, would keep him safe, give him extra shields from the torn apart memory, and keep him away from distraction.
The distance right now, it's MNNE EVOS game to make it all work. It looks like everything's going to be slippery. Look at that. Initiation is about to happen.
Wow, that's a messy team fight. I don't even want to call that. Ryzen, though, still will secure Visceral. That's pretty big. Gem, good pressure on the Dome. Heart Guard coming in clutch here, but not going to be enough to take him or make sure he doesn't go down.
And Ryzen was the only one to fall down from ONIC Philippines.
Boy.
They're taking this mid turret for themselves, and they're pushing slowly with that 3-man Titan from MNNE EVOS. Complete, they're winning, and they're just looking for a way to end this faster than they could have. Wow, ONIC Philippines completely having a change even from the lead, and MNNE is now pushed to a state to even defend.
I was just wondering what Lancy was doing in the skirmish itself. He wasn't able to just use the Heart Guard to protect the rest of his teammates because he was there. He was part of all of the action. And if you're the Angela, you would prefer to be probably back in the base, just waiting, just chilling. And then when all things go hell and loose, that's the time for you to strike. But speaking of which, Lord JM.
Oh man, the mechanics will not be enough to save him this time.
Nah.
That is just a sad sight to see.
With the immortality present from Gem right now, they could actually go full-on hard damage against MNNE EVOS. They're left with 3 turrets in their own base, and just by looking at the gold here, Nets is rising up and probably has more items to answer from MNNE EVOS to stay in.
When you see a Benedetta just falling like that so quickly, so easily, even with everything that the Bendetta's doing, that's a bad sign.
You got a problem.
You got a problem in your hands.
Unfortunately, that is the case. That is a problem that the side of MNNE EVOS has to address at this point. Because again, even you still have to give props to Doming AR, right? Being close in terms of like the damage department towards Nets as well, coming in from ONIC Philippines. But again, if we have to take note of what MNNE needs to do to be able to bounce back in this game, it's just that they just need to use the wave clear potential that they have. Wait for an opportunity or a blunder coming in from ONIC Philippines. Maybe a mistaken circling eagle, but that's the thing with the patch right now, right?
No, bro.
It's so difficult to do. If it's the previous patch, maybe a blunder circling eagle would have worked, but this time you have direction. You know where your destination is gonna be.
It's one direction for ONIC Philippines with the pickup of this Matilda. Perxiva having so much perks and 4 initiations. He's just getting on a full frenzy setup most of the time. Super Friends, another major pickup, and with that kind of penetration, without the balance of magic from MNNE EVOS, there's so much thing that they need to answer. How's their defense now working for them? How's the damage working for them? Because if attack damage is concerned, how will they take this to a longer team fight? Because as of now, another purple could be stolen from them, and ONIC Philippines just here.
Just watching. They no longer can do anything, but again, a kick.
That's going to be beautiful here. Brusco can't really get in a position where the kick is going to matter. Everyone just got knocked up there. Beautiful flight of Perxiva. JM with the last insanity, just doing so much. Man, oh man, ONIC looking fire. I mean, for Gem, that's literal, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, the rower was only the cost of ONIC Philippines. They're still winning. They're still pushing. How's MNNE doing now?
Well, JM.
No.
Oh, it hurts. Ow! Man, what is Nets up? What did he have for breakfast? I wanted to get me some of that.
There's no safety for Lord JM, even from the few hits of the arrows coming from this Irithel alone.
Nets is... My goodness, like 1,000 damage per hit. I don't know, man.
You can parry everything. You can eye for an eye. But once you just squint or just, peeked a little bit, then you're done. that is Nets right now onto at least a full build at this point, if I'm suspecting. He already has a Berserker's Fury, a Malefic Roar, even Hasklos. Heck, he doesn't even have a full build just yet. The final item is going to be the Wind of Nature. My goodness,
Does he
a Wind
still
of
need it?
Nature. He is so offensive to the point that he no longer cares about the defensive item. Go ahead and give me something.
Bro, they have the Mathilda. They have more ways to even have us. Oh,
wait.
something got set up here.
Yeah, good setup against Brusco. Finally finds the target, but it's in the wrong angle. And no one to follow it up as well. Nets on top side, doing a solo on that turret. Well, everyone is on mid, just trying to get some of these attentions. Boyet getting burned to a crisp here by Gem. Gem doing a good job as well in here. He still has immortality, so he's still a viable front line. Will be able to at least burn down that Lord.
They're just pushing.
Lord JM, he's trying to buy some time, trying to see if he can still keep this base alive. Turret will fall on top side. Oh my god, it's just Minana catching for breath here.
Okay, how will they even hold this? ONIC Philippines just pushing, looking for a way to just take this final turret down against Minana Evos. How's the defense now? How can they even hold this? Is there even a way, Hans, right now, that there's even a chance? But hold that thought. I'm not going to go through it again.
Everyone! It's a party right here in ONIC Philippines camp. No way! That would have been a beautiful re-engage, but no, it's not going to be allowed here by ONIC. Everyone's actually pretty low, so they just should probably back off and wait for the next one. Looks like that's exactly what they're going to do.
But they're so strong at this point. They're 10.2k in. So they just, it was already at least like there were no minions in like the next 5 to 10 seconds, but they just stayed there to prove a point to the side of Minana Evos that, hey, you can use your torn apart memory. We're not going to care about anything because we're already leading. And we also have Nets who has 13,545 and probably a lot more still growing at this point. Doming also has an entirely full build right now with a Demon Hunter Sword together with a Rose Gold Meteor to just give an immense amount of shield once the HP goes down to a bottom. But Rockhard is right. They're being burned down to a crisp because the underrated person here is Gem. Nobody can burst Gem down.
Yeah, that's the problem. When you go on overcooked, there's no turning back.
I haven't actually seen Gem pop immortality all game.
Right?
No.
He's just there.
I think it's just completely insurance for him, just in case I'm going to be the first target. But Perxiva, man, all of the things he's just initiating. Oh my goodness, the distance!
Is this the blunder you're talking about, OSX?
Might as well.
Because that was a huge one.
Oh, wait.
That's here doing some good damage, but of course that shielding from Lancy is actually massive. Wow. All right, so it's going to be the re-engage here, blocking it up front. Nets is still at the back. He's still doing good with the heavy crossbow. But they're running out of ultimate. Boyet AR, he's burned. Finally, the immortality is used up. But, and again, he is going to have some problems. The backline's looking really thin here for ONIC.
Oh my goodness, JM's still going.
JM's still going.
He's still going.
Somebody stop this guy.
He can't stop him.
He wants everything.
The base though.
The base.
Minana Evos, check
Someone
your
has
base.
to go back.
You gotta go.
Someone has to go back.
The minions.
Go back right now.
Guys, go back.
Oh
the
my
base.
goodness.
Go back.
No. They saw blood in their eyes.
Even the players of ONIC Philippines had the best answer. And that winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. ONIC Philippines talking about minions in the base. That is insurance. Check your recall, ladies and gentlemen. ONIC is just completely did a split.
If there were moments of the day where we tell all of the players to take discipline in using the recalls and using the TPs, in this one, you have to press your TPs.
The one time. You need to press the recalls.
You had the one time.
Check your recall.
Check your recall.
Guys, I don't even know how to analyze it.
This was the line of...
I'm so sorry.
I just said someone just has to go back. Just go back, one of you.
It was so obvious.
Oh,
it was so obvious.
Nobody took note on the final magic
my
that was
goodness.
working under the base, and they were just completely preoccupied and taking somebody out of ONIC Philippines.
Still, a good try coming in from the side of MNNE Evos. Lord JM, just like what OSX has mentioned, it was a Harry Styles moment for him. He was styling on all of them, right?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they all disbanded. Just like One Direction, they all disbanded, and there was no one left to defend the base.
Well, to be fair, they all went one direction, going to the enemy.
Yeah.
And the enemy took care of them. Or should I
And the
say,
minions.
the
Yeah.
fans. It's the fans,
The
that
fans.
went back. The
Yeah.
fans being the minions.
Yeah, man, and just how the game changes really quick.
That's the first time I've seen that again.
Yeah,
in a long
we
time.
could bring
In a
back
long
the
time.
famous line of the famous rap battle guy from ONIC Philippines back in season 8. Check your weak call.
Yeah.
We're about to win by split.
They're
Yeah.
about to win by split.
But it wasn't even split. It was just minions.
Well,
go
someone
ahead.
was splitting the minions.
Someone was splitting.
Right? And
Yeah.
they
Wow, what did
used
I
it
just
against
watch?
MNNE Evos, and they need to check. MNNE Evos they need to check what's happening in a macro scale, because micro-wise, it was happening in game number 1. Game number 2, all of you check your mini maps, because they were all over the place. ONIC Philippines was all over the place. They were painting everything yellow. And who do you answer for that? Even by the defense, I was just trying to put the point. Oh, Hans, how do they put a defense here? We're not looking at a bigger scale. They're just trying to pull out MNNE Evos out of the base.
Yeah.
And all they feel is like, finally.
Well, to be fair, that's something
was the event.
that's something that happens to a lot of our players right now. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You didn't go back. You didn't.
Sorry about Rockhart, guys. He's
a bit
I
of,
have so many teammates that do that.
Well, good thing. The season is finally reset. It's finally on a
Oh,
reset.
we're back on reset.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I just opened mine.
Mara and I just played a while ago. So that's a good sign, right?
Yeah, what's up, Epics?
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah.
What's up?
What's up, Epic? What's up, Epic?
What's up, Epic?
What's up, Epic?
What's up, Epic?
Yeah, we're gonna grind our way up faster this season.
I hope you're Epic.
Yeah, because
If you're Mythic,
I am.
then you're
I
Epic,
am.
yeah.
I have a proof
You're
right
Epic,
here. I have
yeah.
a proof.
All right, good.
Yeah,
good.
and you were one of like my best teammates, right, in my statistics here.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Canada
So
was
easy.
my best pick for the season. I
Easy
hope
peasy, lemon
I hope
squeezy.
we could,
But it's so
continue.
difficult to ask OSX to play because he never has time for all of us.
He
but
has so many companies to
he has
take
so
care
many
of.
companies
Don't
to
worry.
take care of.
Next
but
week,
this time, yeah.
we will take over the server of the Philippines.
Really?
Okay.
I would climb myself to go global Kadita soon.
Okay.
All right. I'll believe it when I see it, because you always
I'll
say
try
that
my
you
best.
never log in.
I'll give it to you, mate.
I'll give it. Mara, I know this is going to be one heated interview. Let's throw it over to ONIC Philippines on stage together with Mara Aquino.
All right, everybody. What time is it? It's their time to win today. Congratulations to ONIC Philippines. Perks, first time kita nakita mag-Matilda, ha? Now, let's talk about what happened game 2 in the final moments. Kasi muntik na kayo magkaroon ng mistake nun, actually. Anytime, it could have turned around. But, ano yung interpretation mo dun sa last few moments na nangyari?
Ano po shot call po kasi doon, papapatay ako. Tapos papasegway namin yung creeps. Buti nasunod po.
And winning sa minions, alam ko kanina you guys had so much pride with the game. Pero winning sa minions, how did that feel for you guys?
Pareho lang ng panalo kasi sa huli pa din, panalo pa din.
May extra giggle ba kayo sa laban na to?
Siguro yung mga kampi ko lang kasi pati ako kasi nung amateur tinara din nila ako tapos wala akong bawi. Kaya siguro dito na ako nakabawi sa MPL pa.
And you're doing so good. You're doing so good, Perks. Congratulations. Pero meron pa akong isang iniisip na gustong bumawi din for tomorrow, Ryzen. Bukas, makakatapat mo ang dati mong koponan, Smart Omega. Matagal mo na ba itong hinihintay?
Opo. Gusto ko nga, unang laban namin sila agad eh.
Sila agad yung gusto mo. Ano yung nasa isip mo? Bakit sila agad? Ano yung nasa isip mo tungkol sa Omega?
Wala, gusto ko talaga sila durugin. Yung pinakaunang dudurugin ko, sila agad.
Meron ka bang mensahe sa specific someone sa Omega or sa buong koponan?
Sa buo na po sila.
Okay, anong gusto mo sabihin?
Galingan nyo bukas, pagandaan nyo ako.
And for sure, they'll do exactly that. And now it's time to announce the match MVP. Let me hear some names. Sabi nila si Boss A daw, Boss A. Medyo imposible ata yun. Alright, let's take a look at the screen to see the match MVP. Super Friends. Super Friends, matagal na. This season, you guys are slowly climbing up. Ano ba ang gustong patunayan ng ONIC at ano ang mensahe mo sa lahat ng inyong supporters?
Gusto namin patunayan na ipapa-champion namin yung ONIC. Kasi yung gusto ko yung message sa mga supporters namin. Salamat dahil sumusuporta kayo.
Alright, let's give a round of applause to Super Friends. Parang, gumaganto na ako, parang hinahabol mo yung microphone, Boss A. May gusto ko atang sabihin Parang feeling ko may napatunayan na kayo. Nilalayo ko na yung mic, pero you're inching closer to me. So,
Ano sinabi ni Banubs kanina? Sabi niya tumahimik na ang dapat tumahimik. tsaka bakit wala na siya dito? May papakita sana ako sa inyo
Ano yan? Ano to? May papel. Anong nasa papel? Ano to? Missing. Have you seen this person? Banub's known traits. Doesn't know how to win. Okay. Wala. Thank you. We'll just leave it at that. All right, everybody, let's give a round of applause to ONIC Philippines. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Ang daming pakulo ni Boss A. Pero, he can walk the walk, talk the talk. Napatunayan nila na sila ang mas magaling na koponan sa first half ng ating Season 12. Hihimayin natin kung ano nga ba ang nangyari sa ating laban. Balikan na natin ang ating casters. Pasok!
I'm going to say this one more time. Separate mobile legends and older people.
Thanks, OSX.
I
told him to say that.
That was fun.
And just by looking at the banter there, Boss A prevails in that heated exchange in the beginning of the series.
At least.
And Banubs was nowhere to be found in the venue, and he had props.
At least for now.
For now.
For the first half. I mean, it's all fun in games here, but we have to remember we're running on a point system here, so your team better back it up for the rest of the journey.
Hans, this is your job now. Go ahead, take this analyst stand again.
OSX, next time you throw it to me, please complete your sentences. But, okay, I'm going to go ahead with this one as the side of ONIC Philippines got the victory over MNNE Evos, which was a major play that we've seen from all of them. And one of the MVPs is going to be Nets with the use of the Irithel. A tenacity together with a quantum charge and also a beautiful battle spell choice here, which is the Purify. He knows that one of the priorities coming from the side of MNNE Evos is going to be him, so he needs to stay away from danger. With that, Purify is going to be the main source of, escape here for him. Also building up the Rose Gold Meteor, he has the Malefic Roar and even the Wind of Nature for defensive purposes in case he wants to overextend. And it was all ONIC in like the first few minutes of our matchup and even in the mid portions, because you have to take note of how aggressive the side of MNNE Evos were in the very first minute of the matchup. Unfortunately for them, it was a heavy punish coming in from ONIC Philippines that left them unscathed. And speaking of unscathed, Nets was not troubled at all in the specific matchup because where was he as of this moment, right? He was just right behind Ryzen, right behind Gem, and even behind Perks. There were so many people in front of him where MNNE Evos didn't even know where to position themselves, how they can actually get to the back lines because they don't have any way to access that. They only have the Fredrin, they have a way to stay in the team fights because the Angela is there, but the problem is Lord JMAR is also so fixated in using his own ultimate to the point where he doesn't have anything left when it's time to finally go to the backside and reach for the marksman being Nets. So Nets, as you see in the highlights right now, is already at 5-0-3, and that is already a massive lead because 9.3k in a bunch of minutes or maybe in double-digit minutes is already troublesome if you're the side of ONIC Philippines. But again, this is where it didn't even stop because we're going to put it on to the map in just a bit. It was a major blunder coming in from the side of ONIC Philippines, whereas Perks told us in the interview that it was all according to plan. But okay, Perks, if it's the story, then go ahead. I love to check it out. But the thing that I saw here is that, you know, the side of MNNE Evos or the side of ONIC Philippines were even allowing MNNE to go home. They were allowing MNNE to go home. And unfortunately for them, it was just not enough. The time was just not enough. And the awareness was just not enough. As ONIC Philippines got the victory, you're starting to see the emblems right now. It was a dominant victory for the side of ONIC Philippines, but the problem was the rotation. There were so many speed boosting clear outs here coming from the side of ONIC Philippines to the point where even when Lord JMAR was just doing his best with Hunter's Strike, with the Bloodlust Axe, also building up the Oracle for extra defensive purposes, going up against Super Fins, who is 2-0-10, by the way. It was just a moment of victory for him to get like the first kill and the second assist because ONIC Philippines already knew what to do with Lord JM. Try to prioritize him as early as he can and use all of the ultimates on him to the point where he won't be able to reach Nets, and Nets could just deal the damage in like the later portions of the game. 17 minutes and 23 seconds was the timer for this one, and I have to say all turrets were brought down by the side of ONIC Philippines, which is why they got the super minions, and the minions, aka the Winions with a W, got the job for them on this one. 2 Lords were also secured, even when 2 Turtles were taken by the side of the Neon Tigers. It was still the side of ONIC Philippines that prevailed, courtesy of the objectives. Nets got 832, but you also have to take note of the team fight participation. Ryzen and Super Friends went hand in hand together in combat to make sure that MNNE Evos won't be able to do anything or won't lay a finger, not even a hand, on Nets to just continue to scale as much as possible, getting the monster gold, getting the damage to the turrets, and also the hero damage was absolutely there. Damage taken by Boyet AR and also the Angela, in which there were some situations where Lancey's positioning was just questionable because as an Angela, you wouldn't want to be in a position where the team fight is happening. You want to be away from it to use the heart guard, but apparently it wasn't the issue. As ONIC Philippines got the victory in MNNE Evos, it was just a unfortunate event, and it was inevitable because of the super minions. Super Winions, if I should say.
Winions. Because in that game, we were expecting for new things actually, or again, a strength to show up for MNNE Evos having their Matilda back in their draft. It was not even close to answer the magic and the damage from ONIC Philippines. We are happy that they tried, but it was some sort of a struggle back then. So this is a way to have a way of a reset for MNNE Evos because there's a lot of matches they need to have to bounce back for, and they want to keep more of those kinds of chances if they're going and in the last weekends of MPL Philippines.
Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there, folks. So we're going to have rematches after rematches. We got last day tomorrow.
Right.
Casual Sundays. That'll be fun.
I'm still wondering what the theme of the day will be tomorrow. Well, I guess you guys will find out.
Could be fiery.
Nah, we won't go that route.
I'm not sure.
I don't think we're gonna go that route. But
Could
maybe if you're gonna use Ash Gray, that's a good sign.
Right. Because right now, from just by the Matilda winning round, everything is just chaos.
Yeah.
I'm OSX, I'm with Rockhart, and also Hounds. Let's throw it over to Mara to close it out for a day. We'll see you again tomorrow.
The second day of the regular season's halfway point was surely action-packed. The Raiders opened the day giving the Comeback Kings a dose of their own medicine. Eman proves why he's the man after RSG. Philippines secured a sweep against Smart Omega. We also saw the clash of the two world's strongest teams. Daddy JP's consistent performance allowed Echo to maintain an undefeated record in the first leg of the regular season after sweeping APBR. And after that, we saw Renegades' transformation from Hitman to the Heel Man after securing Blacklist International Series against a tenacious TNC Pro team. And finally, with the help of their minions, ONIC Philippines was able to seal another sweeping victory against their amateur rivals, Minana Evos. Bukas, tatlong mainit na bakbakan na naman ang ating matutunghayan, kaya huwag kayong mawawala. Muli, ako po si Mara Aquino na nagpapaalala na ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na MLBB player sa buong mundo ay mas Pinas lakas. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you tomorrow.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines, and Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.